bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the Oecs Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the Oecs Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the Oecs Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com. Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the Oecs Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the Oecs. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate. 'Cause the brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our
OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS.
Are you seeing the speed?
So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradeexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
OECS Trade Exposition, May 15th to 17th, 2023. Register at www.oecstradexpo.com.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the
More than just islands, we're one ocean nation. All beautiful emeralds set in one sea.
More than just islands, one blue ecosystem, each shimmering jewel made so wondrously.
Why wouldn't we care?
One Caribbean sea, we all belong here. One Caribbean sea, loving and living and raising our children to cherish the land so far birth.
Why wouldn't we care?
One Caribbean sea,
We all belong here.
one Caribbean sea.
And we will endure if we can just secure our treasures of blue sky and surf.
Hey family, this is Curtis and John. If it's on land, it will end up in the ocean. And for every fish that chokes on our waste, someone's livelihood dies too. Some say, please stop marine pollution.
So many islands, familiar connections, sharing resources, one economy. More than just islands, a civilization of history and culture and shared destiny.
Why wouldn't we care? One Caribbean sea, we all belong here. One economy,
Making future sense of our present tense. We're giving it all we are worth. Our moment is here.
one Caribbean sea,
Values we all hold dear.
one economy.
Love and glory, the joys of our journey will surely inspire the earth.
Yo, this is Skinny Fabulous. Check this for a second. When your plastics, engine oil, factory waste, and fertilizer runoff end up in the sea, that's a real bad vibe. Trust me, gotta cut it out. We all have to stop that. And that's the memo right there.
Why wouldn't we care? One Caribbean sea can prosper right here.
Caribbean
By giving it all we are worth.
by cherishing the lands of our birth. Why wouldn't we care?
One Caribbean sea,
For the oceans we share.
one blue economy.
Henderson. This song is real, just like our ocean. Think ahead. Act now. Stop littering the land and protect our sea. Your garbage, your house, your garage, your factory, your move. It's that simple.
We're keepers of ocean and earth.
One Caribbean sea.
We're giving it all we own.
One economy.
We cherish the lands of our birth.
One Caribbean sea. Our treasures of blue sky and sun. One blue economy. One Caribbean sea. One blue economy. One Caribbean sea. Our treasures of blue sky and sun. One Caribbean sea.
Plastic is everywhere and makes so many things easy and possible. Our norm has been to throw them away when we have finished using them, or when they are no longer new or useful. These plastic items end up in our environment, including rivers and the sea, and because they do not biodegrade, over time, the chemicals that are in the plastics will contaminate the environment. Plastics in the environment also means plastic in our ocean. According to the data, if things continue, by 2050 there will be more plastic in our ocean than fish. Our land and sea support our economy, our livelihoods, our diet and health, and must be protected. Suppose we think about plastic not as trash, but as something that has economic value, as raw material that can go back into production. That's a circular economy in action. Used plastic products can become other products that can generate economic activity and provide employment. The plastic now moves in a circular motion or a loop. We buy products in plastic, we use these products, we send the plastic off to be recycled into another useful product. Plastic is therefore introduced into the economy and then removed, all the while generating work and creating employment that sustains businesses and keeps our environment free of pollution. Our environment supports everything we need to live and thrive. Countries are now promoting the circular economy approach to ease the pressure off our environment. This involves reusing and recycling existing materials, not only plastics, other waste products as well, so they lose their value as little as possible. That way they guarantee a ready, less expensive supply of raw materials. This increases competitiveness, inspires innovation, provides jobs, and the economic sustainability of a country. You and I can be part of this circular economy. We can be part of this loop. Let us look at our plastic with new eyes, not as a waste for the landfill, but as a resource. We can collect them, use them, reuse them as much as possible, and then deliver them to a replast collection point to be recycled and to be made into a new product that comes back into the economy for use. And that makes us a hero for our environment and future generations.
The Oecs Commission sees youth as an integral part to the development of the region and has empowered us, the youth, to create a youth-empowered strategy, Oecs Yes, that represents our views and perspectives towards the development of the region.
Every voice is important in this process, so we need to hear from the youth.
Join the discussion by texting the word youth to the number on your screen via WhatsApp.
Our voice matters, and we can all make a difference.
Say yes.
Say yes.
Say yes and join the movement today.
It's day 2. Welcome again to the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo, presented by the Commission of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, Oecs, and supported by international partners, European Union funded 11th EDF regional integration through growth harmonization and technology, right? EU funded ACP TradeCom 2 program, consolidating the OECS Economic Union through Sustainable Trade Capacity Building, STCB, Interreg Caraïbe, TICA, International Trade Center, ITC, CCI, Martinique. Thanks to our many regional business support organizations, several companies and institutions that have supported the Expo. Today, we get to enjoy a virtual fashion and music showcase like you've never seen before. You can expect to see more product and service exhibits, so head on down and visit the booths. We have over 100 exhibitors showcasing their products and services. You can also check the promotions and center stage throughout the day. Support our SMEs by liking their products and services. Today, we begin with a roundtable discussion. The first for today, or roundtable discussion number 2, will be moderated by Karim Geist, head of the OECS Competitive Business Unit. The topic, supporting youth business development in the OECS. Let's welcome Karim Geist.
Good morning, Miguel, and a pleasure to see you again. This is indeed an exciting panel discussion this morning. We have some of the, I would say, most influential persons across the region in youth development, and I'm excited to speak with them. So thank you for that introduction, Miguel, as we kick off today's session with the panel discussion on supporting youth business development in the OECS. I'm just going to allow our production team to bring in our panelists, and then we'll get through with the introductions and kick off with the conversation. So today we have with us Thomas Leonce, who is the chairperson of the Youth Economy Agency in St. Lucia. And we also have with us Miss Julianne Charles, who is the Enterprise Development Officer for the Dominica Youth Business Trust. We have Miss Desi Brown, Creative Enterprise Entrepreneur from St. Kitts and Nevis. And we also have Miss Lakia Joseph, CEO of Nature Blends and parliamentarian, the Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture. And of note, Lakia is one of the youngest parliamentarians in Dominica today. So we are looking forward to an interesting and exciting conversation with the panel. So good morning, everyone. How are you all doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm going to kick off with Lakia, and just because I introduced you last, the conversation around youth development and youth entrepreneurship is one that has been obviously around the block for a very long time, and more so, we have seen a lot more investment being pumped into the space with regards to youth-specific entrepreneurship programs. Understanding your role as one of the young leading entrepreneurs in Dominica, and of course your mandate across the government of Dominica to support and develop agro-processing within the agriculture division of the government. What are your thoughts in today's context of the support that you see, the challenges that you face as a young entrepreneur and for youth development?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Gibbs, and thank you for having me. Good morning as well to our panelists and all those who's either listening or watching. Welcome to the OECS Trade Expo 2023. My name is Lakia Joseph, and I am the founder and CEO of Nature Blends. Nature Blends offers exotic teas, extracts, powders, and oils, all organic products. So we do coconut oil, castor oil, turmeric powder, rose oil, oils for hair and skin, butters, soaps, etc. And I started my business in 2020 in the very midst of the pandemic with little to no resources. And it all began when my grandfather actually had just about 300 pounds of turmeric root on his farm, and he dug it for huckster and the huckster could not come for it. So I'm just giving you a little background. Um, and then he said, well, whatever you'd like to do with it, you can do it. And I had just came from Trinidad because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I relocated to Dominica. I was doing my courses, my bachelor's degrees virtually. And he was like, okay, well, anything that you see fit to do with the turmeric, then go ahead and do it. And then I decided to go ahead and make some turmeric powder. First couple times it wasn't as good as it is today. But I still went ahead. I didn't have the money, I didn't have the equipment, I did not even have the expertise nor the training to get it done. But I did my research. YouTube and Google taught me a lot that I know today. And I made it happen. And right now I have one of the best turmeric powders on the market. And I must say that the government of Dominica has supported my business, and I have gotten tremendous support from organizations like the DAIC and to a certain extent the DYBT and NDFD. But when I see that I'm now a parliamentarian and I have a greater responsibility, especially for the youth in agriculture, I find it very interesting that the youth are having a lot of difficulties or doubts with two things: getting into agriculture or staying in the field of agriculture, as well as getting and staying in the field of entrepreneurship or business. And one of the main reasons is the access to finance. Whenever you have to access finance, you probably have to have a piece of land, or you have to have an asset or a vehicle that you can use a bill of sale. And a lot of the young people like me, we don't have that. We acquire that over time. I'm only 24. I entered into politics when I was 23, and I started my business when I was 20. So that posed a very, very difficult situation for youth, especially. And they go into business, they have the ideas, and they get started, but it's very difficult for them to grow or continue. And to a large extent, that is because they don't have a contingency nor continuity plan. So they go into the business very optimistic and looking ahead. However, they don't have the resources, probably they don't have the finance, they don't have the support, they don't get the training that they require to continue those businesses. And that's where someone like me comes in to assist these young people or young persons to with that direction, let them know where they can get the support. The AIC is very, very instrumental as it relates to youth in entrepreneurship and youth in agriculture, and they provide a lot of training, support, um, a whole lot of resources that you can tap into. And a lot of them, they might not be physical cash or they might not be a check, but it really goes a long way. And the government of Dominica has set up a facility called the One Stop Shop at the Small Business Unit. And I can tell anybody that it is very, very, very successful. It's very integral in as it relates to youth entrepreneurship, especially because they go through the entire process with you, and you basically don't have to present any form of compensation to them. They take care of everything for you, from putting your business idea together all the way down to applying for a grant. And I can tell you, if you're trying to do it on your own, you may not be successful because the expertise that they offer, the training that they offer, probably even the money to get your business plan done, get your business registered, get your logo, a business card, and all these things, they have all of that in one place. They have all of the technical stuff that is necessary for getting that process done. And I'm very optimistic that entrepreneurship and agriculture in Dominica has a very, very bright future. And we see a lot of businesses coming on stream, and a lot of them are owned and operated by young persons. And that is because we're slowly getting, or rapidly, sorry, getting into that culture of being hustlers. And when I say hustlers, I mean getting up and getting it every single day. So we tell ourselves that, you know what, if I don't do it for myself, nobody's going to do it for me. And we get up and we do what we have to do. I have seen customer service get better in Dominica because, as I say, the young persons who are now into business and entrepreneurship and agriculture now take it very seriously. They now operate the businesses as businesses. Second, operate their businesses as businesses, and they take their businesses very seriously, and they understand that the customers are the most valuable assets that they have in their business. So that's just my short introduction as to my thoughts on entrepreneurship and agriculture in Dominica. Agriculture is big boy business right now, and I can certainly be the advocate and the ambassador for youth in agriculture, because if we don't take over now, the generation that is slowly getting out of agriculture is going to leave the earth one day or eventually. And if we don't take up from them, who is going to do it? How are we going to eat? How are we going to do agro processing? How are we going to get through with that $700 million target that we have by 2030? So I'm willing and able, I'm ready to be the advocate and the ambassador for youth in agriculture and youth in entrepreneurship. And whatever I can do, I'll certainly do it.
Thank you, Lekia, for that brilliant introduction. And Thomas, I'm going to run across to you. Tying already the knots between what Lekia spoke to with regard to the government of Dominica and the initiative, and understanding your role as a chairperson of the Youth Economy Agency in St. Lucia, just recently launching a grant fund for the development of youth entrepreneurship in St. Lucia. Can you give us some insight on your thoughts with regards to the focus of the St. Lucia government on youth development within that space?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, panelists. Good morning, St. Lucia. Good morning to the Oecs. Good morning to the Caribbean region, and a good day to the world, because it might be afternoon somewhere else. Yes, Karim, I think this is an initiative that was launched by the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the current Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Something that has been talking about for the last 8 years, to be honest. So it only came to fruition in 2023. I think what drove the Prime Minister to create what we now call the Youth Economy Agency in St. Lucia was a recognition of the unemployment status with young persons between the ages of 18 to 35. Last I checked, at one point it was as high as 30% unemployment in that segment. I think perhaps now it has gone down to somewhere a little above 25% or thereabouts, as compared to the national unemployment statistic, which is somewhere in the region of 16%. So youth unemployment is a full 10 percentage points more than the national population. So seeing that situation and recognizing that existing businesses can't always create employment for young persons, they can't absorb all the young persons coming out of school into the current business ecosystem. So the thinking is, why don't create a platform for young persons to create their own businesses, right? So if a young person has a skill, they can convert that into entrepreneurship. If you have a hobby, you can convert that into a business. So of course, the Youth Economy Agency was created by an act of parliament. It's a statutory body, and that portfolio is, of course, held by the Prime Minister. That's to show how important the importance he attaches to it. So like I said, the Youth Economy Agency was created in August of 2022. The board was put together and completed by December of that same year. We began operations virtually in early March, and our offices opened physically in the beginning of April. So just to give you a quick snapshot of what it's all about, what the Prime Minister has done is to allocate funds for support to youth enterprise. And the funding is a mix of grant funding or loan funding. Yeah. The average amount that we give for grant, average, I said, is 5,000, but it could be more depending on our assessment of the impact that your business have on the local economy, and by extension, the wider Oecs economy, even the Caribbean economy, depending on how big your idea is, And we also offer loan funding, which will be disbursed through the Central Development Bank at very, very concessionary rates. I think you hinted earlier on about access to finance, and I'm talking about 3% interest. Yeah, very, very, almost like a grant in itself. So even though we have two prongs of financing, the grant and the loan, but they almost look like grants in both instances. Alongside that, we also offer training and mentorship. We currently have a training program ongoing for 100 persons in St. Lucia, 50 of them based in the north of the island, and 50 of them based in the south of the island, just to show you of geographical dispersion. In business planning, which was also an issue. A lot of people go into business headlong, and then 6 months later on, they're out of business because they didn't plan it properly. Yeah, that's ongoing right now. And we're also going to launch a mentorship program sometime in June for young persons who can be mentored by established players, entrepreneurs themselves, who've been in operation for a time and can pass on some knowledge to up and coming business persons. Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas, for that introduction. And it seems like as if the St. Lucia government is in line in recognizing that we need to train our young persons to not necessarily apply for jobs, but to be more entrepreneurial in their thinking and to develop their creative skills and to bring to bear a productive sector. So Desi, you are a leading creative in St. Kitts, and I suspect you would have taken the opportunity to bring together a business model that you felt would work for you, and perhaps chart your own course in developing a brand to allow for your creative juices to flow. So can you tell us how that course helped you to become confident in launching the business? What challenges have you faced so far?
Thank you. Some of the things I can speak about, and I want to sort of reintroduce what I'm doing. So, Poise SKN is a multidiscipline, actually a social enterprise. And I have another entity called the Brown Pen, which is a creative solutions and management agency. With Poise SKN, we focus on delivering services in dance, in pageantry and promotional marketing. What we have been able to do with dance is introduce a new art form to St. Kitts and Nevis, which is, and probably by extension, the region, our smaller region, the Oecs, which is aerial dance, which is an innovative form of dance and entertainment. And I started this in 2016 officially, and it has been quite an interesting journey, which I think the challenges somewhat helped me to figure out how to fit or mold the brand to fit the space, because I think we tend to have ideas and perhaps not fit into the space or the market in which we exist. And some of the challenges that we have faced is that creative arts is still very much a hobbyist culture. We are still treating performing arts education or arts education as if it's a hobby. And although I am the only institution that has, for example, our dance school aspect of it, doing dance classes only twice a week, we're the only ones doing that, having classes more than usual, as everyone else goes to dance classes on Saturdays. And we're also been doing a lot of work in trying to get persons to understand what it means to function in the gig economy and focusing on and encouraging young people to be a part of a space where they can generate income and understand the commercial aspect of pageantry, dance, and promotional marketing. However, still from the other end of it, where you have service providers and our, let's say, our clients and individuals still treat it like it's not a real thing to do. And so you find it challenging to get persons to commit wholly to being a part of something that they can spend their time training and then making income. So they tend to go into 8 to 4 jobs or 9 to 5 jobs that are prohibiting them from being able to develop skill sets. Now, some of the other challenges that we are having, and it was mentioned, is access to finance. And generally, that access to finance is coming not from a lack of training, because I would have sat in a event recently, and someone was asking, why is it so difficult to get non-tangible industries to have or become funded? And the response to that was training, training, training. But nobody really realizes that no matter how much training you give an individual who is well spoken, who can write very well and present their ideas exceptionally well, like myself and other young people, you're still having challenges communicating to financial institutions because they themselves are not doing the work to expand their portfolios, to be able to accept, receive, and advise on how we can fund and support non-tangible industries. And I think some of those challenges are helping us to step into a hustle mindset where we're going to have to decline a lot of opportunities that are allowing us to shape shift and step back from trying to become change leaders. And that's happening in the industry. However, for me, I've continued to stay the course because I've always believed in trying to see change happen from different elements with my diplomacy training because I studied international relations. So my interest in policy and politics is very high, and so I would not try to just advocate on the internet and try to have conversations that are meaningful to allow the space to shape shift and make valuable contributions to discussions like these that are helping people to understand and realize the success of what we can do with youth entrepreneurship and youth businesses and ideas because it's really changing. And I think my experience has exposed me to that. We've been able to do quite a lot of work and encouraging an interest in commercial dance and the commercial aspects of pageantry. I've allowed persons not to call me a chaperone or anybody working on my team, but pageant coaches and giving you real titles. And the impact is great. I can see it, I feel it. A lot of people are using the words that we use, which is to be guided by your passion, power, and purpose. It has become a catchphrase to be, passion and purpose and power. And these are the things that are helping us to, we're focusing on mindset and ethic, and it's manifesting itself beautifully in the way in which we're changing the space in which we exist in the creative arts.
Thank you, Desi, and quite interesting, understanding the journey here. So, Julian, you obviously have the role to develop enterprise across the youth business space in Dominica within your mandate at the Dominica Youth Business Trust. How has this been for you, and what do you think you have seen as some strong pillars for the development of the youth agenda where the economy is concerned in Dominica?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to all our listeners. Again, my name is Julianne Charles. I'm the Enterprise Development Officer at the Dominica Youth Business Trust. We at the Dominica Business Trust, our entire mission is to empower youth in realizing their entrepreneurial potential, and we do that through financial, technical, and social assistance programs that really are geared towards developing viable businesses in our economy, and thereby we hope that at the end of by providing that sort of support, we can help young persons contribute to the development of the national economy. And one of the ways that we do that is primarily through capacity building training, skill business training. And in my role as enterprise development officer, I really spearhead the enterprise development programs at the Dominic Youth Business Trust. We we essentially focus on three main programs. That is our enterprise development program, entrepreneurship development program. It really targets young persons who are really at the idea phase. So it's our incubator program, and it targets persons who are who would have developed an interest in business but do not know where exactly to start, may not know how to develop still need direction as to how to develop a business plan. So our entrepreneurship development program is a comprehensive 1 month program that is held every year in March. That targets different skills training sessions to include formulating business strategies, costing and pricing, marketing and promotion, how to access the export market. And we have various partners in different agencies, private and public sector agencies that come on board to help facilitate the various sessions within that program. We also have our small business, sorry, or small business assistance facility program. It is really our accelerator program that in that it targets persons who are already in business, but perhaps may need a little push or a little extra guidance as to how to formulate their business strategies, or reevaluate their business strategies. One of the challenges that I've noticed as well, having worked with all of the youth enterprises so far, being having been at the Dominic Youth Business Trust for about a year now, is that financial management is a really is a very common challenge across youth businesses, and a lot of persons do not understand the value in basic record keeping. Perhaps one of the issues that I've seen is that some of them actually do not know how to, or did not have access to the various even templates and so forth, to keep financial records for their business. And at the end of the day, we see a lot of businesses. The common word amongst businesses is that I'm not seeing where the money is going. I'm not seeing where the money is going. And it's simply because they do not keep financial records, and they are not aware of areas that they may need to change their different pricing strategies that they may need to take to perhaps increase their prices or decrease their cost of production to allow them to make a sufficient enough profits to have a sustainable business. And so, with my background in finance, having worked through the banking sector, pursuing my degree in economics and accounting, I really emphasize financial-based training throughout the various training programs. We also do various one-off training programs just to strengthen the financial management capacity of the different enterprises in Dominica. And the a recent program that we also adopted at the Dominic Youth Business Trust is the Social Enterprise Incubator Program, and I believe it's in line with also the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurs Initiative, spearheaded by the OECS Commission. In that we try to we emphasize the need of sustainable businesses, and businesses that are the need for businesses that directly can impact a social or environmental issue. So, with that social enterprise incubator program, we train young persons in business, or who may have a business idea that is geared towards particularly their services and products are geared towards particularly solving an environmental issue or social issue within the local economy. And we would have had three cohorts thus far since the initiation of that training program. A few of our entrepreneurs, I believe there we have Christiana Paul, who launched We Planet. We Planet is really an initiative that seeks to encourage sustainable practice, eco-friendly practices amongst nationals. So with its We Planet is actually an app that persons can, that encourages persons to practice eco-friendly activities and behaviors, such as shopping with a biodegradable bag instead of plastic bags, doing different beach cleanups, different initiatives that help to sustain the environment. And of course, there are different rewards programs that you earn points through the app based on your activity, and so that really encourages sustainable practices amongst nationals. And so these are really the different programs. We really understand that one of the things that Honorable Lakia Joseph would have mentioned as well, is that one of the issues, especially for her when she's just started business, is that she did not have access to financing. So what DYBT now comes to our role is now where we come in to fill that gap, is that we provide a loan guarantee facility whereby persons who complete our training programs can now access a credit guarantee of up to $20,000. And we have partnered with various development financial institutions, such as the Aid Bank, the NDFD, and the various cooperative credit unions in Dominica. whereby persons who complete our training programs can now go to these financial institutions. We help persons to develop business plans, and of course, a criteria would match the criteria of those financial institutions as well. And with that, they can now take that business plan and go to the financial institutions to secure a loan of up to $20,000, which would help them to start up their business, buy various equipment, whatever it is that they need. Or if they're already in business, it could help them to initiate any sort of expansion desires, or help them to expand their business in some sort of way. So we have understand that access to financing has been a great issue, and so we tend to we aim to solve that issue by promoting that loan guarantee facility. And really and truly, I have seen a lot of young persons gravitate towards our training programs, especially recently. We've emphasized the need of marketing, and a lot of businesses just don't know that they're in business, but they do not understand the role that marketing plays right now, especially in a world that's so heavily driven by social media. So we try to encourage again through our training programs the importance of marketing businesses. And so we've seen a lot of businesses where their levels of income generation and success overall have improved just by being able to market, having that opportunity and being introduced to various marketing strategies. And also, we at the Dominic U Business Trust, we promote marketing through our various social media pages for our clients and so forth, to give them that level of exposure, of exposure in the market, and of course to promote their businesses, to give them a greater success, help them to be more successful in their various ventures.
Thank you, Julian, for that. And quite interesting that most and all of the panelists spoke to the access to financing challenge that we have across the entrepreneurial space. And I suspect, considering the options that are available, I know that there is a partial guarantee credit program that exists within the ECPCGC, and I know it's kind of funded through the commercial banks. The note that Thomas made with regards to the youth economy, the option within the YBT, and the challenges continue to be mounted on finance. And maybe there is a need to develop the culture of angel investment, something that we perhaps need to consider very strong in the region, because a lot of times you will find the challenges where commercial banks will not be willing to take the risk, recognizing that they have not seen the proof of the pudding, if you may, in the development of that specific business. But interestingly, in addition to the access to financing, we have spoken a lot about training and technical capacity building. Lakia, I'm going to come back to you specifically because I know the government of Dominica had discussed last week in one of the Prime Minister's press conferences the idea of discussing the changes in the education model, recognizing that there might be a need to look at the curriculum specifically, perhaps changes in how we could make the curriculum more meaningful and valuable as we move into the technology sound future. What do you think that role of education is, and do you see perhaps more investment needed and more time being spent into innovation and collaboration that will maybe help our young people to be better skilled and better ready to face the challenges of entrepreneurship?
Yes, to a very large extent, I am all for it. Um, school school is a place where we spend a lot of time, and we learn a lot at school, and pretty much whatever we learn at school, we take it wherever we go. So if we don't learn certain things at home, at school, we don't learn it at home, we don't learn it at church, then eventually we have to end up learning it on our own. And that's what's happening to a lot of our young people. They are not reached out to at school. Um, our agriculture programs at school are very minuscule. So we only take the students to the garden one day a week for about an hour, and that's basically to do basic agriculture. What can you do in an hour with 20, 30 children, 30 students? And so if we integrate these models into our school systems, as we say, the education reform, I think that would benefit a lot of youth, because we see youth, teenagers being innovators from as low as 11, 12 years old, and they don't get any form of support, or they have no place to channel those energies and share those ideas and basically put them to the test. And if our school systems have those environments for our youth, then I think we'll see a radical change in the innovation and the entrepreneurial section of our economy.
Interesting indeed. Thomas, what are the thoughts on bringing entrepreneurship as a thematic area within our education system in St. Lucia?
Yeah, I think that has taken much too long, Karim. And I can remember a personal experience which I had having just graduated from UWI too long ago. I won't give away my age. But I remember one of the first things my then supervisor at the time, when I entered the world of work, he asked me for a business plan. I'm thinking to myself, what on earth is this man talking about? You know? Having spent 3 years at UWI. Are you with me?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
But
indeed.
I didn't let on that I didn't let on that I didn't know, you know. So immediately as I left the meeting, I went up to I don't know if the panelists would know, the South Always Community College, and at the time we were using encyclopedias.
Yes.
So the internet wasn't the thing as yet, you know, to figure out
right.
what is a business plan, you know, and I was able to successfully put one together. So yes, I don't think our current curriculum is adequate, you know, in terms of meeting the needs for entrepreneurship. It seems that the thinking is that the only gainful form of employment is working for somebody else, you know, as opposed to creating work for yourself, you know. So if you have a saturated market, where nobody else can employ you, how many 3,000 of you are coming out every year, and only 2,000 can get employed? What happened to the 1,000? Why don't we equip them to create work for themselves? And if what they create, there's a surplus, they can in turn create work for other persons, the other colleagues, the other classmates, even the persons in the community, you know. And I'm going to share an experience again with one of the entrepreneurs that we're already supporting through the Youth Economy Agency. He's using a lot of local produce. He produces chips and salsa. I don't know if you may be familiar with it, Karim. But he uses our local dashing, breadfruit, and plantain, and is sourcing that from the community around him. So if it is the case that the persons he's sourcing from are young persons, you can see how that now is creating what they call a youth economy in his community. And then you spread that to the next community, and the community after that, and all of a sudden, the whole of St. Lucia is infected, for want of a better word. And then when that market is now saturated, you look to the Oecs, you look to CARICOM, and even the wider world to export. You know? That's the whole thing where we just want to plant the seeds of entrepreneurship so that persons will change the mindset. And it's not always about working for somebody else. You can create work for yourself. So the government has now created a platform to provide support. You'd be surprised, just a simple injection of $1,000 or a simple packaging machine to reduce the amount of time you take to package whatever you produce from, let's say, 5 hours, because you have to produce the thing fried, perhaps wait, put it in the bag, put a label on it, and then put it in the box. That takes hours, you know. So if you have one machine that can do all of that for you, it now allows you time to focus on doing other things, you know. So I agree, and that entrepreneurship should, post his, become a subject in school, you know.
Absolutely. And I wanted to just bring in Desi for a minute here, because Desi raised the point. You raised 2 points, Desi, that I really took note of earlier in your introduction. One was around marketing, and a very big piece and a very big part of the conversation. And marketing in terms of the brand, in terms of the way in which your creative profession is recognized and called out, so that marketing component. Do you think in the region, and perhaps in St. Kitts specifically, that the word entrepreneurship and the profession entrepreneur is not considered to be sexy enough for our economies? And we believe that the only successful individual there is someone who's working within an organization. And I'm bringing this up because I think this is quite critical. And Lakia is laughing, and I suspect she's in line with the thought here. So, Desi, can you tell me, because you are in the creative space and you are you are trying to change the language and the way in which your profession is looked upon. Don't call you an usher. Don't call you, use me as a profession that as I am. So, what are your thoughts on that? And how do you think we can change the conversation to allow young people to feel that being in the farm, Alakia, is also as great as working in the bank?
Yeah, I was about to interject before Desi comes on.
Okay,
Recently I started using I started using the word sexy a little more because and as it relates to agriculture, I said, and when I sat with my colleagues, I said we need to make agriculture and business more sexy
Yeah.
because the youth are attracted to sexy, and sexy not in any derogatory form or anything, just making it more attractive, more inviting, because the youth, when they look at agriculture from the outside, traditionally it's sand, soil, stone, water, sun, and that's not all there is. You can literally grow your food in your living room with a simple hydroponic system, and it's sexy. It's a very beautiful addition to your living room, if I may add. So when you said sexy, I laughed because I tend to try and get people's attention away from traditional agriculture and toward sexy agriculture.
Indeed, indeed. There's he coming now. I think this is your time because this is your space.
All right, so thank you, Karim. I actually have some challenges for your questions posed because it was lots of loaded questions. But I don't think there
Yes.
is an issue entirely with the glamorization of entrepreneurship because a lot of people are attracted to it. But what's happening is that when they get in it, they don't really realize that it's not as glamorous as it looks. So I actually realized that a lot of people are not doing well because Thomas would have alluded to it because of a lack of training. In our schools, we're not being trained to be self sufficient. We're being trained to go into systems that are not even working with us, and especially the way youth thinks. So we're losing a lot of passion in those spaces and not being able to add value. And I think the internet, actually, the media has been doing a tremendous job in glamorizing entrepreneurship, that everybody is trying something. Even when you have a full time job, people are trying to do something
On the
to
side.
make additional income so that they can live the kind of life that they want to live. But like I said, it's grit. It's teaching. You can't really teach grit. You have to teach a mindset. And one of the things I had to pull up here is I did a program with the U.S. State Department last year, the IVLP program. It's an exchange program that allows individuals to go on a 3-week program across 4 states. And I visited Drexel University, who is actually pioneering entrepreneurship studies in the US. And they have been able to find the formula that is allowing individuals to be able to become groomed in a way that they can become successful. And they have training spaces as well as even spaces after your program to do startups and work with individuals to get mentorship and training and try again. Try because you have to fail forward, right? And we're not teaching that. We're not teaching the mindset. We're not teaching that you have to fail forward. We're not teaching grit because the moment that somebody says something negative, you think it's oh I'm failing, right? So there's a whole panic surrounding a lot of the things that we're creating, and that's what I'm young. I'm not 30 yet, and I've been doing. My parents are entrepreneurs, so not quite naturally, I actually became an entrepreneur, and my parents are not doing the same thing that I'm doing. I created my own path in creative industry, which is one of the most difficult spaces to exist in, and in the service industry. And it is interesting for me to see the way persons respond to criticism, and not taking it and trying to figure out how can I do better given the criticism, because a lot of the criticism isn't necessarily destructive, it's constructive, and be able to transform and exist in space. We're not teaching those things. I really don't think there's an issue with glamorization per se. With agriculture, perhaps we might have a lot of work to do there. Instead of teaching or demonstrating the dirt part, because there's agriculture is so it has so many opportunities in it. The byproduct opportunities, resale opportunities, even just providing spaces for persons to exist in market spaces to be able to sell goods, and even agriculture could become service oriented with consultations and all those things. We just have to demonstrate the opportunities within the areas of interest that we have that could help persons to be able to fill niches as well. Because I find the Caribbean region, we're not doing a lot of that. I'm the only creative solutions and management agency in St. Kitts and Nevis. And this business started 2 years ago, focusing on event production, focusing on concept development, teaching people how to organize ideas, coming up with ideas to be able to help people to do marketing and all those things. Because I've been able to do so much with Poise that I was like, I'm going to just keep that as a passion project and start something new that's going to be revenue generating to fill some gaps, because we do have a lot of gaps to fill, and we're not focusing on that. We're not issuing lists of. I know Julian would have mentioned Oecs is doing some work in the green entrepreneur area. The programs that you guys are encouraging persons to tap into. We don't have the numbers to say how much interest is there, and I'm hoping that the interest exists and it's doing well. But we also need to know what else can we do. When I do forums like this or speaking engagements throughout the island, I always direct persons to the Oecs page, to Carib Export, to try to get information on market analysis. What do people need? How can you make money in different areas? And also to survey the space. Ask individuals, what are you missing? Because a lot of the times we tend to build businesses instead of, let's say, out of passion sometimes, but not as much as out of a need. So out of a need to make an income. So we go to the easiest thing as opposed to trying to go to the thing that's going to help us to expand our reach and make an income that could be something we can live off of for the rest of our lives and our children's lives, and build something that is sustainable as well. And that's something that we're missing: sustainable businesses. Julian mentioned this as well, having an issue with even simple record keeping. And that's an issue we have generally with not teaching financial literacy in schools. It seems as though they think math and doing accounting, which is optional, and POB is something that's going to help us. But financial literacy should be something that is taught from a very young age. I bought my nephew his first financial literacy book at age 6, which was financial literacy for kids. I have a friend, her name is Davinia Tomlinson. She wrote a book called Cash's Queen, which focuses on financial literacy for young women and girls, right? So it's really important that we tap into a lot of other resources. The glamorization is there. It is sexy enough, I can say that. Because if I walk into the room in my full suit saying I'm an entrepreneur, that looks just as attractive as wanting to work in a government office. Um, for some people, it looks good, it feels good. You speak well, and everybody's like, oh, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be a business person. But it's the getting in it, it's the inside, it's the lack of the mindset, the lack of training, as mentioned, that sometimes help to prevent all of the efforts going towards trying to build an economy on youth entrepreneurship. And I think that's generally where I would challenge all of your questions asked.
Thank you, Desi. And I know it was a long question, and I wanted to get your full feedback from it, so I do appreciate it. Now, it's an interesting conversation we're having here. Production is actually giving me the nudge. We have 5 minutes, 1 minute each, 5 of us, to give your closing remarks and your thoughts of how you believe we can strengthen the youth entrepreneurship ecosystem. And Julian, I'm going to give you the floor. to kick off with your 1 minute closure. And thank you so much.
1 minute. Okay, let me see if I can take on that challenge. Desi mentioned something that's very important, and it's really all about your mindset. At the end of the day, we entrepreneurs and persons who want to pursue entrepreneurship needs to understand that at the end of it, no one is going to tell you, or no one can really carry your hand to make you be successful. You ought to be purposed in yourself, in your heart, in your mind, that I want to be successful. Because really and truly, we see sometimes on the outside, we see all the glamour and all the sexy, but it's really hard work. And I believe that one of the roles that not just the education system can play, but parents as well can play through supporting youth entrepreneurship is actually giving that sort of counseling, that level of support to push persons, instilling values. Because at the end of the day, it starts at home. And in compliance, in order to have a successful compliance program, one of the first lines of defense is the policies and the procedures that you set at the initial stage. So with children, with young people, what policies are being set at the home? What are the different values that are being set at the home to ensure that they're actually inculcated into that level of mindset that understands the need for discipline in whatever venture, be it entrepreneurship, be it through employment. There needs to be a level of discipline, understanding that values are important, or you treat people as well is also important, and that definitely contributes to your level of success as an entrepreneur. And I know that throughout all of the different challenges, one of the things that we can do as supporters of entrepreneurship, and through even on the policy level, is to perhaps reduce the level of bureaucracy, in that this serves as one of the main deterring factors that discourages persons from pursuing entrepreneurship. Even looking at through just simply having to pursue a loan, or with the loan guarantee facility that we provide at the Dominic Youth Business Trust, I believe there needs to be a greater level of connectivity, communication between the various financial institutions. Because one entrepreneur would come to me, they get approved for their loan guarantee facility by the trust, and then something as simple as getting a credit report, they have to go on foot to every institution to get that report. And whereas if I sign a document authorizing you to request that information from this financial institution on my behalf, I believe that should be sufficient enough for you to take that action and prompt it to the different institutions, so that I won't have to be doing all of the different walking about just to get a simple credit report, and then extending the time that it takes to actually secure my loan to start my business. So I believe we need to really try in our efforts to create a space that truly promotes and encourages entrepreneurship, um, make things more attractive to young persons. We sometimes have a level of impatience that we want things quickly. And I believe that just through the different government agencies, private sector agencies, just doing simple videos as to how to um, do things online, like filing your taxes, doing different videos that persons can just go on the different websites to just look at those things, rather than having to do all of the different walking about. Make things more attractive, use social media, use the technology that is at our disposal to really encourage entrepreneurship. And really and truly, we need to be more collaborative in our efforts. And a lot of times we see that collectively, the OECS, we have a greater GDP than Barbados, which is upcoming as a first world country. But collectively, there with a GDP of over 4 billion, collectively in the OECS, we have a GDP of over 6 billion. So we can tap into that market, but we need to be more collaborative in our efforts. A lot of times, we tend as entrepreneurs to see that, okay, because this next person is doing the same business as I am, I need to it's competition. But if you join efforts, and that's where we really need to strengthen and teach the importance of perhaps formulating cooperatives amongst especially persons in agriculture. Form cooperatives, pool your resources together, and that way your output can be even greater, and that you'll be able to meet the demands of a wider market, meet the demands of the export market as well. So I believe we need to try to be less competitive and more collaborative in our efforts, and that definitely will amplify our success rate in youth entrepreneurship in the OECS. Thank you.
Thank you for that summary, Julian. Well said, and brilliantly put. Thomas, over to you in your closing remarks. Thank you.
Yes, Karim, I think one of the first things you need to give consideration to is knowing what's out there. How do we know what ideas are out there among the youth population? How do we know what businesses are out there among the youth population that are struggling and just need that intervention to take them to the next level? And I think it was Desi who spoke to it earlier on. Sometimes the intervention could be simply the provision of a laptop, under 2000 EC to enable them to keep their records. Yeah? The intervention could be a laptop again to enable them to launch a social media page, whether it be Facebook or Instagram, to make their product known to their market. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit out there. And having launched the Youth Economy Agency, we've received, I think, over 400 applications in the space of less than 2 months. Yeah, 400 applications. I'm saying I've seen some of them personally, I've interviewed some of them personally, and the intervention could be a very small intervention that could cause a big transformation for that business and in the future for the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Desi, I'm coming back to you, and I'm going to end with Honorable Lakia with her remarks. So, Desi, if you could just sum up for us, thanks.
She's muted.
You might be muted, Desi. Yeah.
I'm just interested in seeing how we can now talk to institutions about the changing landscape. I really want to see us make an effort on and become advocates on behalf of youth entrepreneurs as government agencies, as advisors, and so forth, to be able to encourage institutions to be able to tap into, because I could demonstrate how I've never been able to get a loan, and I can demonstrate how I've been able to pay over 200,000 EC dollars in rent over the last 6 years. And they're not giving you the opportunity to be able to capitalize on opportunities of funding because they don't understand the non-tangible services and the space within especially creative industries. So who we know have to have that conversation on a high level about creating creating facilities that can help to fund and support businesses that are demonstrating that they're able to make the income to pay that facility back. So I would really like to see that advocacy happen, and not just continuously training young people who are capable to no end. Because if you're training me to be able to apply for something that does not exist, it will not work. So we need to be able to have conversations to help to change these systems to move with the way our space has been shifting, so that we can definitely see an uptake in successful youth entrepreneurship ventures. And that's generally what's going to help us to be able to skyrocket everything that we're currently doing as youth entrepreneurs, and even as the OECS trying to encourage that kind of space so that we can be successful as a region in our economies.
Thank you, Desi. Honorable, it's over to you to close off our conversation today.
Sure.
So go ahead.
Sure. I'll go a little more. I'll be brief, but I'll go a little further. And now being a part of the government system as a minister, and actually getting to sit with the policymakers and being a policymaker myself, I understand and I've recognized that the world is in transition, searching for more innovative ways to combine economic growth, the reduction of poverty, and equitable development in a more environmentally sustainable manner. And there is a mounting concerns everywhere about the short and long term impact of globalization on the environment, and to a certain extent, a dawning realization that ensuring the quality of present and future life and employment depend on how we tackle this challenge now. And the basic solution calls for new forms of cooperation between government, businesses, workers, and societies in general to promote the concept of a sustainable enterprise. Because to a certain extent, we all function in the same space at the same time, and we all demand different things from the environment, and it all has to come together for it to work. And to put in short, we are facing three grave challenges at this moment that make the promotion of an enabling national environment for sustainable youth environment enterprise, sorry, very, very urgent. And I think Desi and Julian mentioned earlier, and that's the global economic crisis that we're facing. Secondly, the sustainability crisis, and thirdly, the employment crisis. And I think we need to ask ourselves some questions as it relates to entrepreneurship, youth, especially agriculture. And we have to ask ourselves why youth entrepreneurship, and do we know what works? What are the policy implications? How do we tackle the promotion of entrepreneurship culture, the introduction, how do we introduce entrepreneurship education at different education levels? How do we improve the legal and regulatory environment? How do we make finance more accessible and affordable? And what are the relevant business development services and support schemes? And so, in order for us to answer these questions, we need to approach entrepreneurship, youth, agriculture, the creative arts, technology, innovation, creativity, holistically and comprehensively. And to have a lasting impact, the promotion of youth entrepreneurship should be approached, as I said, comprehensively, emphasizing sectors with job creation potential and integrating the three components of sustainable enterprises, and that is social, economic, and environmental. And with a model like that, I don't think we can go wrong. We just need to approach it open-mindedly and ensure that the persons that we actually wish to target are targeted. Because to a large extent, the youth are not being catered for, and we need to take it a little more seriously because we're taking the entrepreneurship roller coaster very, very wildly, and it needs to be put under control. The youth need to understand exactly what is happening, but the policymakers like myself also need to take into consideration that there has to be provisions for youth, and a simple intervention, as Mr. Julian said, can go a very, very long way. So in short, that's my contribution. I'm an entrepreneur myself, I'm an agriculturist myself, and I'm also a policymaker. So I'm speaking on all fronts as it relates to youth, entrepreneurship, agriculture, the creative arts, and all the other industries that the youth is involved in it as it relates to entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much to all of you, Desi, Thomas, Julianne, and Kay. I think this has been an exceptional conversation. I, for one, enjoyed it, and I believe we touched on some key components that would enable a safer, better ecosystem for youth entrepreneurship. And I really hope that within our own spaces, we'll be able to influence policymakers to do more and to do better, and to encourage partnerships across the public-private space. As Lakia said, this is really the ecosystem we are living in, and we need all facets of society to support. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to share your expert thoughts with us, and we look forward to chatting with you again.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator Karim Geese, and thanks to our panelists, Thomas, Julianne, Desi, and Lakia. I rarely see youth empowering each other, just directing them, sharing the knowledge as to how they could acquire the necessary support, not only to access funding, but necessary training and supporting through other means. So just want to say, interesting discussion. We have more to come. Just to advise our viewers on the auditorium that you could refresh your browser and get a better visual as to what was going on. We may not have had a visual earlier on. So for those of you listening and viewing via the auditorium, just refresh the browser and we should be in. Remember, you can evaluate this session. Simply scan the QR code shown right here on your screen. So we certainly appreciate you evaluating the preceding session here. Just to highlight a couple comments coming in on the chat, Terry says, great discussion, and Elizabeth says, great job. This is the OECS Trade Expo 2023. We remind you to visit the booths throughout the day. In the lobby, you just want to click on the exhibit hall. There you'll find two groups, the TICA exhibitors and the OECS exhibitors. Click on either one, it takes you to the booths. You can search by keyword, country, or industry. Apply the filter and you're in. So let's get going. This is day 2. When we come back, we take you center stage for product service demonstrations.
So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
See you at the
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate. We grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own.
I am here to represent Combative Architectural Designs. I want to invite you and you and you to visit my booth because my designs are unique designs and have its own niche. They are a combination of Asian and Caribbean architectural designs. So see you at the OECS Virtual Expo 2023.
Are you looking for a way to increase your energy levels and boost your immune system? Well, Hey Mama Simos is perfect for you. 100% natural, organic, and high in antioxidants. May 15th to the 17th, check us out at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo. See you there.
Welcome again. Now follow me to center stage as we feature MSME exhibitors. First, Sugartown Organics from St. Kitts and Nevis, an agriculture-based social enterprise innovating along the agriculture value chain, crafting world-class, authentic Afro-Caribbean beauty and vegan food products infused with the flavors of our island home. Native Radiance from St. Kitts and Nevis is a holistic brand that focuses on healing the body, hair, and skin. We formulate products that are Ayurvedic in nature. Hey Mama from Dominica specializes in the production of high-quality, dried, packaged sea moss, while we maintain a commitment to ethical and sustainable business practices. Cocoa Pods Botanicals from Grenada is the old adage that beauty is only skin deep. Cocoa Pod Botanicals uses pure Grenada's best organically grown spices and herbs with your skin and overall health in mind. Feel free to navigate the platform where you can find information, visit the rooms, chat with stakeholders, schedule meetings, or say hi to your host.
Nevis, a new business was born on December 28, 2022, Native Radiance Treatment Center. The founder, Shabana Prince, recognized the need for a solution to hair and scalp issues that can impact people's confidence and self-esteem. She wanted to create a business that not only makes people look better, but feel better too. The hair and scalp treatments at Native Radiance utilize light therapy, hydration, and hair restoration therapy to rejuvenate and restore the health of your hair and scalp. These treatments have a significant impact in the lives of many customers who were self-conscious about their hair and scalp issues. These customers getting a scalp massage, and after analysis, a hair tea was created to treat the issues identified. Native Radiance also offers a variety of skincare products, including soaps, oils, creams, and shampoos, designed specifically to address common skin issues like acne, eczema, and hyperpigmentation. All the products are made with natural ingredients to ensure that the skin is nourished and healthy. The team at Native Radiance is passionate about helping customers achieve their healthiest, most radiant selves. They are dedicated to providing the best possible treatments and products to address hair and skin issues and improve the overall well-being of customers. Native Radiance.
Welcome to Hey Mama's Kitchen. Today, I'm going to show you how to prepare CMOS and cocoa tea, better known as CMOS and cocoa tea. Before us lie our ingredients. We have our CMOS gel, finely grated cocoa sticks, nutmeg, honey, of course that's our Hey Mama wildcrafted CMOS, vanilla essence, milk, lemongrass, anise, cinnamon, ginger, and bay leaves. So let's get started. First of all, add 2 cups of water to a saucepan. Add 3 bay leaves, 1 cinnamon stick, 2 tablespoons of ginger, 1 sprig of anise, and some lemongrass, and allow to simmer. Add 2 finely grated cocoa sticks and 1 teaspoon of nutmeg. Stir in the ingredients to allow it to mix nicely. Bring to a boil. Add 1 cup of milk of your choice. Add 1 cup of Hey Mama CMOS gel to the mixture. And stir. Add some form of sweetener. We're using 1/2 cup honey, but you could use sugar or whatever you choose, as long as it's delicious to your palate. Add 1 teaspoon of vanilla essence for added flavor. At this point, you've already added all your ingredients. Allow the tea to boil. Turn off the heat and using a strainer, pour into your favorite cup. This recipe makes 4 servings. You're advised to serve this delicious drink hot. And of course, don't forget to enjoy.
African lady, African sugar. Hey, keep the tank. Yeah, African sugar. I'm an African lady, African sugar. I'm an African lady, African sugar. Baby, I'm an African lady, African sugar. African backyard, giving them sugar. African backyard, giving them fire. Baby, you're my African queen, African lady, African sugar. Et pour toi je commettrai le pire, mais ton cœur est blindé, il me connaît déjà. Forcément il a bloqué tout sentiment.
most people, the idea of quarantine sounds like being locked up in a room alone for weeks on end, with no hopes of seeing the outdoors. But that hasn't been the case for me.
My name is Trisha Simon. I'm a lawyer. I would always say to people, I'm a lawyer from Toronto, but I'm from Grenada. I always say when I introduce myself that I am from Grenada. And in 1995, I went to Canada. I went to school there. I became a lawyer. And I would always come home. Every year, I would come home maybe at least 3 times a year. And people would be like, "You're here again?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm here again."
In February, I came and bam, COVID hit. And I had to make the decision, do I go back to Canada or do I stay here? And I made the decision to stay here because to me, Grenada's paradise. Why? Because I can do a lot of things. Coming back home to Grenada has given me the fantastic opportunity to couple work and relaxation in the most intrinsic way. I'm able to work from anywhere, literally anywhere. Most days, my office is in the world-famous Grand Anse Beach with a cool breeze caressing my skin and brilliant turquoise water and coconut trees as my backdrop. I work a few hours in the shade and then I'd walk on the beach. When I need a break, I'd buy some fish because that's what I eat. So the reality is I can't ask for anything more except to be home in Grenada. I love being in nature. It's calm, it's serene, it's beautiful. And those are the things I like about Grenada. A few years ago, I started a new business venture. And I'm still a lawyer, I still practice. I love helping people. And so I started a soap company, it's called La Bonte. In French, means pure goodness. So it's still a tag onto that. When you think about Grenada, it's pure. And so I love tending to my little garden. I started planting things that I need. So I plant things like shadow benny, I plant basil, I plant parsley. And you're like, well, what is she planting? Food. The reality is that I say, if you can't eat it, then don't put it on your skin. And my father has a good bit of property and there's some cows on it. And so what I do is that every day I come over, I see him, I see the cows, and that's what I spend most of my days. I decided to stay because of COVID and I feel safe here. I have a good friend who's a doctor and he's in charge of the program, and I said to him, his name is Mitch and he's been my doctor for quite a few years since I was a teenager. I said, "Mitch, I'm staying because I know you'll keep me safe." And so far, I feel safe. I speak to my friends in Toronto. They tell me what's happening because I have underlying health conditions. And it was really important to me to know that I can feel safe because of COVID. And I follow the safety protocols. I wear my mask as well as the social distancing. And I go out. I do go out. I have fun. I go see my friends, but we make sure that we follow the safety protocols. Every morning, I'm grateful that I'm able to be here in Grenada to quarantine in paradise. You know, Grenada's home is paradise. It's beautiful, it's clean, it's quiet, it's safe. So whether for work or pleasure, Pure Grenada is just for you as it is for me.
Straight into the problem. It's glaring. And I believe the Oecs Techie program noticed. Let's say the Oecs hosted an accelerator program and invested $25,000 in the best tech entrepreneur with the best idea. But what next? Who does he call to have his brilliant application developed? Or where does he have to go to have his world-changing product manufactured? India? China maybe? Surely not the US. But why not the Caribbean? I want the audience to think about that question. Why not the Caribbean? One might say because we lack the resources and tools to develop technology in the Caribbean. This may be true, but not for much longer. Optronics is developing a full suite of end-to-end hardware and software development solutions to accelerate the growth of what we would like to coin as the Silicon Forest here in the Caribbean.
As technological development continues to grow, so will Optronics. Over the past 2 years, Optronics has almost tripled its value in revenue between 2021 and 2022. There are a number of reasons why we think we are the best candidate for this investment. The first being, Optronics is set to be the market leader, redefining the state of technology in the Caribbean by offering a variety of services and capabilities that are not easily found, and by attracting and developing some of the brightest minds. 2. We are a full-service platform offering a variety of services all under one roof. This ranges from prototyping, app development, web development, automation, and digital literacy. 3. There is a large runway for growth driven by increase in technological adoption. 4. We have deep connections and relationships with some of the largest organizations in the Caribbean and some of key government officials. 5. We are a young, eager, and hungry management team who will ensure the success of the business and ensure the success of your investment. If given the $25,000 investment, we plan to use it to bolster our experience and expertise within software development and app development, and also develop in-house prototyping products for commercialization opportunities. Optronics is set to be the future of technology in the Caribbean. So join us as we accelerate the growth of a Silicon Forest in the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Over 100 exhibitors showcasing their products and services. We're so happy to have you guys. Well, it's time for roundtable discussion number 3, our second for day 2, pitching your business for financing. I introduce the moderator, Kwesi Roberts, technical specialist, entrepreneurship and innovation development.
A pleasure to be here. As Miguel indicated, my name is Kwesi Roberts. I'm a technical specialist with the Oecs Competitive Business Unit, and I'll be moderating this session. While the topic for this segment is focused on pitching and helping entrepreneurs understand how to pitch their business for financing, I think we will seek to have a broader discussion in terms of access to financing. And since that has featured significantly through the discussions from yesterday and into this morning, I'm happy to introduce the esteemed panel of gentlemen who have a wealth of experience in the regional financial and business development sector. And so with me on this call, let me introduce first of all, Mr. Michael Gordon, who is a director with the GBEST Consulting Company from Trinidad and Tobago, and also a director in the Oecs Techie program that is designed to support tech entrepreneurs in the region. Also, we have on the call Mr. Bruno Deiter, who is the Assistant General Manager for Regional and Corporate Commercial Banking at Republic Bank Eastern Caribbean Limited. Welcome, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for joining us for this session. To begin, I will try to set the context for the discussion against the backdrop of the considerable discussions that have taken place yesterday, as I said, and into today. And these discussions relate more to access to finance and the regional business ecosystem. Now, pitching in and itself is part of that because an entrepreneur has to prepare themselves to be able to pitch their business to a financial institution or to any financier who is seeking to invest in their business. But pitching a business is one of the most nerve-wracking parts of an entrepreneur's journey, especially for startups who are just starting out. It is often said that an individual has one opportunity to make a first impression. This could be very true for entrepreneurs seeking to convince an investor or financial institution to fund their business idea, or even convincing potential clients or customers to try their products for the first time. This expo provides an opportunity for entrepreneurs to connect with international buyers from major companies around the world. And the platform itself gives SMEs an opportunity to convince buyers and so to try their products and to take their products into their distribution portfolio. So pitching is always going to be an important feature, but like I said, it's just one aspect of really, seeking out financing. But the reality is that executing an effective pitch can be some gateway to success or an opportunity for entrepreneurs. Now, oftentimes you see on shows like Shark Tank or Dragon's Den, we are mesmerized by the manner in which entrepreneurs are able to convince investors to, back their businesses and support their businesses. But what some people don't pay attention to is the whole issue of, the amount of time it actually takes behind the scenes to prepare the pitch and the due diligence and the editing and so forth before you are able to showcase a successful pitch. But essentially, entrepreneurs need to be able to effectively communicate to investors and financial institutions to help unlock the financing that they require to grow. In this regard, so we are seeking to address this issue of how startups and financiers can really communicate with each other better to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. MSMEs yesterday in the discussion, they spoke to the ecosystem and the capacity challenges in terms of accessing financing, some things like record keeping and the lack of standardization in terms of forms and so forth. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, in fact, also presented and spoke to the whole issue of providing or working towards a movable assets registry. The Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation, which is providing a financing support mechanism. So to start off the discussion, really, I think we would want to try to understand what are some of the issues really that SMEs face in pitching their business or presenting their business to financial institutions. What are some of the current challenges that you've found from your experience in your various areas of operation? So perhaps I can start with Mr. Deiter, and then we can go to Michael.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, all present. Good morning to all. Yeah, so thank you, Kwesi. So there are a number of challenges that, from my experience, that some small, medium enterprises face. First of all, of course, they are not like large corporate entities with most oftentimes, they don't have adequate or comprehensive financial plans. There's no, in terms of record keeping, there's a reluctance to have maybe audited or accountant prepared financial statements, and that is obvious. It makes sense because of the fact that they don't have the necessary resources in terms of being able to afford to pay for an audit firm to probably to review the books, right? So right off the bat, that presents a challenge for any medium small enterprise seeking some sort of financing. And of course, from that is as well a business plan or business pitch. So a lot of our MSMEs, especially in the OECS and the EC region, they don't have a comprehensive business plan or business pitch in terms of and in terms of presentation to any financial institution or financer or an investor, right? So these are some of the obvious challenges that we see from a banking perspective in terms of from the get-go, some of the challenges that they are faced. Usually as well, piggybacking on that would be probably the historical existence. So some of them really, some are startups, Some of them are relatively new, maybe under 12 months, under 2 years, and there is not much history in terms of cash flows. So any financer or any investor would want to know that there's a reliability of cash flows. And given that there is no history to support it, that puts them, when you compare to larger corporate entities, that puts them in a worse off position than the corporate or larger firms, right? So in a nutshell, I think based on my experience, these are the two primary areas or key areas where we find that a lot of MSMEs face challenges, in terms of procuring or pitching for financing.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Michael, I would ask you, well, the same question, but I'll also expand it to just to ask, apart from those challenges identified by Mr. Deiter, do MSMEs really, currently in the current state, are they, is there sufficient capacity and ability, to really provide the information to the financial institutions as it obtains?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me, Tracy, and the OECS Commission. When it comes to pitching and getting people to appreciate what you do, you have to understand one thing: you can't control what they see. You can only control what you communicate. So it's really important that when you prepare yourself to go to an investor, be it a bank, an equity investor, or anything like that, a development bank, or anybody like that, you have to understand them first. You need to understand exactly what they're looking for. Now, I know Mr. Didier will tell you he's not trying to put equity into businesses, or not necessarily, right? He's looking to lend money and you get it back over a period of time, and that is very understandable. And I don't expect them to do anything less than be risk averse when it comes to lending. But there are rules. But so when you're pitching to a bank, you'll have a particular approach. When you're pitching to an investor, an equity investor, for example, you will tend to have a different approach. And what you need to do is to understand who's your audience. Who are you pitching to invest? All right. There's certain information that every investor look for, whether you are into banking or whether you're into equity. They all try to understand who you are as an investor. They try to understand whether you really have whether you have identified the problem you're trying to resolve and you have a solution for it. All right. You also try to understand the market space you're in. If you understand that market space, if you understand what the consumers are, what drives consumer behavior, if you have those things understood and you understand your business, and the point that Mr. Didier made about the business plan. A lot of people think the business plan is just to go and get money, and then you get the money, and then they put it on the shelf and move on. The business plan really supposed to help you focus and help you become more strategic in your thinking. So it'll actually give you information about your business that they may not have otherwise processed if you had not had the business plan. So the business plan gives you a structure in terms of how you should think about your business and how you should develop the market, how you should develop your operations, how ICT could be involved, what your team needs to be, the technical part of it, the management part of it, the marketing part, etc. And then how it's going to be financed. Is it going to be financed by lending, or do you have a longer vision? Is it going to be including some equity in it? Is it going to have some different instruments? So one thing I always try to advise to entrepreneurs is that while you're going into looking to find financing, try to understand what the best financing is available to you. So if you need, for example, receivables financing, don't go for a term loan. If you're looking for a long-term investor, don't go for a 3-year loan. So it's important that you understand what the needs are and about who your audience is when you're pitching to them, so they will know. You'll understand about what your business needs are, and you'll also understand what they're looking for. One thing that I recognize, for example, when we did OECS Techie, we probably had about over 300 applicants. We indicated we're looking for tech-enabled or tech-based organizations. And the majority of people, we actually asked a question, are you tech-based or tech-enabled? And the other people answered no. So if you come into a tech-based project and we're asking you whether you're tech-based or tech-enabled, and you say no, chances are you're not going to be in the top ranking, right? So again, and it's because if you did research and you realize this is where we're going, then you will understand that for you to be successful, you need to have that sort of background for your business. So it's really important that you understand who you're pitching to. I can talk about the elements of pitching, and you all know about it. We have been through it many times, but there are some things that you have to do before, and there's something you have to keep in mind all the way through, which I'll come to as we discuss further.
No, well, thanks for that. So maybe we can just get into, right into that. What are some of the things that entrepreneurs need to do in terms of preparing before they actually engage a financial institution?
Okay.
So I'll go to Mr. Dieter and just, come back to you, Michael, on that. But, what are some of the things you think an entrepreneur should sit, and think about before they engage a financial institution, before they even come to that discussion?
Yes. So definitely, first and foremost is a business pitch, right? And as we know, the first impression, as we say, is a lasting one. So for me, and from a financing perspective, from a bank's perspective, I would say, generally speaking, to keep it simple, I usually say the 5 C's of credit, right? So when you in your business plan, you speak to your character, you speak to the capacity, capital that you have, collateral, and conditions. Of course, the conditions, the financer, which is the bank in that case, would assist you, right? And just to break it out, so coming out from your business plan, firstly, it should be clear and concise. But in terms of character, a financial institution or financer always needs to know, who are you? Who are you? Who are the sponsors? Who are the investors? Who is the management team? So you need to clearly say who you are. And again, it's all part of the KYC, the compliance, for us to know who we're dealing with. So your plan, whatever plan you have, has to be clear and concise as to who you are, your level of experience, your expertise, and just a background to the key people around you, the key people in the company. Because many people think that okay, I'm doing a business pitch, I only need to talk about numbers and crunch the numbers. But it's just as important as your reputation and what you've done, where you've been, and who you are now, right? So, and of course, and who are the people around you. If you have any if you have any equity investors, equity partners, we also need to know who they are, right? So that is critical in determining that. And for example, if you're into poultry farming and you're looking for financing for your poultry farm, we would need to know, do you have any experience in the agriculture sector? Or perhaps you may not have the experience, but somebody critical to the operations of the firm has that. So it is important that you let us know a little bit about the people involved, their character and reputation. Secondly, in terms of, I would probably say, in terms of capacity, are you able to repay that debt, right? Whether it be to an investor, how are you going to repay that debt, or whether it be to the bank? And from a banking standpoint, of course, we would defer to to refer to your cash flows. Now, in SMEs, as I said in my introduction, sometimes you have startups, right, where there is no historical data, there is no cash flow analysis that we can do. So you approach the bank for $1 million facility, and you have not operated before. So there is no way for me to judge adequately whether, based on your existing cash flows, whether you can repay that debt. So you need to say to me now, based on what you're projecting. So you have to provide me with some projections to say, well, this is what I intend to do with the funds that will be allocated to me. And as a result of that, I'm going to see such and such an amount in revenues. Now, of course, projections, something that we usually see from MSMEs is that the projections sometimes can be a little bullish. So we need you to attach assumptions. Why are you projecting this? And tell me why, right? Because obviously there's a whole rationale and a whole reason driving why you're in that business. So you need to sell that. You need to make me understand. For example, you may be going into an Airbnb business. Maybe you are an existing Airbnb provider, and historically you've probably rented probably ADR, the nightly rate, $100 US, but now you want to borrow $1 million, and you're stating that your nightly rate will move from 100 to $250 US, right? So this is a significant jump. So you need to explain to me what is going to be driving this. Perhaps it is with the $1 million, you're gonna inject some capex, you're gonna do some room upgrades, right? The marketing of the entity, and maybe there are other firms or other Airbnbs who are able to generate this much, within the local market, within the local space, right? So I believe capacity in your business plan is critical. Of course, the capital. What have you injected? I think we usually refer to it as any skin in the game. Have you invested anything into your property? Because remember, from a financial standpoint, from a banking standpoint, we are somewhat investors into your company, right? So we're going to loan you such and such an amount, right? So we need to understand, what are you injecting? And again, it's not only cash equity, right? So over the years, over the period of time, there might be something, an asset that you have and you can offer as an equity injection. We are coming with the cash, right? But perhaps you don't have the cash. That is why you're coming to us, right? So there must be some value or some equity, some skin in the game. There must be some vested interest in there. Having said that, it's not to say that we would not do 100% 100% financing, right? But that is determined on how well you are able to convince us, all right, of the viability of your business, right? For collateral, of course, is security. Every lender would like to know that in the unlikely event that you are unable to meet your debt obligations, that there is a secondary source of repayment. And usually in the Caribbean space, it's usually a real estate asset, something of value, land or collateral, cash. So generally speaking, in your business case, you can indicate to us that this is what you offer as security. For example, the value of the land or the real estate you are proposing is 2 million versus your request of 1 million. So in a worst case scenario, if we discount the value and we have to liquidate your asset, the bank will be able to more than adequately cover the loan balance. And of course, what that does is it reduces the risk to the financer, to the bank, right? And of course, as you know, pricing, the interest rate is determined on risk. So if you are able to convince me that whatever you are providing as security is adequate to liquidate and to clear everybody, then of course it reduces the pricing and the cost of financing to you. Conditions, I would say, generally speaking, it's a joint agreement between you and the bank. The bank has standard conditions, but of course, there's nothing wrong with you proposing some of the conditions you are willing to work with, right? So, in a nutshell, I keep saying, let's stick to the 5 C's, market this, ensure that it's clear, and it doesn't have to be a 100-page presentation, right? Some people think that it has to be 100 pages long, but it can be short, succinct, addressing those key issues, and that is enough to win a discussion and advance your request.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for that sort of comprehensive overview of what financial institutions really look for. So Michael, maybe I can ask you, how does an entrepreneur prepare for that, and what are some of the things that the entrepreneur would need to do in terms of preparing and so for that pitch to a financial institutions? And I know we have on the call credit institution, but I think we would want to consider in this discussion equity financing or whatever financing mechanism might be available within the ECCU, because the expectation is that hopefully we can get to a stage where we have various financial solutions that are available to entrepreneurs.
Okay. So there, I like to identify it under 4 headings. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. One is the key elements of a pitch. Secondly, before what you do before pitching, the preparedness, what you're doing when pitching, which is like the communication, and then things you have to keep in mind. Okay, so some of the key elements of a pitch, and while I'll call it in a particular order, it doesn't necessarily mean that way. If you watch Shark Tank and Dragon's Den, which everybody I'm sure has seen at one point in time, you realize some people have different approaches. Some people will come and they will tell you the problem up front, or they will have a little drama at the beginning where they tell you what they do, and then they present. But so the thing is, you need to have a company information. You must know about your company information. You know, who are you? You know, what you're doing, how long you've been in it, you know, what's been your experience. Communicate your vision. Let people know where you're taking this. So that if I'm an investor, I want to be able to know whether I could buy into your vision or not. If you haven't articulated your vision, then I have to kind of guess it, and maybe I might get it wrong, and then I might lose interest in you. Identify the problem you're trying to solve and how you plan to address your problem. Understand your market. What is your value proposition, right? What are the strategies you intend to implement? Okay, what are your competitive advantages? Who will be supporting you in your business? All right. What are the financial performances you expect, the financial projections? And what sort of financing you think you need? Okay. So those are some of the elements you're trying to have in a pitch generally. So and you know, I could go into more detail, but I said I know time is limited.
Yeah.
The second thing is you have to be prepared. So how do you prepare for your pitch? One is you should have a business plan with financial projections. And as Bruno said, you don't need to have a 100-page document. A business plan could be a 5-page, 10-page document once it clearly articulates what you're trying to do and your financial projections as well. You have to understand your business and your market. So if anybody asks you questions, you shouldn't be hesitating to respond. You should have a fair idea of what the business and the market is saying. Know your business performance. You should be able to say, well, in last year I did 115,000, my profit is 10,000. If somebody asks you and they say, well, maybe it is wrong, so and so, you sound as if you're not too sure about your business, and people start questioning whether you know your business very well. Understand your key numbers. That's the whole point. Know your SWOT, your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and your strategies to address them. All right, so that because if anybody asks you questions, and you should be able to identify what those things are, and seek guidance for the appropriate financing for your business. Understand the priorities of the investor. As I said earlier, if the investor is giving you grants, then it'll be a different pitch than if you're going to a bank. And if you're going to a bank, you wouldn't be talking to the bank the same way you talk to an equity investor. So you have to understand what the priorities of the investor are. Ask for what you need and why you need it, and say why you need it. If you need 100,000, don't ask for 500,000. If you need 100,000, don't ask for 10,000. Ask for what you need and why you need it. And your cash flow ideally your cash flow should bear that out. Know how the investor will benefit from the relationship. So if they ask you, you'll be able to tell them, what's in it for me? You can tell them what's in it for them. Ensure that the request is reasonable, given the risk and the performance to date. If you don't know what the risks are, and you're asking for too much, again, people may be turned off by it because they think you're being a bit greedy. Understand the risk facing the business and how you propose to mitigate them. You have to practice and be prepared. You cannot go into a pitch to somebody to get money and you didn't practice it 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times. You have to really practice it a lot. When you're pitching, I have some do's and don'ts. Tell a story that's relatable. That's a do. Tell a story that's relatable. Be confident. Communicate knowledgeably. Make eye contact. And show as opposed to tell. You don't provide misinformation. Don't ramble. Don't hesitate. Don't let visual be a distraction to your presentation. And don't be aggressive to criticism. All right? And me just conclude by saying to keep in mind. I just have 6 points on this. 1, the investors invest in the entrepreneur more than the project. You will find a lot of times where the project may sound good, but the investor is turned off by the investor, by the entrepreneur, and will not get involved with the investor. The investor should be respected as a partner. So you have to be transparent with them. You have to be honest with them. Always have an exit strategy. Customers have important market information. So it means that if you're trying to get market information, one of the best ways to get it is ask the customer. Get feedback from the customer. Do that market research. Entrepreneurs focus on solutions and do not dwell on problems. So if you have problems, as I tell people, okay, yes, if you have a problem, but you have to focus on what you have to do to solve it. Investors prefer growth-oriented versus subsistence entrepreneurs. I could talk about how that's defined.
Right.
But they prefer growth-oriented persons, and always remember that the investor will most likely do due diligence. So you always have to be prepared for them to follow through in terms of what you have said, to make sure what you said is in fact valid. Okay.
Right. So yeah, thanks for that, Michael. Yeah, very useful insights and guidance for entrepreneurs in terms of, approaching and engaging financial institutions in that discussion. We will perhaps touch a little bit on the due diligence aspect of it if we have a little time. But I just wanted to understand, based on the current ecosystem, and that was a discussion yesterday, as to what's happening in terms of the players in the ecosystem currently, all the business support organizations, the SMEs, financial institutions, and so forth. And really, do we have an ecosystem where this, is clearly communicated, where entrepreneurs understand this, what is required, and is there sufficient coordination in terms of the business support players in the ecosystem, and enough handholding, for example, for supporting entrepreneurs to be able to get that to that stage of preparedness where they can engage a financial institution or even begin to have that discussion and establish relationships. Dida, your thoughts on this, Mr. Dida?
Yes, hi. So to answer your question, really, unfortunately, not. I don't think that there is a proper system in place to assist our businesses in that regard, in terms of assisting them in completing a comprehensive plan. But again, the responsibility lies, of course, with both parties, right? From my perspective, from the bank's perspective, it is my responsibility, and it's not just a financial responsibility for my shareholders, but it's also a corporate social responsibility that I have as a banker to the SMEs, right, and to entrepreneurs. So I think the responsibility is all of us, and which is why I'm really glad that the OECS is having this first ever symposium, right? Because it is really all of us, especially in the EC region, the Caribbean region, to take on that responsibility and that mantle, right? So again, all of us play our part, but again, it's everybody's responsibility to get that done.
Thank you for that. For that response, and I certainly concur with the fact that indeed all actors in the ecosystem certainly have to play a role, understand their respective roles in terms of helping an entrepreneur get to that stage of being able to close a deal. Michael, any brief thoughts on that? I know we're running up against time, so
yeah. I'll try to be brief. Well, in Techie, we had a lot of meetings with BSOs, business support organizations, and what I realized is that there are probably over 100 in the region, and every country has at least 15 to 20. So the question is not that it may not the problem may not be the capacity. The problem may be as Bruno said, the system. So are people aware who they should go to get what kind of support? They know when they want financing where to go to, but they don't know where to go to where they get market research support. If they want to do ICD adaptation, where to go to. If they want to get financial projections done or business plan done, who can provide them that support, that training, or the coaching. So I think it's important that we try to find a way to map that ecosystem, so that people will be able to know. And we try to do it to an extent in the Techie program, because we need to find out who is doing what. And then if one of our clients needed support, we'd be able to know, okay, these are people, not just the organization, but the person to whom you could be referred. This is the position who can help you. So I think that's really important, a very, very important part. I think something that the OECS can really build upon in terms of what we did in Techie. and really try to create and the biggest one of the biggest issues is access. And I think Bruno's making the point that it's not just about what the client has to do, but also about what the institutions have to do. So we have to find a way to reach out to the entrepreneurs and let them know, through marketing and communication and visibility, to let them know this is what's available in ecosystem, and therefore we're willing to provide you that support. And I think if that is done and there's an actual place they can go to, oecs.org or wherever they go to actually see that information, I think it'll go a long way to supporting entrepreneurs in the region.
Yeah, thank you for that. We certainly welcome this conversation with respect to mapping and having a clear, understanding of what is happening in the ecosystem. Before we, move to close off, I was just going to ask, in terms of, just basically being able to actually move to the stage of closing a deal, or or getting an investment opportunity, what are some of the tools that are available? And I would ask Mr. Data to speak to some of those. If the bank is, if some are currently available, or if they are under consideration in terms of, what are some of the tools that could help entrepreneurs better prepare for, that conversation from the financial institution's perspective.
Right. Hi. Thanks. So, I mean, in terms of the tools that are available, I mean, really from the bank's perspective, I mean, I'm talking for Republic Bank EC. Most of that I mean, in terms of forging a relationship, because for us it's all about the relationship, right? So as part of forging that relationship with the client, we internally we have resources at our disposal, right? So we have our relationship managers on the ground, our small business officers that will be able to guide and provide one-on-one advice and feedback to those clients. We can provide assistance in formulating a business plan, right? So we would guide you as to what is required in cases where, for example, as I said initially, where you may not be able to get access to financial statements because you are not able to afford an auditor, right? So we would be able to assist you in creating a profit and loss statement, right? A balance sheet. So the resources are really ourselves, what we can use, and of course, and the software that is available to us internally, and which is quite a bit, right? So we can use that software as well to assist you in formulating that. I mean, there are a lot of connections and networks that we have. So again, we can partner, and which we do all the time. We partner with attorneys strategically, with accountants, law firms, and so on. So we can provide access via the networking tool to assist the entrepreneurs in formulating that, right? And just before we close as well, I just wanted to highlight that, sometimes what we found from my experience is some people are somewhat confused as to whether they should seek financing or not. And I'm glad that Michael at the start, he said, of course, you have to be mindful of what type of financing you're looking for, whether it's an equity investor or whether it's from a bank. Of course, both have their pros and cons, right? But all in all, financing is something that an entrepreneur or an MSME has to realize that it is critical to your firm, right? So and there are benefits to financing. So for example, you may have some cash reserves, but I may be able to demonstrate that you can probably use your surplus cash in other investments that can generate some revenue, right? You may be deciding between financing from a bank or an equity partner. And maybe perhaps the equity partner provides financing at a lower interest rate, or maybe the equity partner is more flexible, right? But again, some of the cons of that would be that obviously, usually when you have financing from an equity partner, there will be some dilution of your earnings, right? Of the ownership in the company, and of course, dilution of the returns. So your net profits, of course, would be shared with dividends. So for example, I mean, you have two equity partners, each owning 50% shareholdings in the company. If you invite a third equity partner, then that dilutes your earnings and your control, right? And in the very same way, that dilutes the dividend. So if historically you earned 1 million in dividends, 1 million in net profit divided equally among your two partners at 500,000 each, then with a third partner, each of you may now have one third. Then there is an issue of control, and again, the equity partner that you are inviting on, they should share those same values. If not, you're gonna have some disputes, right? So, and of course, the dividends will have to be shared equally among all three. However, with bank financing, then there is no issue of equity. So, but again, everything has its pros and cons. Financing and funding is good. And of course, I spoke to security and having the collateral and so on. But I'm glad that we can see, especially for the EC region, the ECCB, for example, would provide a guarantee program for MSMEs as well. There are some of our governments in the region. Of course, they assist in providing grants and guarantees. So my take on it is that and the encouragement is financing is good. It's required, especially in a small space where there's limited access to capital. And we as banks, we will be doing our best in terms of assisting and promoting ways and lowering the barriers to entry for capital, for access to capital.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Yeah, for that insight. I will just go to Michael before we actually take some final closing remarks.
Okay.
But Michael, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the support that's available, one of the areas that we're looking at and seeing how we could do that is, for example, we have a lot of small businesses who need somebody to help them maintain their books, or they just need somebody to help them draft agreements or things of that nature. So it's usually important. So one of the areas I think we should try to identify partnerships are with, for example, the universities and the colleges, and see how they could get some of their students to be interns in some of these organizations and help give them that support. So it wouldn't be that costly for the entrepreneur, but also give the student real world exposure. So that's one suggestion that probably consider. But that's the point. We have all the support agencies that we need within the country and within the region, and we just have to find ways of linking them and making them work. One of the points we spoke about in one of our meetings with the BSOs is access. To improve access, it really means that not only the client has to come to the client that was it Mohammed does not come to the mountain. Mohammed has to come to Mohammed as well. So you need to have movement both ways for it to happen. And in terms of invest in equity, one comment I always make for the last 30 years is that if you don't attract if you don't want an equity investor, you have to make a decision whether you want 100% of $1,000 or 50% of $1 million. So you make a pick and you decide. I mean, I've seen time and time again people have brought in investors, maybe not even 50%, even lower, and they have benefited 5 and 10 and 20, exponentially when the investor comes in. So I think it's important that that when entrepreneurs are considering this, they don't dismiss the potential of giving up the equity, because the growth to the company could actually accelerate because of the involvement of entrepreneurs, of investors.
Okay, thank you very much for your insights, Mr. Bruno Daida and Mr. Michael Gordon. Mr. Bruno Daida is with the Republic Bank, the deputy manager for Republic Bank for regional corporate and commercial banking. And Mr. Michael Gordon is with the GBES Company Limited. But thank you very much for those insights. And I think the information provided is quite useful. One of the key takeaways is in terms of the entrepreneur's preparedness, understanding what financial mechanisms are really what is available first of all, but also what financing the entrepreneur needs, and how to approach that discussion with a financial institution or an investor in terms of accessing financing. So we thank you very much for the discussion. And I think that would be useful for entrepreneurs who are listening to the call. Unfortunately, we are out of time, and so we will have to close at this point in time. But like I said, again, thank you for your contributions to the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
for having
Thank
us.
you, Quincy. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you very much, Kwesi Roberts. Very useful information, understanding fundamentals from your business plan structure to your product, your market, and knowing the appropriate financing you would require. Also critical having a clear profile so your customers and especially your investors know and understand who you are and get to understand your vision as well. All these very important in supporting your pitch. We say thanks to our panelists once again for your contribution, Mr. Bruno and Gordon as well. Thank you so very much. Let's remind you that you can contribute to this chat session by evaluating. Please just scan the QR code shown here on your screen. Thank you again very much. Just scan the QR code shown here on your screen and evaluate our session. This is the OECS Trade Expo 2023. We'll be back after these.
Hello, I'm Dr. Arthur Antoine, Principal Engineer of A1 Engineering Services. Visit us for your civil engineering or project management needs. Additionally, we can be outsourced to provide computer-aided designs or technical drawings. And I'll see you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Hi, I invite you to visit my booth. There you will find the best of creativity. I made a handmade paper from banana, pineapple, and lotus fiber. Then I use this beautiful handmade paper to create and make handmade journals and other gift items. For more information, visit us at the OECS Virtual Expo 2023.
Center stage is the place to be once again. Let's get to know more about our exhibitors. First, A1 Engineering from St. Lucia, a professional service provider for all civil engineering and project management needs. We Planet Inc. from Dominica acts on its motto, Small Actions, Big Change, by developing innovative incentive-based solutions that tackle environmental issues and raise environmental consciousness amongst citizens in Dominica and the Caribbean by extension. Healthy Organics from Grenada. Mission is to create natural products for use in the wellness industry and educate our people on the sustainable use of regional flora for their physical and mental well-being. Tambran by Tamara from Grenada. Designs and creates jewelry and accessories from natural seeds and fibers, as well as with recyclable materials. The company also packages teas for hair, skin, and nails, and pure Grenadian sulfur clay for the face and body.
We provide quality engineering, project management, and CAD drafting services to meet clients' needs. In executing our services, we emphasize consideration of social outcomes and opportunities to share knowledge in order to add value in meeting clients' project goals. Company information. A1 Engineering Services operates an efficient, modern consultancy business model in which overheads are significantly reduced by leveraging our principal engineer, Dr. Antoine's skills and expertise, supplemented by that of his extensive global network of professionals and technicians. The result benefits clients by providing significant cost savings in contracted services compared to competitors, without any compromise in excellence of service nor the quality of deliverables to meet clients' goals. In executing our services, we pride ourselves on being a social enterprise that considers social outcomes in everything we do, relentlessly focusing on excellence in service and the sharing of knowledge. We are eager to go above and beyond to bring value to clients and stakeholders by offering organizational learning opportunities on technical matters. Contact us for all your civil engineering and project management needs. Additionally, we can be outsourced to provide computer-aided designs, technical drawings, and graphic renderings.
What if citizens had a way of being encouraged and motivated to take part in eco-friendly initiatives? What if businesses can market and build their green image at no cost to them? What if you could earn rewards for living an eco-friendly lifestyle? What if there was a user-friendly technology-based platform that provides citizens, businesses, organizations the opportunity to take action by making small eco-friendly choices? Well, look no further than We Planet Inc. We've got the answer. We Planet Inc. is a non-profit organization seeking to raise environmental consciousness by providing innovative, incentive-based solutions.
Let's find out more.
We Planet's mission is to protect and improve the natural environment in the Caribbean for present and future generations by making small, positive changes in our lives.
Founded by 5 young women, Mia Badu, Kira Edwards,
Christiana Paul,
Zebediah Maxwell,
and myself, Kiana Dial.
We Planet Inc. acts on this motto, small actions, big change, by creating innovative solutions that encourage all sectors to be more environmentally friendly.
These innovative solutions will encourage all sectors of society to be more environmentally conscious in the hope of contributing to climate resiliency and a cleaner environment for all. One of the innovative solutions is our mobile web application. The functionalities of our mobile web application is specially curated to motivate, educate, and encourage everyone, even businesses in the private sectors, to commit to and implement eco-friendly strategies in their operations. App users will be rewarded for doing eco-friendly actions such as shopping with a reusable shopping bag, buying an eco-friendly product, or even participating in one of our eco challenges.
Let's see the app in action. WePlanet allows me to earn rewards for shopping with my reusable bag. I indicate to the cashier at checkout that I am a WePlanet app user. They will give me a QR code to scan for me to earn an eco point. I am missing only 1 point to be eligible for the quarterly raffle. We are a WePlanet Eco Partner. As an Eco Partner, we are able to do our part in contributing to a greener environment while building our green image at SMART.
WePlanet Inc. believes in creating
action-oriented solutions,
impact through collaboration, not competition, innovative and incentive-based opportunities, positive habits through small daily actions.
WePlanet Inc. Small actions, big change.
Why speak when our accessories say so much?
Welcome to Attention to Detail, an exhibitor that's going to be at OECS Trade Expo, where we will be providing insight into our unique business of detailing aircrafts and also detailing of tractor trailers, trucks with the rims and aluminum polishing. These are unique businesses that Attention to Detail provide to clienteles that request the various types of work.
Riches of the Earth Organic Farm produces medicinal products which directly impact different pathways in the body. When you purchase our products, you help protect yourself and help keep the environment green, free of pollution. See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Thank you so much to our participants for showcasing their products and services here at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo. Strategies for business growth, creative and digital business. That's the topic for roundtable discussion number 4. The moderator is Crystal Cunningham, Port of Spain Fashion Week.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much, Miguel. How are you today?
Doing fine, thanks. Looking forward to the discussion with you guys.
Oh, yes, I'm very excited indeed. And I think we're going to have an excellent panel discussion because, as you know, this virtual expo provides an opportunity for all of us to connect and learn from each other so that we can network to build a greater creative economy. So I'm definitely looking forward to this panel discussion as we continue with day 2 of the inaugural OECS Trade Expo. So just to briefly introduce myself, as Miguel rightfully mentioned, I am Crystal Cunningham, founder and managing director of Port of Spain Fashion Week, which together with the OECS Commission, we would have partnered to produce and develop the Fashion, Music and Art Showcase, which will go live today at around 3:20 p.m. So I assure you it's something you don't want to miss. So set your reminders so that you will be able to tune in around that time to see some of the OECS creatives showcase their fashion and music contributions. At this time, we'd also like to welcome all participants and, of course, our panel. Joining us today as we embark upon our panel discussion to explore strategies for business growth, specifically for creative and digital businesses within the OECS. Joining me would be Mr. Kimron Korayan. Kimron is the digital project manager and the social media strategist of Korayan and Co. Hi, Kimron, welcome.
Hi, Crystal. Thank you so much. And it's Korean, so it's
Korean.
yes. Thank you.
So glad to have you joining us today. Up next, we have no stranger to the OECS, stalwart in the fashion industry, Miss Kimia Glasgow of Kimia Glasgow Designs. Kimia, welcome.
Hi, such a pleasure. So happy to be here.
Yes, thank you so much. And of course, Alison Francis, no stranger as well to helping many SMMEs develop their businesses coming out of Caribbean export. Is Miss Francis here with us at this time? Yes.
Well, good afternoon. First, the update would be that I'm not a Caribbean exporter. I'm an independent trade and development specialist.
Oh, nice.
So, yes. But welcome. It's really a pleasure to be here and to see everyone. And Crystal, is good to be in touch with you again. And good, Kimia. And Corian, look forward to our discussions today.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. And if you would like to briefly share a little bit about your background before we proceed into today's discussion or the meat of the discussion so that all our participants could understand exactly where each of your strengths lies, that when they do formulate their questions at the end of the discussion, they know exactly who to direct those questions to. So let's start with you, Kimron. Sorry.
Absolutely. So I am a social media strategist and digital communication consultant, digital project manager. I've been working in the digital space for the last, let's say, about 9 years. I have a master's degree in digital media and a postgraduate diploma in digital business. I've been working with entrepreneurs, businesses from the Caribbean region on doing training and consulting on all things digital, working on designing social media strategies, designing social media campaigns, and executing said strategies and campaign on behalf of companies to achieve whatever the ultimate business goals are in the online space.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Up next, Kimia, please. I mean, we all know what you do, but we know you do other things outside of designing as well, especially as a creative yourself. Please share a little bit more about Kimia Glasgow.
Right. So to try and bring it all into a nutshell, I am the founder and creative director of my own company, Chemi Glasgow Incorporated. I've been in the business for over 20 years. I think I'm probably close to 25 now, aging myself. We focus mostly on sustainable clothing. We do accessories, we do home goods, and also fragrance. That's one of the things that we started just before the pandemic because we are a fashion and lifestyle brand, not just fashion. I've been working in the field for quite some time, and also for a long time I was trying to get fashion designers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to form an association. And happy to say that since 2019, we have a functioning association thanks to the guidance of the OECS, who was a strong partner in making that happen. And during the pandemic, I also would have pivoted into coaching, especially women in creative fields, because this is an area that I'm so passionate about, and it's my experience. I have been on the board of the St. Vincent and Grenadines Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a current sitting board member of the National Cultural Foundation, which is, I guess, all of that is why I'm here today.
All right, excellent, excellent. And I mean, I've had the pleasure of working with Miss Alison Francis before, so I know she brings a wealth of experience to this discussion. So I'll let Alison introduce herself and share a little bit about her background to you.
Well, thanks again, and to the organizers and to the OECS. Well, what I've been in the business of trade and development for the last 23 years. I don't want to age myself either. But working as a services specialist with starting with the CARICOM Secretariat, deep implementation, and then my last stint with Caribbean Export for the past 9 years. So it has been working with both the public and the private sector that I mentioned, looking at development. And I'm a lawyer by first profession and also an economist. So try to pull it all together. And as we speak about development and moving forward, it's pulling that together, your legal as well as a policy, and understand where we want to go with the private sector and how we can make that difference. So I'm looking forward to our discussions today and seeing how I can share the experience of over 20 years in trade and development, whether it's from a legal, economic standpoint, and just working with the private sector over the many years. And as Crystal said, working with Crystal and the Port of Spain Fashion Week and many of the other creatives to see how we can make a difference to the business development for the OECS.
Great, excellent. And I'm pleased to say that I share a bit of everyone's background in my portfolio as well. Alison, I'm also an economist, having done my degree in economics, and I also have legal training as well. Specifically, I was the assistant company secretary at First Caribbean International Bank. I also would have managed their syndicates operations, as well as their customer service manager. And before my professional, I should say after my professional career, delving into entertainment, in the entertainment space, being a professional model, and now in media for the last 10 to 12 years. So yeah, I'm kind of aging myself as well. But strategies for business growth, I think before we actually get into that, it is important to provide an overview of the creative sector in the OECS and highlight its significance and the potential of this creative sector to the development of the OECS economy. And more so than ever, I think the pandemic showed us the need to rely more or develop the creative sector more. Anyone want to jump in or chime in on the need to develop the key subsectors of the creative economies in the OECS?
Well, I could start being a practitioner. For me, always looking at the positive side of things, I feel like we are in a burgeoning renaissance coming out of the pandemic. It's a lot of opportunities that are there for us to tap into because we spent the last 2 years figuring things out, trying to create income streams where there were no income streams. But on the flip side of that, because it's one coin and we have head and tails, we really need to create that enabling environment for creative industries, creative sector to function and function well. And obviously, we're going to touch, I guess, on where technology comes into that cross-sectoral part. But it's important that we invest in the creative sector because it's a growth sector. We're talking about the orange economy becoming such a great growth sector, economic driver for the region. But if we want to see that happen, we are definitely going to have to invest in our human resources. We're going to have to flesh out these industries. We don't want to end up in a situation where we have like a lot of chiefs and no Indians, where like in the fashion industry, for example, a lot of fashion designers. But as we also know, the fashion industry is not made up only of designers. They're photographers, they're models. It's the whole ecosystem, supply chain of that. And I was so excited for things like festivals like St. Lucia Jazz coming back on, all of the summer carnivals, Trinidad Carnival, all of those opportunities for creatives to display their talents and their capabilities, but we have to invest in schooling, for example. CARICOM has recommended that creative academies become part of the education landscape, and yet we haven't really seen any of the CARICOM countries, even though this report is probably a decade old, really making strong strides to invest in education from a primary school level straight through up to tertiary level. In St. Vincent, we have a situation where a lot of our creatives are only getting to really get into art when they get to tertiary level because it's available at that level. But then in school, it's a spotty situation of having to maybe do classes after school. People can't afford it. So the investment has to be there in order for us to be able to reap the benefits and also look at, where are the managers for the singers and the songwriters. Very often you have producers playing double duty and, and I'm happy that we have two lawyers in here because obviously we need to flesh out the IP situation, movement of goods and people. There's so much that needs to be done if we want to milk this cow and benefit and get butter and ice cream and everything out of this situation.
So essentially, the creative sector is a vast sector. I mean, visual art, you have design, music, film, television, advertising, digital media. How then do you implement effective strategies to target business growth specifically for these businesses?
How I'd like to step in on this. We're going to talk the first thing and the ecosystem. As Kimia said, we have to make sure we have the proper ecosystem in place, the policy, the guidelines in place. And then importantly, we cannot deal with the creative sector in a silo. Very often we want to pull the creative in a silo. And so it's a hobby and it's a this and it's what people like. It is a business. And as you're rightly saying, it is connected to development. Everything we do in the creative sector connects to your development. We are big in tourism throughout the region, in OECS and everything else. That's the creative sector is important there. And so the first point I like to make, and I think where we need to push on and develop that ecosystem, is look at the creative sector in a more holistic way. And we really have to go down to diagnostics. We have to go down to the granular and go down sector by sector. Too often, there's a broad brush approach to development. And I say coming off of on the heels of the Grenada Creative Symposium that just concluded on Friday, that was just, I think, fantastic. It's a starting point, and we need to create centers of excellence and countries that can lead in some specific areas. But going back to the issue of the ecosystem, understand where we are from a legal standpoint, understand where we are from a policy standpoint, and then, criminal legislation, where are we with intellectual property and the value of intellectual property? That has to be a regional approach. because the creators cannot go to the bank and with their pictures and their portfolio and get a loan. You have to understand the risk involved in that. And so they can't go to that next level. But more in line with what we're speaking of today and that digital dimension. And I look forward to hearing from Cameron as well. We need to look at that space. And it's all well and good that we have our big telecoms providers, etc. Where we are with that real digital, we need to look at the enablers, the actors involved, and comes back to what I said before, the diagnostics and the mapping, what it is that it needs for us in the different sectors, the different creative sectors, to move to that other dimension and where the digital comes in. So, for fashion designers, so Kimia, it's no longer about necessarily always running to a show, but if you sell and you go online, because we have to take that digital pivot during the COVID in particular, how persons can, using artificial intelligence, using virtual realities, that new digital dimension, for persons to try on your clothing, see how it looks on them and things like that, that can take your business to the next level. So how do you infuse the digital into your business? How do you infuse the digital? We've always said it from the music sector about going to that next dimension. So if you go down sector by sector and how we infuse the digital economy into what we're doing. And as I said, to close, I have a lot more to say, is that not to use a creative on its own, but from our business standpoint, how have our businesses been using that creative? We talk about innovation. Innovation is change. And that change comes in from the creative sector. How you design your bottles, how you design everything for your display of your products. The graphic artists, they are critical. Or marketing, that's part of the creative. How are we using them in terms of our new design and taking our businesses to the next level in terms of being innovative so that you get yourself out there, you can market yourself, you can brand yourself. All that is being creative and digital. And so, yes, let's look at the ecosystem where we are. What policies do we have in place to encourage and to allow that development to take place? But I think the main point I want to make is that it cannot be broad brush. We have to go down to the granular, and it has to be sector by sector. But that digital dimension comes in, and it's really important for us to link the creative sector with our overall development plan, whether it is from our tourism or business, etc. And probably last point to make is, yes, the importance of the education. So we look at all of these things. And I think we have to be very strategic in our approach to the development of the creative sector and the development then, by and large, of what our business sector. Creative is not just about a hobby, it is a business. Understand where the value chain is, understand where you're part in the value chain, pull it together. As you say, Kimia is not just about your design, but you have your photographer with you, you have your visual, your performing arts, and that's where festivals come in and really great culinary arts and digital. Yes.
I want to jump in here real quick because I think both Alison and Kimia highlighted something that's very critical, and that is understanding that the creative economy is very diverse. The creative sector is very diverse. There's a bunch of different areas that encompasses the creative economy. But one of the challenges that we have is, for instance, we spoke about the investments or the lack thereof in the creative sector, in the creative economy, that orange economy. However, what we need to look at as well is the enabling the ecosystems within which the creative economy exists. Because, for instance, if once we start taking the creative sector and the creative economy seriously, and we start making serious investments there, then we need to also look at look at the ecosystem in its broadest context. So, for example, creators now need to start looking at themselves as businesses, not just, oh, I am a graphic designer or I am a fashion designer or whatever. But you have a business, and then within your business, there needs to be an enabling ecosystem that exists within our individual Caribbean countries and the region as a whole. So, for example, we speak about legal, then there has to be a legal component as well, when we start talking about the creative economy. We have to look at our accounting and our marketing. Every area we need to start looking at, not just looking at, for example, as a creative, let's say you're maybe in fashion, such as Kimia or so, that we tend to put on blinders and say, okay, well, I'm a fashion designer and I'm just going to focus on the fashion. I'm not going to look at my intellectual property. I'm not going to look at anything else. I'm just looking at this. No, we have to start thinking bigger and broader, and that is exactly where the education comes into play, because now our creatives are not just not just based in, let's say, Grenada or Jamaica or wherever. We are now competing on the global scale because it's very easy for me to hire a graphic designer from India or wherever through a platform like, let's say, Fiverr or one of those freelance platforms that might be able to provide something for me for a cheaper cost that we might be able to get in the region. Right, so then we need to start looking at this thing in a broader context and not just looking at the creative economy and in a silo. And we need to understand that the creative economy is a very diverse and wide economy, and there must be enabling ecosystem that has to exist, a legal, a financial, and so that needs to be strong and to support the creative economy. Because if we are not getting support from the banks, for example, then that's going to be problematic.
So we've all touched on essentially identifying that there are a number of challenges, obviously, with promoting growth for the creative economies, which is one of the key focus or main elements of the OECS Trade Expo, to provide capacity to some extent so that we can have discussions like this to greater understand the challenges that plague the industry. And of course, creatives join discussions like these to at least take away a thing or two. So now that we've talked about the challenges or some of the structural obstacles that necessarily these businesses face, before we wrap up today, at least let's try to be able to leave these MSMEs with some tidbits or strategies that they can implement immediately to be able to help them push that growth. So for example, leveraging the technology, what are ways that they can use technology and innovation to help achieve growth or to expand their business or to diversify and create additional revenue streams? Like Kimia, you touched on expanding into fragrances. How did you decide that fragrance was something that you wanted to add? What piece of advice can you give to any other, it doesn't have to be a fashion designer, but any other participating MSC if they wanted to diversify and embark upon additional revenue stream? How do they go about implementing that strategy for the ultimate result to add growth to their business?
Well, I think first of all, we have to look not just at the nuts and bolts, but the intangible. For me, I dream big, and I'm not afraid to put that big dream into a business plan or a 10-year goal plan or anything like that. So I would have had, having a fragrance in my big plan written down for a long time. And then I got an amazing opportunity to be a part of the TICA project, which is the OECS and Martinique enhancing trade in the Eastern Caribbean. And for me, that was a big game changer because one of the 30 films that was part of this project, which we just wrapped up last year, October, and it was 4 years in terms of, it was supposed to be 2 years, of course, with the pandemic and interruptions. It was 3 to 4 years in terms of actual rolling out of the program. And one of the partners, one of the firms became my business partner in that there's a perfumier in Martinique that I worked with, and I was able to launch a fragrance that represented the ethos of my brand. I've already blended a second fragrance and we're working on the production for that. But what I want to say, it's important to put things in writing, not just your dreams, but also having a business plan. I was happy when I was listening to the previous session when they were talking about financing, pitching your business and so on. And I heard them talking about business plans don't have to be 100 pages. It can be 10 pages. And I mean, I'm here to tell people it could be 1 page if you use a lean canvas model. And you start that off and you use that to build out your pitch. So I feel like it's so important to have structure. I would have implemented, based on some training I would have gotten from Caribbean Export, having an advisory board for my business. And I find a lot of MSMEs run from having advisors sitting in one room. In my coaching, I find this so often, especially among women. They like to go and get advice from different people at different times. They have their people, that's great. But bring them all to one table. You'd be surprised what things you could push out of the way, what obstacles you should push out of the way. Hiring key people. I was able to take on an IT person just coming out of the pandemic, and he does digital graphics. We work with ChatGPT to generate content. There's so many interesting things happening, and I just feel like the world is our oyster. But I have to say to a lot of people, don't be afraid to niche your brand. Too many people are trying to be all things to all people. Apple is a niche brand and they're not suffering. Everybody, every time you ask them, who is your customer? Everybody. No such thing. If you want to get to everybody, you have to go through a narrow gate to get out into the big field. And that is the problem. And that's one of the challenges that I find. I've been in sessions and hearing experts explaining this to people over and over. But we as Caribbean businesses, creative and otherwise, are so afraid to niche, so afraid to produce product. And I mean, it's getting back to the fragrance. It's a niche product. It's not for everybody, but it opens avenues for me and my business. And I would just like to encourage people to dial down on their business planning. Don't forget the intellectual property and all of that. But it's so clearly important for people to formalize their business structures and write down and create business plans. Even if you're not going to the bank, you need a structure.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the challenges for a lot of small businesses, because oftentimes small businesses in the Caribbean, it's a passion, or it was a hobby, or friends encouraged you because you were doing this and you were really good at it, and they decided to explore, expand. So to have that business structure, some businesses don't have it. I would say the majority don't. So I will direct this next question to Alison, especially as someone who worked with a lot of MSMEs. How do small businesses then one, access support or find that support to help them with that technical component to develop their business planning and strategy so that they themselves could identify their businesses? Just like sometimes we don't know ourselves and the hardest thing to write is our bio. Sometimes the hardest thing for a business to identify is their business plan and what they are good at so that they can really maximize on their potential. And the second part of that is, of course, once they identify what is their niche or their business plan, then how do they access, whether it's advice or technical support or investment funding, so that they can take it from an idea to a product?
Well, it can take many different approaches, yeah. And so we have the Caribbean, the Cultural Innovation Fund out of the Caribbean Development Bank. Caribbean Export also gives support, etc., to firms and to help them to business. At a national level, you also have your SPDCs, you have your different agencies, you have your National Cultural Foundation, who will have technical officers who will guide you. But the businesses need to, as Kimia is saying, we have been saying it over the many years and work with MSMEs and to be structured. I know it's sometimes a hard thing to say, and I really agree with the creatives, because you're out there, you're creating, you're crazy. The mind is always going. So it's about you, just pulling in. But that goes back to the point I made about a business and not just a hobby. Sometimes you need to leave the creating to yourself. That's what you are. You are the creative. And you need to understand, you need to diversify and allow others. So you think about the business. So you have somebody who help you with your accounting. You have somebody who help you with your legal. We have in most member states our coalition of service industry, who would also give some guidance, and association of associations. So there are many ways to start. But what the businesses and for the MSMEs who are online and thinking about, in terms of developing your business plan, you need to understand your sector. While it is hard for you to write your own bio, you need to understand nobody can sell your product more than you. Nobody's supposed to know about your product more than you. What is your unique value proposition? So the things that have been discussed before and over the last few days. Know your business, understand? Get down to the sector, get down to the granular. You hear me say that so often. You cannot, and as Kimia said, you cannot be it to everybody. So you do your sector research, you do your market research. Once you understand these things, then you can start to pull in and hone in on developing what a business plan can look like, because you don't want to go to every market. You cannot go to every market because not every market wants what you are producing. And so once you're aware of these things, so it comes back to your research. When you are aware and you have your niche, you can make it in this market, then you start with a structure, how to strategize in terms of your market entry. And the point I must make as a trade specialist as well is that, especially in the other aspects of your creative, and that's where the digital comes in, you do not need to leave for you to trade. So it's not a matter of you getting out of whichever country you are in the OECS. If you're providing a service, example in the music, etc., or the digital. So just as Cameron said, if you want some graphic design, you don't have to go to India to get it. You could download the platform. So think about trade, not about having to necessarily leave your service. You can trade your service online. So if you understand that you can trade online without moving, the service moves, but the producer or the consumer do not move, you can then structure. So when you understand how persons consume, and that's where the market research comes in, that's where your sector research comes in. How is your product or your service most consumed? Then you can develop. So before you get into the business plan and all of that, you need to first understand what it is that you're producing. And that's a guidance that I think can be had from our different agencies, such as whether it is a Caribbean exporter or different or management consultants who are key in this area. And I'm happy to see that coming up for International Management Consultants. They're looking at the creative sector and seeing how we can develop these experts that can provide that guidance. Look to your coalition of service industries at the national level who can help you and get the expertise to guide you. So while we talk about getting onto the next level, you have to know your product, know your service, yeah? Do your market research, do your sector research. And once you have an idea of these things, know the trade agreement that exists, then you can put a proper business plan in place. And then, as you said, it don't have to be 10 pages, it don't have to be 100 pages. It could be just a one page that identify the key things which you can then build out on. And again, it's not one plan does not fit everybody. Know your niche, know you cannot be it to everybody. So in your design, if you're a designer, you don't have to be actually sewing the dress, you know. You paint, then you can digitize your painting, and instead of being 1, 2, 3 dresses, you can have 100 bolts being made of that design. It now have digitized your design. And instead of making dresses, you can now make drapes, throw cushions, and you would have gone out there. And instead of making 5,000, you can make now 100,000. So just about thinking about the market, what the market wants. While in the creative sector, you produce about, you come with that passion. In business and from the economic standpoint, that's where I bring my economic standpoint, it's not always about what you like. You don't produce what you like, you have to produce what is demanded as well. So that's where you get your business, you get your revenue, and be open. And the point for MSMEs is be open to understanding what the market wants of you. So you think your design is the best thing next to sliced bread. But if they tell you the material that you use is not what they want, be open to make that change, because that's a person that could buy 10,000 of your designs. So if they say they're using linen and they don't want linen, they want cotton, don't believe that it can only be done in linen. So things like that, be open to business. If you're going into business, you have to understand your market. And to be profitable in any business, you have to build, it's about a relationship building and understanding your clientele, who you're producing this good and services for. So whether it is music, whatever, understand who is consuming your music. So the genre, who likes your genre? So if you're going into, it's not just about going into New York or going to London, which is a borough, which is that small community that wants to consume your music, that will have a sellout show, because that's what the promoter wants, a sold out show. So things like that, we could sit and talk about for the entire day, but to being structured, to be strategic, and to find the right persons, yes, to give you the advice and sit, but to be most important, you must be open to hearing that advice and go through the coaching and the mentorship. It's not going to change immediately. Yeah, it takes some time to create. Like anything else, change takes time.
I think oftentimes, because we are so dependent on instant gratification, we often find that, or a lot of creatives do not see the research as growth, without necessarily understanding that groundwork is essential for you to propel to the next level. So jumping quickly, because we have to wrap up shortly into Kimron, because I just want to touch on, before we wrap up today, how do these small businesses then, when all of these things are being worked on and put into place, then leverage digital platforms and technologies to help that business grow? So for example, social media. I had a hard task or challenge looking for a lot of Oecs businesses online and social media. And while some of them do have a presence, it may not be a presence across the board. So you may find some people on Facebook, or you may not find some people on Instagram, you may find some people on YouTube. And I know sometimes it varies by businesses, but in this day and age, in this 2023 that we are in, you have to be on Instagram and Facebook, LinkedIn to some extent, TikTok, depending on who your target base is, right? So talk about the importance, even Twitter, actually Twitter is fundamental, how important it is for these creatives to make a concerted effort to use these platforms that are free for the most part to trade online and to take your business to the next level.
Absolutely. Well, it's everything. It's everything. Because today we live in a world that is heavily digitized. We what we're seeing now is the digital world has presented an opportunity for people to ex- to showcase their products and services beyond their geographical boundaries. Right. So the first thing that those small businesses need to be doing is one, you need to identify what is your unique value proposition, because we need to be able to articulate what sets me apart from the competition. Because at the end of the day, again, like I said, we are competing globally. We're not just competing. I'm not just competing with somebody in Grenada, or Kimaya competing with somebody in her country alone. She's competing with people all over the world. So what is it that sets me apart from the competition that's out there, and articulate your value proposition that speaks directly to the people that you're targeting. And we also need to, and that's before we get on social, we also need to create a strong brand presence. So how do we create a compelling brand identity that resonates with our target audience, right? Whether it's developing your brand narrative, your visual language, your tone of voice, and your messaging, that you need to keep consistent across all marketing channels. Now, let's look at social media. One of the challenges that we've had is people are saying, oh, well, social media doesn't work. And the truth is, social media doesn't work because most time you don't know how to make it work, right? So we have to definitely utilize social media and content marketing. Now, the first thing that we need to do is, and that's one of the big mistakes that people make, is understand what is the connection between your overall business goals, right, and your social media execution. So generally, there's a disconnect between what we want to accomplish in our business and what we are doing on social media. If what you're doing on social media does not map towards your overall business goals, then you're wasting time, and that's when you start hearing things like social media don't work and whatever the case is, because what you're doing is not really supporting what you're trying to do. If Kimaya or Allison, if you're trying to sell, let's say, a particular product or a particular service, but your social media execution does not support that, then you might be wasting time on social media. So the first thing is to ensure that your social media, your business goals, and your social media execution is connected. The next part is really to respect social media, because at the end of the day, I think within the region we don't respect social media enough, and because of that lack of respect in social media, we don't invest the time, the resources, the effort. We feel like, oh well, we can just ask our niece to just post something on Facebook for us, and that's good enough. But no, there's a difference between somebody who uses social media for leisure and an actual social media marketer who understands strategy, who understands how the context of the different platforms, right?
And
The next thing is,
go ahead.
yeah, the next part is to ensure that we understand our audience, our target audience, who we're trying to reach, because there are many different platforms out there, but not all platforms are created equal. So you might say, oh well, I don't like TikTok. Well, it doesn't matter if you like TikTok, but is your target audience on TikTok? Or I don't like Instagram. Well, it doesn't matter. So we have to take ourselves away from the equation and look at, okay, where are our target audience hanging out online? And if they are on Facebook, then that's where we need to be. If they are on Instagram, then that's where we need to be. It's not about us, but it's about them. And once we know where they are online, then we need to know, okay, how are we creating content that's going to be of value to them? Many of the times, what we see happening is people are posting, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, without providing any value to your target audience. If every time I go on your page, all I'm seeing is you trying to sell me something, I might tune out. But if I'm getting value-based content from you, then when I'm ready to buy, I'm like, oh snap, yeah. So Kimaya, Kimia, she posts this, or she does that. Or Allison, I see she's normally posting all this value-based content, and I think she also provides that service. No, let me go and check her out, because I get value from her. And then what we need to look at is experimentation, and because in the world, in digital and social media world, it's had to be. For example, some people come to say, "Oh, Kimran, you're an expert in social media," and I'm like, "Well, I don't know about that, because it had to be an expert in something that changes so frequently, right? Every day you have different changes happening in the digital landscape. So we have to experimentation now has to become the strategy when we are using social and when we are investing in digital, because what worked yesterday or last week may not work today, right? And we have to embrace a lot of the new technologies that are coming on stream. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Allison mentioned, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. is right now, for me, one of the biggest technological revolution that we've had in the last maybe 200 years. Right, so you have platforms like ChatGPT that can generate content for you. You have platforms like Midjourney that all you have to do is type some text and it creates an image. We have platforms like Pictory.ai that can actually create videos for you by you just typing in some text. You know, we have platforms like 11 Labs, where I can go and give them a sample of my voice and just type out whatever I want to say and have the AI create an audio recording for me using my voice without me having to go and say anything. So in many cases, what we find happening is people are sometimes scared to embrace some of the new technologies, some of the new artificial intelligence. But the truth is, what we're going to find happening, and that for many creative will be disrupted, unfortunately, because a lot of those artificial intelligence are generative, meaning that what they do is they create content. So a lot of creatives will be disrupted. There was an image of a photography contest recently, and the winner of that was AI. It was an artificial intelligence created image that actually won. So
I think, yeah, like with all things, there are parameters that can be set. There will always be pros and cons of every situation, but the overreaching factor, or the overarching factor of what you're saying is that these new technological implementations can be used as an advantage to enhance these creative businesses. But like with all things, fear of the unknown is what keeps us back. And all this says to me and to us is that we need more sessions like this where we can share more information and tools back to the education point that Kimia made. So once we keep retooling and keep investing to constantly provide a source of advice so that these creative economies, almost like a resource bank, can tap into these resources to say, well, if I need to learn this, where can I go? If I need to do this, where can I go? So, and to add to the social media point, a key part is understanding your brand and developing your brand so that people can connect and identify with your brand. Oftentimes, when businesses, small businesses especially on social media, they tend to take their personal account and then they use that for the business account without creating that separation. So one week you're going to see my collection launch, and then the next week you see me stuffing a mango on a beach. What does that do? While we all enjoy mango season, it's not part of your brand identity, especially for persons that you are selling to. I mean, to some extent, we are all kind of hypocritical. While we want to aspire to things. People like this, so it goes back to the value-based content. People want to see or be aspirational about your brand or your business, or create ways in which people could possibly use your product or service. But I think to wrap up, because I think we may be running out of time and we may want to ask a question or two. I see a couple of comments from some participants like Manifa and Mr. Abraham. They are enjoying the discussion so far. And yes, hello to Grenada. Grenada is live. They are listening to us. They are on and asking questions as well. Also supporting some of the comments that we would have made throughout this discussion so far. So to essentially wrap up, key takeaways based on everything that Kimia, Allison, Kimron have identified is that we know for sure that the creative sector is very diverse. So obviously there is no one solution to tackle all of the challenges that are being faced or experienced. But we do know that certain things can be implemented, or certain strategies that can be implemented, whether you're a visual artist, whether you're a fashion designer, whether you're a photographer operating in the field, is that there are certain common strategies that can be identified or implemented, which will help each business to grow. And as Kimia would have rightfully pointed out, is to know your business, understand your business, seek advice when necessary, have a business plan, understand your market, understand your niche, do the research, use technology, embrace social media, as Kimron mentioned, create value-based content, and understand where we are in terms of the creative sector and the creative businesses. Yes, we are on a trajectory that the creative economies are being embraced more and more across the Caribbean. People are wearing local. I'm sure each of you must have some local item in your arsenal of whether it's fashion or household utensil or even a candle. So we are all more and more embracing the use of local products. So what we have to do then is obviously take it a step further, continue to support initiatives like this from the OECS Commission to create value and capacity building for all of the MSMEs involved. Any closing remarks from each of you?
One thing I like to say, I think in terms of if we want to go forward, it would have gone through over the days, but it's good with a showcase. So you do your capacity building, whether it's from education standpoint, refining of your products and your services. So yeah, you build your capacity, your showcase, which is what is taking place, the B2B engagement, the mentorship, the coaching, and critical to it all would make sure that we have the proper policy mechanism in place that would allow the creative sector, whether it's from the incentive regime or development package. But I think we need to have a proper policy and strategy for the development of the creative sector within OECS, within the region. And that is linked to that business development. It's no longer, I think very often we speak just about, legislation or regulatory framework, but it has to be in line with our development, in line with business. So my key word, and as I was explaining before, in terms of understanding this whole new dimension that has taken place with the digital arena, and there's just some things that we have no control over. I think very often when we develop policy, when we develop regulations, not because from a legal standpoint, we try to control. But because of what is happening out there, if you try to control yourself, the creative sector will die. It must be such that it allows that flexibility and for the creative sector to expand and to move with a constant changing dimension. So let's get back to the first point that you made about a proper ecosystem, the policy, the mechanism in place for the creative sector to grow and to grow in this constantly changing arena that we exist in.
All right. Kimron, any closing remarks?
Yeah, so my closing remark will be embrace digital. Don't be afraid of the new technologies. Use it to supercharge yourself. Use it to make yourself even more efficient and even get more creative because of the opportunities that exist out there with some of the new technologies. So I would say to the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses that are on, don't be afraid to embrace digital, embrace social media, and invest the time, the effort, the energy that's needed to make it work for you. Don't think that, oh, because you tried something once and it didn't work, that all is lost. No, there are free tools online. I mean, you can go to the University of YouTube and learn anything that you want, right? So again, don't be afraid to embrace digital.
Camille?
I love what Cameron just said, the University of YouTube. I learned so much from YouTube and I can't figure out stuff. Just to say, from the previous session, I heard one of the panelists say, the mountain must come to Mohammed and Mohammed must come to the mountain. I think we need to see a synergy of the practitioners meeting with the powers that be to try and create solutions. I have to commend Grenada on their symposium, their creative symposium. I must, and I have to confess, I've had the outline for a creative symposium for years and was just not able to get everything together. But I would like to challenge the OECS to take up the mantle and let's have a regional creative symposium, and then it could dial down to the other OECS islands. And just to say, we can't sleep on this connection that we now have to Martinique. A lot of the creative sector, these industries are old in the French countries. They're old. Fashion is an old industry. Where we are in the English-speaking Caribbean, a lot of these creative pursuits are pretty new industries. And that's why sometimes we get pushback from the banks and all this kind of thing, because we have not been dealing with these things at this level for as the French may have been doing for centuries and having the respect. So it's not just a market for us to sell our products to, but there's so much that we can learn. I notice fine artists and also designers are leveraging Martinique very effectively. And I just think that we have to come up with those solutions. In St. Vincent right now, we have no payment gateway to accept overseas payments to St. Vincent other than the regional one. Dcash. And that's great and that's wonderful. And I'm so happy for Dcash. But we're not just doing business outside of our territory within the OECS. The OECS also needs to talk to places that have the revenue, because that's what it's all about. We have to pull revenue into the region with what we do with our talents and all of that. So I think a great start would be a creative symposium, and to not just talk about the creative aspect, but the business of the orange economy. And I feel like if we just get there, because it's trickle down. When I see the prices handicrafters are charging for their goods, and people go like, oh, that's not a real job. That's why it's not a real job, because it's not being leveraged in the way that it could be. And it's time for us to really reap what we have been sowing over the years.
Thank you so much. And if we don't have any questions from our viewers, I mean, we'll give you guys 5 minutes to share your questions if you do have questions. But I use this time to also say thank you to our panelists, Kimia, Kimron, and Alison, for taking the time to share all of this very, very valuable information with all our participants today. As we continue with day 2 of the OECS Virtual Trade Expo, we have so much more coming up and in store for you. Be sure to check out all the booths in the exhibit hall. And at 3:20 p.m., it's our fashion, music, and art showcase. You definitely don't want to miss that. Kimia will be featured in there as well, representing for St. Vincent. We have Bella Noir representing for Dominica, and Rafferty Inc. representing for St. Lucia. We have a couple of musicians in there. So it's some entertainment as well. So be sure to tune in, and thank you so much to all our panelists once again. I am Crystal Cunningham, and do enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand you guys back over to Miguel, who will continue to take us through today's proceedings for the Expo.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Well, I'm certainly looking forward to this fashion showcase and more. Thank you again, Crystal. Amidst the existing challenges, we have to effectively incorporate strategies from documenting and following your vision to tapping into human resource and also support organizational structures. Very important also is to focus on one's brand and niche, embracing the digital space available in your business marketing strategies and operations, and adapting good business practices. Thanks again to our panelists, Alison, Kimia, and Kimron. Feel free to evaluate the preceding session by scanning the QR code, which we will show on your screen momentarily. Just scan the QR code and evaluate our session. Thank you so much for your participation. As we break for lunch, take some time to visit the booths in the exhibit hall and also the promotions on center stage. We Planet Trade Expo Challenge, another roundtable discussion, and the much anticipated virtual fashion and music showcase. Coming up. See you then.
International Trade Centre empowers people to improve their livelihoods through trade. ITC is the joint agency of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization. It's a one-stop shop for small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, looking to connect to international markets.
Trading in global markets helps people in developing countries move out of subsistence activities into more productive work.
Most jobs in the world are created by SMEs. When they become more productive and do business internationally, people at all levels benefit, resulting in inclusive growth. The problem is, it's not easy for SMEs in developing countries to connect to foreign markets. That's where ITC comes in.
Our free online tools help SMEs find potential customers and understand market requirements.
We support governments in crafting export strategies to diversify their economies, produce more value-added goods and services, and create jobs.
We help developing countries understand WTO rules, including the Trade Facilitation Agreement, where we are paving the way for notification, ratification, and implementation.
The goal is to make trade faster and cheaper, especially for SMEs.
We train trade and investment support institutions to do more to help their SME clients access foreign markets and investment. And by sharing SMEs' concerns with governments, these institutions ensure that policymakers understand the private sector's needs. Our SME Trade Academy provides online courses for businesses, policymakers, and others to understand trade issues and overcome market constraints.
Big opportunities await SMEs that are ready to tap into international value chains. ITC works with SMEs to become more competitive by improving supply chain management, product quality, and marketing. We also facilitate contacts with potential buyers.
As emerging economies grow into important markets, ITC is working with governments and business to maximize the development benefits of regional integration and promote South-South trade and investment.
Economic opportunities for women and young entrepreneurs lead to healthier, better educated societies and a more prosperous future for all. ITC helps them connect to foreign markets. Trade can also provide incentives to protect biodiversity and preserve traditional knowledge.
Looking to the future, ITC's focus will be on the global goals for sustainable development, to eradicate poverty, protect the environment, and expand opportunities for all, to create trade impact for good.
This is a video demonstration showcasing the features and functions of the OECS Trade Expo web application. I will be presenting the process of how exhibitors and partners can navigate the website while also explaining the features that they may encounter. As we can see on the screen, we are now in the OECS landing page, where all users can register an account or log in. Let's start by logging in with our account. After logging in, we are greeted by the OECS lobby interface, which has a 360-degree video experience.
Building bridges across land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase.
The purpose of this layout is to provide an immersive experience for users, as if they are present in the actual OECS event themselves, even if it's in a virtual world, where they can interact with the panoramic view by dragging across the screen to see their surroundings. There is also a full screen option on the bottom right, where users can fully immerse themselves within the 360-degree video. Users can also toggle the lobby music on and off on the top left whenever they want to.
We converge, we connect, we
As we look across the lobby, we can see multiple rooms where users can go into if they click on them. Each room has different contents, like in a real-world event. Let's enter the Partners Hall. The Partners Hall contains virtual booths, which are custom designed for the partners of OECS. These booths simulate a physical exhibition experience in which partners can showcase their products and services virtually. Also displayed here are the partnerships all over the world, which are involved and have supported this event. If a user wants to know more about a particular partner, they can click on their virtual booth to view a number of attributes. These attributes, such as the company profile, the company video, the company representative profile, the company posters, and the company brochures. Each highlight the partner's background, in which users can click on them to view further details. These details will be helpful in better understanding each partner's backgrounds in a user-friendly way. Users can also download their company posters, download their company brochures, and they can also communicate with them through a private chat. Let's enter the auditorium. The auditorium is a feature where live program sessions are held. The user is presented with a theater mode live stream along with the virtual audience in the background. The user can pause, play, adjust the volume of the video, and maximize the video. Posters on the left and right can be seen, and announcements crawler text at the bottom, which displays upcoming announcements for the event. The auditorium also provides information to users on the program agenda and the speakers' profiles and presentations. At the top of the live program are two buttons, which are the program flow and the speaker's profile. The program flow contains the agenda or the program agenda, which will include an outline of the events along with their corresponding details. Users can download a copy of this program agenda if they want to. The speaker's profile displays all of the speakers who will participate throughout the OECS event. Users can view each profile to see more details about each speaker, which includes their background, company, and designation. Plus, they can also download the speaker's presentation. let's move on to the center stage. The center stage brings us to a video presentation along with another virtual audience. The center stage feature gives selected MSMEs an opportunity to demonstrate their products and services with recorded 5-minute videos. These videos will be available for the audience to access at their own pace. This feature will help MSMEs showcase their offerings and promote their businesses to a wider audience. The user can select the videos they want to play through categorized batches, and they can also pause, play, adjust the volume,
Quality engineering, project management,
and maximize the video. On the left and right are another set of posters, and an announcement scroller at the bottom can be seen containing upcoming announcements. Users can also select the presenter's name at the bottom of the video to view their particular booth. They can also like the video by clicking the heart icon. Let's head to the exhibit hall. The exhibit hall is similar to that of the Partners Hall, in which it provides a physical exhibition experience for users. The booths that are within this room, however, are custom-designed booths made by exhibitors for personalization purposes, and to showcase their products and services as well. There are two categories for exhibitor booths. The first are the booths belonging to the Interreg TICA program, and the other category of booths belong to the OECS Trade Expo, also called as our exhibitors. Through clicking a category, the user will be shown all of the booths belonging to that particular category. The user can also search for particular booths through search filters, like searching a specific word, selecting a location or country, changing the booth category, or selecting an industry. Users can apply these changes by selecting the Apply Filter button, and they can reset those changes by clicking the Reset Filter button. Just like in Partners Hall, users can select a particular booth and view its corresponding attributes. Here we can see the 5 attributes that are seen in each booth. But there are 2 features that are only unique for exhibitor booths that are exclusive for participants and buyers. This can be seen on the company representative profile. The Schedule Meeting option and the Leave Virtual Card option. These features enable participants to interact with exhibitors, schedule business meetings, and share necessary contact information through private in-platform messaging. The Schedule Meeting option lets participants and buyers to reserve a meeting with a particular exhibitor at a specified date where they are available. As we can see, the days highlighted in green are the dates that the exhibitor can be booked. Just pick a start date and an available time schedule. And then type in your concern. Then click Submit. And the meeting has now been scheduled. Next, the Leave Virtual Card option leaves a virtual card to an exhibitor, which can only be done once per day. This will leave the contact information of that user to that particular exhibitor for future interactions or collaborations. Let's move on to the gallery room. The gallery room is a feature that gives selected artists from different regions around the world a chance to showcase their creativity through an immersive digital platform. This will enable participants to appreciate the art and culture of the region and provide regional artists with a platform to showcase their talents to a wider audience. By clicking on an artist's portrait, the user can browse through their artworks showing its corresponding details along with the artist's company and contact information. Users can click on each artwork to view more about its details. Let's go to the networking lounge. The networking lounge is a social gathering room reserved for participants, buyers, exhibitors, and partners alike who are looking to converge, connect, and collaborate with one another through online chatting. As we can see, there are 4 options in which users can interact. The first is the public chat, where different users can broadcast their messages to all people in the event. The second is the private chat, where users can communicate one-on-one with each other. Private chats also include the file attachment option for sending documents to one another. The third is the exhibitor chat, where users can communicate with exhibitors that they are interested in. They can also search for particular exhibitors in the search bar. And finally, the participant's profile, where all registered participants are displayed for users to browse and talk to. They can also search for specific participants, they can also view a particular participant's details. Let's showcase where users will go to if they want to know more about the event. It's called the Information Desk. The Information Desk has 7 pages, which serve as a guide for users to be familiar with the event and even address some of their concerns. The first is about the event, which explains what to expect in the OECS Trade Expo event, along with its purpose. Next is the platform video, which presents a promotional video dedicated to the OECS event. In the customer support page, users can submit their concerns to the organizers should they have any issues or technical challenges encountered and will submit a response within 24 hours. The Event Frequently Asked Questions page consists of multiple frequently asked questions by users, along with their corresponding answers, which will help others to understand more about the event. The Program Agenda page that was shown in the auditorium is also shown here, serving as a quick access for users to see and download the outline of all the events that will occur in the OECS event. About the organizer, will showcase the background and history of the OECS event in detail. And finally, the speakers page, as what was discussed in the auditorium, displays all the speakers who will participate throughout the OECS event along with their corresponding details. If participants or buyers would want to change or update their account information, they can click on the My Profile button at the bottom right. Displayed here are all of the information inputted by the user during their registration. Users can make changes to their account information accordingly, as long as they are not leaving out any mandatory fields. For participants and buyers, there is a unique feature when checking their profiles, which is called the virtual suitcase. In the virtual suitcase, buyers and participants will find 6 options in order to check their statistics from interacting with multiple exhibitors and partners. The virtual stamp displays all booths visited by that particular user. Speaker's presentation contains the user's brochure or document to be presented to an audience. Brochures contain all of the files viewed by the user from other users in which they can also download them. Speakers and presenters' profile will redirect to all profiles of the speakers in the OECS event. Session recordings include videos that were created by the users for other users to watch in the event. And scheduled meetings contain the meetings that were booked with a specific exhibitor, showing details such as their company name, company representative, email, and when they have scheduled a meeting. If the user
Are you interested in high-quality animation and film content to promote your brand or organization? Look no further than Malfini Film and Animation Studio Inc. Our team of experts specialize in providing customized solutions for your animation and film production needs. With a proven track record, we are the perfect partner to help bring your vision to life. So, why not come and visit our booth at the OECS Trade Exhibition? We'd love to discuss how we can help you create content that is both educational and entertaining. See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Visit Pop Munchie's booth because we are your favorite snack partner. We offer hot and fresh, sweet and savory, customizable, homemade, high-quality treats at affordable prices. Visit us today and get a chance to partake in our enticing offers such as discounts and special. See you at OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Hey guys! I'm Marie, geographer and drone pilot from Drone Caraïbes in the French West Indies. This company is a consulting firm in environmental, agricultural, and land use issues. We are pleased to participate in this great meeting of Caribbean professionals. See you at the Oecs Virtual Expo.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS.
It's the OECS Virtual Trade Expo 2023. Now time to check out some of our products and services once again. Follow me to exhibitor number 1. Akata Farms, Grenada. Akata Farms is a sustainable and diversified farm in Grenada that produces a wide range of vegetables and animal products. Our mission is to promote sustainable and innovative agriculture practices by leveraging technology and innovative farming methods to increase the supply of fresh, high-quality products to meet local, regional, and international food demands. Our business model is focused on building robust production geared towards strengthening food security, implementing technology for effective operation and employment creation, and building capacity for export. We generate revenue from multiple subsectors of our operations, including vegetable production, animal husbandry, poultry production, feed manufacturing, aquaponics, and renewable energy projects. Akata Farms from Grenada. All information on there on the profile, telephone number, email, IG handles. Let's proceed to this promotional video for Akata Farms. Akata Farms, Grenada. Our next exhibitor from St. Lucia, Dupes Did It Music. St. Lucian American singer Sherwin Dupes Bryce is a songwriter whose music is heavily influenced by pop, reggae, and R&B. Dupes is the flagship artist of Dupes Did It Music, and along with his co-founder Jonelle James, the two are focused, bringing their own catchy brand of music to the world. About Dupes Did It Music. Dupes Did It Music Inc. is an entertainment company that provides music users with original music made specifically and uniquely for their project in a variety of moods, themes, and genres. We cater to artists looking for songs for an album or single release, advertising agencies looking for high-level custom music for their clients like jingles and or sonic branding, and film studios creating for film, TV, or streaming release. With over 20 years of combined experience, our goal is to simplify the process of licensing and publishing Caribbean music, an industry that has seen tremendous growth and transformation over the past few years. Now, more than ever, we see soca, dancehall, and reggae featured in mainstream ad campaigns, television shows, and films. If music is the food of life, Dupes Did It Music adds the spice. Dupes Did It Music from St. Lucia, the flagship artist, Dupes Did It.
Head spinning, all we see is flashy lights, hearts racing, as our bodies collide. No drama, we can do whatever we like. Make room, I wanna see a straight line. Hurry up, me not come be waste time.
bookings and inquiries, email dupes@dupes.rocks.
Dupes Did It music got me dancing along during this promotional video. As we move on, let's head to the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Vinci Fresh Limited. Vinci Fresh Limited was formed in October 2007, a joint venture company formed by the Winfresh, formerly Udeco, and the National Properties Limited to perform an anchoring and a game-changing role in the agricultural diversification thrust pursued by the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines through the expanded marketing of fresh produce and the production of export of quality agro-processed goods. The company plays an integral part in our Vincentian and by extension Caribbean life since the decline in the banana trade to Europe. Vinci Fresh Limited has changed remarkably over the last 10 years and is now a more energy efficient entity, focusing on the generation of wealth in the agricultural sectors of the island. We start from the knowledge and understanding that the finest food experiences begin with best ingredients sourced from our hard-working and dedicated farmers. Vinci Fresh uses its knowledge and expertise to help modernize and transform agricultural production and marketing for delightful products to the rest of the world. Vinci Fresh from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Some good sauces here to just add to our meals on a regular. Let's check out this promotional video of Vinci Fresh.
From family barbecues and picnics to intimate dinners and other special occasions, while you're preparing it, first cook it with something fresh. Winfresh. Yes, the freshest, most flavorful seasonings and marinades and more to make your favorite dishes bursting with flavor right from the bottle. Fresh herb, urban pepper, urban garlic, and our garlic and ginger marinades. Infuse your home cooking with a tasty rainbow of exciting Caribbean flavors. And don't forget the heat. Put some hot into your pot. You'll just love our new sweet ginger hot sauce, sweet and spicy tamarind, and our sizzling jalapeno pepper sauces. Authentic Caribbean fire from skillet to serving. And for a sweet treat, try our tasty pepper jellies, pepper jelly mango, pepper jelly ginger, or passion fruit. Yes, spoonfuls of joy to complement any meal. So, before you serve it, first, cook it with something fresh. Winfresh, available at your favorite supermarket or grocery, right in the seasonings aisle. Winfresh, live well.
I can already taste those flavors and the sauces. I need to add some of these to lunch tomorrow as I'll be spending some time checking out the booths from our exhibitors all day tomorrow. Let's visit another exhibitor. This time we head to the island of Montserrat, Island Momentos. Island Momentos is a craft and souvenir-based business located in Montserrat. We create unique products themed around the islands of the Caribbean, including Montserrat, using various photographs captured around the island, along with other locally produced island-based items. Island Momentos was created with the hopes of introducing the beauty of the island to the rest of the world. We seek to do this by offering a variety of uniquely designed and built products. Each of our products are uniquely themed around the island of Montserrat and the other Caribbean islands in some form, from photography to carpentry. Products offered including, but are not limited to, jigsaw puzzles, time capsules, multi-item product, themed composition books, themed word search books, coloring books, pen sets, and more. Island Momentos from Montserrat. Let's check out our promotional video. in uploading our promotional video, but you can check out the profile, all the information in there, YouTube links, Facebook, website, Instagram, telephone number, and email. You could schedule a meeting, leave a virtual card, and chat with your representative, Ian. Definitely taking some notes in one of my themed exercise books from Island Mementos. Here we go.
I wonder what Jice really expect to find in some,
Prime is coming. Produced in Montserrat Expo. You don't want to miss
Oh,
this
wait,
one.
how they answer,
Did
boy?
you hear? Everything on exhibition is made in Montserrat and is up for sale. The Montserrat Arts Council, in collaboration with the Trade and Quality Infrastructure and Tourism Division, presents Prime. Produced in Montserrat Expo. 2 days of showcasing Montserrat's best products.
Let's talk about Prime. Welcome to the show. The vendor them up, and we want you know we back with a bang. Last year was a vibe. You're selling, you're buying, you're winning, and now is the time.
It's my time, it's your time to show with Prime. Produced in Montserrat Expo. And it's my time, it's your time to show with Prime. Produced in Montserrat Expo.
It's like nothing you've ever witnessed. The Produced in Montserrat Expo Prime. Vendors and consumers thriving. The people, the products, the energy, the coverage, the entertainment, it's Prime. For more info, visit prime.gov.ms.
My time, your time to show with Prime. Produced in Montserrat Expo. And it's my time.
Prime. Thank you very much, Montserrat. This is the OECS Virtual Trade Expo. Let's head to Dominica. Merlinda Fossois Consultancy Limited. Our company, Merlinda Fossois Consultancy Limited, MFC, focuses on livelihood enhancement in personal and professional lives of Caribbean women. Our mission is to help Caribbean entrepreneurs to find direction with their lives and use their natural skills to increase their earning potential. Through our coaching and consulting programs, we teach individuals and SMEs to shift their money mindset, develop skills, and build sustainable online businesses. MFS, Merlinda Fossois Services. Check out the profile here, all the information. Feel free to leave a word. Contact the guys at Merlinda Consultancy. Business coach. All the information is on there. Merlinda Fossois Consultancy Limited from Dominica. Thank you very much. Shall we proceed to our promotional video for MFS Consultancy?
Hi, I'm Melinda Francois, business coach, podcaster, and project manager. And I am the founder of Melinda Francois Consultancy. And what we do is we help professionals to use their knowledge and skills and turn it into a sustainable online business. Safety is never guaranteed from one income stream. And we have spoken to a lot of people who felt like they were cheated by the system. They went to school, they worked hard, they climbed the corporate ladder, and then they still struggled financially. They incurred debt. They are not able to provide for their families because a lot of things were not considered. We are coming in to help you to use what you know already and create a service and market it online regardless of your location. I have worked with women, I have worked with solopreneurs, I have worked with professionals and retirees. And here's what some of my clients have had to say.
I felt I would be comfortable with her, which she made me feel very comfortable. And it was a different world. I stepped into a new world. She made it so easy that I decided, okay, I really have to go and find out certain things on my own, because it comes out of Melinda's lips like she's drinking a glass of water. And here is it, I was struggling, and I went and read up on certain things. And when she came and she explained to me, I could further understand.
Earlier this year, I did a program called Break the Cycle with Merlinda Francois, and was one of the highlights of my year, to be honest. It was an amazing, amazing program, and I'm so happy that I did it. So, one of the biggest takeaways I would have to say from this entire program, money mindset module, because before I started the program, my business was suffering because I didn't really know the next step, the next steps that I wanted to take, and also my mindset was really, really holding me back a lot. There was a lot of fear, especially when it comes to my finances. I didn't know if I should even continue the business because I couldn't afford it, right? So that's one of the biggest things that shifted for me later on during the year after doing the program, is that I shifted my mindset out of a lack mentality and into a, I can do this mentality.
These clients worked with me inside of my group program, Break the Cycle, which teaches women, specifically high achievers, that they can do more and they don't have.
Okay, we apologize for the abrupt end here, but we were very impressed with the information coming in from the participants. Well done, MFC, Merlinda Francois Consultancy Limited from Dominica. Thank you very much for offering your services. Fantastic products and services. Remember, there are over 100 participants in this expo. So move around the hall and connect, collaborate. Let's do business. The We Planet Trade Expo Eco Challenge after these videos.
Are you interested in high quality animation and film content to promote your brand or organization? Look no further than Malfini Film and Animation Studio Inc. Our team of experts specialize in providing customized solutions for your animation and film production needs. With a proven track record, we are the perfect partner to help bring your vision to life. So, why not come and visit our booth at the Oecs Trade Exhibition? We'd love to discuss how we can help you create content that is both educational and entertaining. See you at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo.
Hey guys, I'm Murray, geographer and drone pilot from Drone Caraïbes in the French West Indies. This company is a consulting firm in environmental, agricultural and land use issues. We are pleased to participate in this great meeting of Caribbean professionals. See you at the Oecs Virtual Expo.
Welcome back. Within the exhibit hall, you would have seen booths that exhibit eco-friendly practices. The organization We Planet has put out a special challenge, the We Planet Trade Expo Challenge. Christina Paul is the director, We Planet.
Hi, good day, everyone. I'm Christiana Paul, co-founder and director of We Planet Inc. Before I start and talk about the challenge and what We Planet is, I would just say we're really excited to be here and be featured at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo. It truly is a unique opportunity to converge, connect, and collaborate across the Caribbean region. So you may be wondering, what is We Planet Inc.? We are a nonprofit social enterprise that aims to raise eco-consciousness amongst the Caribbean citizens through eco-friendly initiatives by developing innovative incentive-based solutions. And a little bit about us, we are founded by 5 young women: Kiana Dyer, Mia Badwill, Zebediah Maxwell, Kira Edwards, and myself, of course, Christiana Paul. We are based in Dominica, but our impact and reach extends throughout the Caribbean. Next slide. And so, as I said, feel free after this presentation to check out our booth to look at our exciting videos where you can learn a little bit more about We Planet. And our mission really is to protect and improve the natural environment for present and future generations. And as We Planet, we value learning, earning, and making an impact. In the next slide, you will see that we're all about small actions, big change. And we do that by our solution, which I won't give away just yet, but you may have an idea. And everything that we do falls under those values: learning, earning, and making an impact. So, how did we begin? Next slide. We Planet started off as an idea. As with every great business, every great opportunity, every great event like the OECS Trade Expo, it starts off as an idea. And that was around in 2017 where I noticed the overuse and misuse of non-biodegradable items in the environment, as well as there was a lack of eco-consciousness among citizens in Dominica. And the question came up, how can we solve this environmental issue of the lack of eco-consciousness, people and these overuse of these items? And the question came up, where are people the most and what do they want the most? And we answered the question saying that people are always on their mobile devices and people always want rewards. Not everyone cares about environmental issues, even though it affects everyone. So we wanted to get something that everyone would be interested in, and that would be rewards and incentives. So we merged those two thoughts, and that's where the We Planet app idea came to be. In 2020, a team was formed because I recognized to solve a problem as big as environmental issues is not a one man or one woman show, and a team was definitely needed to help bring We Planet to where it is today. And that is where the team of the five of us, Convent High School alumni 2020, met and came together and really started to refine this We Planet idea. And then in 2021, this team took part in several competitions, but I'll only talk about three that was really impactful to who we are today. The first being the Technovation Innovation Challenge, where we, as a group of young women, we developed an app that solved a local problem in our community, that being the environmental problems that we face. We were able to come out as semi-finalists. And through that competition, we recognized that this is not just a do good project. We can take this a step further and actually develop a business structure around it. And that is where the Dominica Youth Business Trust Social Enterprise Incubator came into play. It really helped us create We Planet Inc., which we call the home of the We Planet app. And through that incubator program, we were able to really sit down and figure out what is our organizational structure, what is our markets, who are we reaching, all those business thoughts and ideas put on paper. And of course, later throughout the year of 2021, we took part in the OECS Island Ideas Challenge. And to our surprise and to our gratefulness, we were able to take part in that and actually emerge as winners. And as emerging as winners, we became and we were truly grateful for OECS investing in ideas, really. Sorry about that, a bit of technical difficulties. Yes, so hopefully you can hear me now. As I was mentioning, we took part in 2021 those various those various competitions that really helped solidify where We Planet is today. And of course, in 2022, we were able to officially register as a non-profit corporation here in Dominica and launch our app on June 3rd, 2022. So we're actually celebrating our 1 year anniversary very soon, and we've been in operation officially for over 1 year. And really, this social enterprise and our story is one that we do not take for granted. And we're really excited to see where our solution will bring us in solving environmental issues and reaching climate resiliency, not just in Dominica, but in the Caribbean. So I've been talking a lot about this solution and what we have been doing, but what exactly is it? It's the We Planet app. The We Planet app is specially curated to motivate, educate, and encourage everyone, including businesses in the private sector, to implement eco-friendly strategies in their operation. Unique features about the app includes that it does not take up any space on your phone, so there's no excuse as to why you can't check out the We Planet app. And later throughout the presentation, we'll let you know where you can go to check it out. And of course, a unique part, we recognize we cannot solve this problem alone, and that's why we bring on businesses and people in the private sector and across all sectors to help be a part of this solution that we've created, this ecosystem really. So in the next slide, we'll start to talk about what are the various sections of the app. Next slide, please. So a look inside the We Planet app. The first section is called Eco Points. Could you please next slide? Eco Points is essentially the loyalty section of the We Planet app. It's like a loyalty program because you're wondering, okay, how exactly are people getting rewarded? And these are one of the ways through Eco Points. So anytime our app user or consumer does an eco-friendly action like shopping with a reusable bag, they get to earn what we call an Eco Point. And an Eco Point is earned for every eco-friendly action that you do. And those eco actions could be shopping with a reusable bag, purchasing an eco-friendly product, taking part in an eco event, and after you earn 3 eco points, you get entered into what we call our quarterly raffles. So here's the thing, We Planet is giving rewards year round. Solving environmental issues is not a 1 month or 1 year event. So a year round, we're rewarding people for doing those eco actions. And every entry that you get into our raffles and anything of that nature is lifetime. So we encourage people, the more points you earn, the more chances you have of winning our various prizes and taking advantage of various exclusive deals and promotions. Next slide, please. So we also have the Eco Sports section. Yes, you can earn your eco points, but you need to know where. And this is where our Eco Sports section comes into play. This is our graphical list of our eco partners and businesses that you can go to earn your eco points. And so, for example, we have a lot of supermarkets to come on board. So when our app users go to their location, they can earn their eco points for shopping with their reusable bag. In some instances, bring in a refillable bottle. Sometimes you bring your own egg carton. So there's various eligible small eco-friendly actions that you can do to earn your eco points. Next slide, please. And in one of our videos, you want to know how exactly you earn your eco points. It's a very simple 1 second process. In the app, there's a green button in the eco point section that says scan your QR code. And every eco partner location has that QR code which you can scan to earn your eco points. So that's exactly how you're going to earn your eco points, is through scanning a QR code, a very quick 1 second process. Next slide, please. So what are the other sections now? Because We Planet, as we said, we're developing an ecosystem. There's something for everybody. We have the Eco Challenges section, and this is where our app users can earn rewards for taking part in our environmental challenges. We have every quarter we feature at least one environmental challenge. This quarter, of course, we're featuring the Oecs Trade Expo challenge, which you will learn a little bit about in a while. And these challenges are themed on this SDG goals 12 to 15, and also there's a variety of types of challenges. So for example, our first ever challenge was called Santa's Crafty Elves, where people made eco ornaments, Christmas ornaments from non-biodegradable products. And our most recent challenge was actually making a video about our theme, Small Actions, Big Change. And it's not just limited to people in Dominica. Our last winner was actually from St. Lucia. So we never limit the We Planet app and the things you can do to just Dominica. As we said, we're also looking at reach across the Caribbean. Next slide, please. We have the Eco Warrior section. So you have made your Eco Challenge submissions, but we want others to see. So in this section, we feature all the challenges submitted via the app for people to view and comment on. So it's essentially our user hub for the eco-friendly videos and images and submissions within our app. And we call these people our Eco Warriors. Next slide, please. We have the Eco Opportunities section. This is actually recently added. We Planet ourselves have benefited from what we call Eco Opportunities. And these are local, regional, and international grant opportunities for funding your green ideas. There can be more than one green idea. We Planet is just one of those innovations. And so we found it fitting to include a section in the app for people interested in those sort of opportunities, people with ideas, people with businesses, solutions, organizations, that they too can find a way to take their idea or business to the next level. Next slide, please. We have the eco-exclusive section, and this is also another recently added section. Once again, we're about rewards, we're about deals. We know people love their incentives, so we decided to feature a place where our We Planet partners can include their promotions, whether that be coupons, discounts, any deals that can be redeemed by just our app users at their locations. And another section which I think was not featured is our EcoLearn section. As I said, we're touching on every aspect. We're building an ecosystem. So we found it fitting again to include an environmental education section where we feature various environmental videos, articles, links, anything on environmental topics that we find it fitting that people learn about. So we've also recently included the Oecs Trade Expo EcoLearn article in there, which we highly recommend you to check out. Next slide, please. So who are we reaching? We like to say we're reaching everyone, but to break it down for you, we have our consumers. These are obviously the people who are doing the eco-friendly actions, people who shop, people who do activities. These are individuals who shop at various shopping centers or use non-biodegradable items, and people who you find often who have the ability to do some small eco-friendly actions. We call them our consumers. Then we have service organizations. For example, with our eco challenges, it's not just targeted towards individuals. We also encourage service organizations to come on board, as well as we look forward to collaborating with some of them. So these are the groups that aim at making a positive difference in their community. And of course, small to large businesses, we can't forget about them. Collaboration is very key to We Planet's success. And so these are businesses not just interested in contributing to their corporate social responsibility, but truly being part of an action-oriented solution. Next slide, please. So the We Planet Eco Partners, I've been talking a lot about collaboration. I've been talking a lot about the eco partners. What exactly are there? So our first eco partner is our Eco Points partner. Next slide, please. And these are supermarkets and businesses where consumers can participate in the eco-friendly initiatives. These EcoPoints partners, you would find them listed, of course, in our EcoSpots section. And for example, at these locations, you could bring in your own reusable bag, you could bring in your reusable bottles or containers for refill, and you could even purchase your specific eco-friendly product, or maybe there's an eco event going on of sorts. These are what we'll call our EcoPoints partners. These businesses come on board with us, and they are featured as eco spots. Next slide, please. Our eco sponsors. So of course, these are now our businesses, enterprises, organizations, or even individuals who want to support or provide We Planet with cash or kind contributions. And those usually would go towards our incentives. As I said, we give rewards year round, every quarter. Then we have our mobile app development, and of course, our events and community engagements. Next slide, please. And recently, our eco-exclusive partners, as I mentioned, the newly added eco-exclusive section, these are now businesses or enterprises who want to include their promotions in WePlanet. Just for WePlanet app users, they would come on board as eco-exclusive partners. Next slide, please. So a little bit about why WePlanet, why we believe in it so much, and why we continue to promote our innovation, so to speak. Next slide, please. It's an action-oriented solutions. There's four main reasons. One, we're innovative. We're innovative. There is no business or app quite like WePlanet, because how many apps do you really know of in Dominica or maybe in the Caribbean that rewards you like how WePlanet is rewarding you for doing an eco-friendly action daily? I can't name any. If you can, please drop the names. We'll be willing to collaborate with them. And that brings us into our next point. We're collaborative. We do not compete with businesses. Our aim is to create success through collaboration by engaging all sectors of society. I think once again, that's the key. And I think in one of the panel discussions that was taking place earlier, they stressed on collaboration and how important it is in terms of entrepreneurship and youth entrepreneurship at that, and building success in that sector. And that is why we ensure that our solution, that is a key element of it. We're user friendly. We understand not everybody likes technology, and we're not age or gender discriminatory. Everyone is welcomed on our app. And that is why we ensured one, our app had the option of not taking up any space on people's phone, as well as that our user interface itself is easy to navigate. And we've gotten testimonies from our app users that they found it easy to navigate. And if they didn't, we had lots of videos up as to how exactly you navigate the app. And it was very important that we make this action-oriented solution very user-friendly so everyone can take part and there's no excuses. And of course, we're impactful. That is key with WePlanet. We want to make an impact, especially when it comes to tackling environmental issues. And so the app and our solutions are specifically designed to ensure that action is taking place daily throughout the community, and user engagement is key. So you cannot get your eco points if you don't do an eco-friendly action. It's a very symbiotic relationship, really. Next slide, please. So WePlanet Inc. in action. What are some of the in-person activities and things that we do? Next slide, please. So we do school visits. Of course, we target the youth as well as we target the other older consumers, but we also ensure that we're in the schools to let students know that there is a way you can play your part in contributing to a more greener and cleaner environment. So through our launch, we visited various schools in Dominica, and as you can see here, we're having them use the app on the spot and earn their own points and take part in our eco challenges especially. Next slide, please. We also do eco partner pop-ups. So at our various eco partners, mainly supermarkets at the moment, we do pop-ups to engage with their consumers on the spot and get the consumers into using reusable bags. So we'll have situations where the consumer did not go in mind, I'm going to use my reusable bag, but because we're there, they're now going in there to use their reusable bag because they know they will get a chance to earn some shopping vouchers and discounts at that location. Next slide, please. And of course, our rewards. Big part of WePlanet, the rewards. As you can see through a few of these pictures, we have young ones, we have older ones winning rewards from WePlanet. Every quarter, we give out rewards to our app users and our Eco Points winners, as well as our Eco Challenge winners. And you can see some of them here on the screen. Next slide, please. And so now the OECS Trade Expo Eco Challenge. So you've heard a lot about us, so get involved. So we're asking you and we're encouraging you really to take part in one, the Eco Scavenger Hunts, where we're asking anyone, especially the youth, especially the students, to be the first to name 5 to 10 business booths that exhibit eco-friendly practices. Eco-friendly practices means that they, for example, use biodegradable packaging. So they're eliminating the use of plastic within their operation as well as in their products. So we're asking you to visit the various booths, check out the various booths, learn about the business and engage with them and find out at least 5 businesses that exhibit those eco-friendly practices. And you will get a chance to, the first 3 people, so we already have people coming on listing names, the first 3 people to list the eligible valid 5 to 10 businesses get $50 Amazon gift card. And our second challenge is the Eco Solution Challenge, where you're being asked to choose an industry featured at the expo. If you check out the exhibitor booth, you'll be able to see the various industries. We also listed it in the EcoLearn article. And you need to design a poster, or it could be digital or paper-based, or you could do a 30-second to 1-minute video explaining how those businesses in that industry can be more eco-friendly. So you notice that there's a gap, there's a way, especially in manufacturing, keeping with the same biodegradable packaging example. In the manufacturing industry, you'll find people still using plastic packaging, which may not be the best for the environment. You may want to speak on how exactly they can be more eco-friendly, whether by introducing biodegradable packaging, having their products be able to refill bottles. So all those little ideas that I'm giving you, that's what we want to see from your submissions. And the video winner will be receiving a $150 Amazon gift card, that's in USD, and our poster winner will be receiving a $100 valued Amazon gift card. Next slide, please. So here's what you need to do before you go and check out our booth and everything. Visit the WePlanet app at www.weplanet.app. As we mentioned, it's a web-based app, so all you need to do is go to that link and add it to your home screen. It does not take up any space, and of course, you create your account using your full name and valid email address, and then learn more. Scroll through the app. Once again, very easy to use. There's also an instructions section for those who need it, and see how you yourself can contribute to a better environment, or maybe come on board as an eco partner for all the businesses listening, and really be part of this innovation ecosystem that we have developed. Next slide, please. And for further clarification for those who need it as to how exactly you sign up, you simply go to www.weplanet.app, and there will be below a sign up button. You click that button and it will ask you to include your name, your valid email address, and any password of your choosing. And then ensure you click register, and just like that, you're a WePlanet app user. So we're looking forward to seeing your Eco Challenge submissions, as well as you coming on board and being a WePlanet app user. It is free to be a WePlanet app user. It comes at no cost to you. And when we talk about our eco partners, we like to consider it a win-win partnership. And everyone who comes on board as an eco partner with us agrees. Next slide, please. And that's it for me. I would say continue visiting our booths. Be sure to check out WePlanet on our social medias at WePlanet767, or you could email us at WePlanet767@gmail.com, or if you want to call us or message us, we can be found everywhere. And we encourage you to reach out if you want to be a partner, if you want to be an app user, any questions you may have. We are open to discussions and connecting with you. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. And as we always ask, are you ready to learn while you earn?
Hi, I am Jeanette.
And I am Floyd, and together we are JNF Fencing. What we do here is manufacture chain link fence wires, anything from 3 feet high to 10 feet high. Only manufacturing firm of this type in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We have a variety of PVC coated colors, black, green. We have zinc coated, which is a silverish color.
We have the best quality for the lowest pricing in the Federation.
See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Do you want to stay safe, secure, and resilient in these uncertain times with high-quality IT, network, and cybersecurity solutions? Come visit us at the Island Tech booth. See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Our final roundtable discussion looks at unlocking new opportunities for SMEs in the OECS. The discussion is moderated by Mr. Philippe de la Mota, Team Leader of Economic Resilience and Trade Partnership.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Hope you can all hear me. Hope you can hear me well. So welcome all of you today. I have the honor of hosting this very interesting panel. We're going to have with us Mr. Deodat Maharaj, the Executive Director of Caribbean Export Development Agency. We're going to have Carmen Gomez Trigg, the Chief Executive Officer of the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Scheme, Laura John, Program Officer at the Global Green Growth Institute. We're going to have Sylvia Donner, who is the Private Sector Development Lead Specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank. And last but not least, we're going to have Dr. Didicus Jules, Director General of the OECS. So as you can see, a very wide-ranging and varied panel for a very interesting discussion. So the purpose of the panel, of course, is to see how SMEs are faring in the region, if they have what they need to thrive, if their potential is being unlocked. And I can't think of a better array of. If I can jump straight to you, that from your point across the region, can you maybe focus and let's try to be, I think here we're going to on the challenges, but I'm going to ask all the panelists maybe to be more upbeat and let's look at the solutions more than just the challenges, which we are all familiar with. So maybe do that from your side in terms of the challenges and maybe to see what the SMEs are asking for, they're not getting in terms of support, or how we can focus to unlock their potential. And can you give us a bit of an overview of how you see this?
I think I have to start now. Good afternoon, everyone. Fellow panelists, are you hearing me clearly? Okay, so Felipe, thank you so very much.
We are, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Felipe,
that
thank
Felipe
you so
was
very
breaking
much.
up.
Fellow panelists, a great pleasure to be with you. It's good to be there with Laura and you, Carmen and Sylvia, and my dear friend and brother, Didicus. Didicus, I must congratulate the OECS on this focus on the MSMEs. And why is it so important? I mean, when you look at the UNCTAD data globally, MSMEs account for 90% of all businesses and 70% of jobs worldwide. And guess what? The Caribbean is absolutely no different. And here in the narrative, when we talk about trade and we talk about investment, ordinarily we think about big business. But the reality is that according to the Caribbean Development Bank, MSMEs in our region account for between 70 to 85% of all businesses, accounting for 60 to 70% of GDP and accounting for 50% of total employment. 40% of MSMEs are owned by women, and in some countries, up to 60%. And the reason I wanted to cite the data, because Didicus and colleagues, if we want to drive transformation in the region, we have to look at the sector that's accounting for most of the employment, for most of the region's GDP and generating opportunities for people where they matter on the ground, right? And in the communities where they live. I mean, Felipe asked me to look at a range of challenges. Together with the Caribbean Development Bank, we at Caribbean Export, we did a survey of 484 MSMEs, many of them from the Eastern Caribbean. And so this is not Deodat Marad citing the challenges. This is what the MSMEs themselves are saying. The number one issue they cited as a challenge was cash flow. The second challenge they saw was market intelligence. Obviously, the issue of the ease of doing business and the business environment is burdensome for many, including doing basic things such as registering a business and starting a business. When you look at the 2020 World Bank Ease of Doing Business report, the report has been discontinued for the time being. But suffice it to say that close to 200 countries globally the study covered. And thankfully, St. Lucia was in the top 100 together with Jamaica. And the remaining countries in the Caribbean, including the OECS, with the exception of St. Lucia, were in the bottom half of 195 countries globally. I think, but we have to focus on solutions. And how do we transition our MSME from micro to become small, small to become medium, and medium to become large and become an exporter? We have to ensure that our MSMEs are working in the sectors that could drive transformation. As the most climate vulnerable region on the planet, and the OECS has taken an important leadership role in this area. Great to see our colleague from the Global Green Growth Institute as well. So that green economy transition is important. The IDB and the ILO in a study in 2020 estimated that 400,000 additional jobs will be created in our Caribbean with a green economy transition. So there's opportunity, but there's a risk that they will be left out if we don't take the corrective or correct measures. And so it was really good to see the last presentation. Similarly, in the area of innovation, digitalization, and technology, it represents a major challenge with most of our businesses in the Caribbean not having a website. And now COVID was helpful if there was one good thing about COVID in the sense that people were forced to transition to digitalization and technology. So it's a big challenge, but it represents a massive opportunity for us. And thanks to Felipe and the colleagues at the EU, we at Caribbean Export have this supporting this EU LAC Digital Accelerator Program to help take our businesses in that digital space to the next level. The third sector, a big challenge for us, but a massive opportunity as well for MSMEs, agriculture. I mean, the Caribbean has a food import bill of $6 billion US and climbing. Tedekos knows this very well. Secondly, the average age of a farmer in the Caribbean is 55. But still, we have a market with the Dominican Republic of 30 million people. Plus, in 2019, before COVID, we had stay-over tourist arrivals. That's non-cruise ship, amounting to a record number, around 31 million tourists coming to our shores in the Caribbean, many of them coming to the Eastern Caribbean. So agriculture has to be seen by MSMEs, not as farming, but as business, and to connect that with technology. So AgTech becomes important, which is a priority area for our work at the Caribbean Export Development Agencies. So I've provided some data to give an overview, identified a few of the challenges, but also noting and emphasizing that in terms of the challenges, they represent opportunities. So green economy transition, massive opportunities for MSMEs, but we have to work hand in glove with them and the policymakers. That innovation, digitalization, technology, our businesses are being left out. Some are doing better. We have some good programs, but we have to do it on a more organized and systematic basis. Agriculture. Agriculture is about business. It's about making money and getting over that hurdle where farming is seen as a profession of those who are 55 years and over, where the average age of a farmer in this Caribbean of ours is 55. And if we do agriculture as a business, looking at our population and looking at the tourism sector and building those linkages, they are massive opportunities for us. I was allocated fellow panelists and participants just 4 minutes. I may have exceeded it, Felipe, by 30 seconds, I would say. But thank you so very much. And this is really exciting. So because I joined earlier as well, and I love the presentation and the use of technology to have this engagement that can drive a transformational agenda for our region. Thank you so much.
Start. Oh, okay. So I'm getting a cue from Felipe, constantly having a confuse. Oh gosh. Are you hearing me now? Yes? Hi, Carmen, thank you. Okay, so I'm very honored to be part of this panel with people that I deeply admire and respect and have worked with, have had dialogue with for a number of years. So very grateful for that, and to the OECS Secretariat for this invitation. I agree fully with the challenges that Deodat spoke about. And because of the experience of Compete Caribbean, which is a program that I manage that really focuses on innovation, what I would like to expand on is on the last challenge that Deodat talked about, which is innovation and to some extent technology adoption. And I agree fully that the green transition is a great opportunity, no? But I think beyond that, innovation across the board to really propel countries forward. And I want to give you a little bit of context. I may be a little provocative maybe, but between for the OECS region, no? So between 2001 and 2019, the OECS region had grown on average, right? The GDP per capita of 1.45% per year, which is not, it's not bad, but it's not, it would take a long time to transform people's quality of life at that rate of growth. Then came the pandemic, and the pandemic really contracted the growth of the OECS countries. So by 2022, by the end of 2022, the GDP of OECS countries had on average, it was on average 5% lower than in 2019, imagine. And then if you think of applying a 1.45% growth, how long will it take to recover even to 2019 levels, right? So here we're talking about a situation where it's not only the OECS, because it repeats itself for the other Caribbean countries, but I'm focusing on the OECS here. How do you get to to inject higher rates of growth in the countries? And it really passes through how do you get businesses to grow and to become more competitive, right? And for that, what we focus on in Compete Caribbean is a total factor productivity growth, which is really, how you combine inputs to produce higher value products. So, and this passes through innovation and it passes through technology adoption. We've done a huge survey of 13 Caribbean countries, businesses in 13 Caribbean countries 3 times now. You can go into our website and find the data sets. And I just want to tell you a little bit of analysis of the last survey, which was conducted in 2020, about what is the state of innovation and technology adoption in the OECS and why I think policies to improve that are so critical, okay? In the context of the pandemic we just had and very low rates of growth, right? So, so innovative firms in the OECS, when you compare how businesses in the OECS innovate with respect to businesses in the rest of the Caribbean, you find a much lower level of innovation. Like in the OECS, the number of businesses that innovate are about 2/3 than in the rest of the Caribbean. And those that are interested in innovating but have not innovated yet are like about half of those that are interested in innovating but that have not innovated yet in the rest of the Caribbean. And this really speaks to how to raise awareness of the importance of innovation and how to reduce barriers to innovation throughout the Caribbean, but specifically in the OECS, right? There's also much lower adoption of digital technology, so like 4/5 with respect to the rest of the Caribbean, and also lower rates of interest even in adopting digital technology. About half as many businesses are interested as in the rest of the Caribbean. I'm talking about averages and not absolute numbers, okay? And surprisingly, there's even a high percentage, about 1/3 of large OECS businesses confront barriers in adopting digital technology, right? So what challenges do businesses in the OECS report to innovate or to adopt technology? 2/3, 63%, so by prevalence, like 63% of the businesses that are trying to innovate and report challenges say that their main challenge is the level of available financial resources for innovation and technology adoption. And we know from the experience of other countries that usually there are programs that are heavily kind of like subsidized and that are high in information awareness about the importance of doing this, how to do it, diminishing the level of risk, right? And that would seem to be very important for the OECS. A big constraint is also lack of skills in the labor force that can help the business innovate or adopt technology. The degree of self-confidence that businesses have in innovating and adopting digital technology. We found through fieldwork that many times they would like to, but they don't even know how to go about it, okay? And also the relationship, and this is, of course, very linked to small markets, between the cost to innovate and adopt digital technology and the size of the market. However, those that innovate or adopt digital technology, we found in the same survey, sold on average 30% more than comparable firms and were 20% more productive than comparable firms. So the investment in that really helps, okay? And those businesses also perceived that these actions had significantly opened access to new markets and increased their capacity to produce new goods and services. Just like lessons learned from our experience, what to do, I think strengthening ecosystems of entrepreneurship and innovation is super important. The OECS Secretariat has done a great job at doing it at the regional level. Pipeline needs to be increased, so more effort done at the level of the countries to stimulate entrepreneurs that when they go to the startup stage can be supported by the OECS Secretariat regional programs. Then, you know, we do a lot of work in clusters and value chains, which is not disruptive innovation, it's more progressive innovation. But these programs for us, we have found that really move the needle in the development of entire industries. They make the participating firms a lot more competitive, and they produce a big bang for the buck in terms of investment in money and job creation, for example, and even like export and revenue growth. And how important it is to have services to help businesses adopt technology, both digital and environmental. And many times there are lines of credit for businesses that businesses can borrow to adopt technology, but they don't even know what to borrow for. So kind of like we found that subsidized vouchers where they can get a consultant to make a project, and then with that project, they go to the bank and get financing are super important. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Now, can you please tell me if you can hear me now, colleagues? Yes, good. Sorry. Apologies for that. We had a power outage here at the delegation, so I've been connecting now with my... Luckily enough, I was hearing you. Unfortunately for Didicus, I can now come in and be provocative as well, because hearing a bit what Sylvia and Deodat were saying in terms of ecosystems, I think no one better placed than you, Didicus, to maybe give us a view of what the country's leaders are thinking of policy-wise, since at the end of the day, a lot of the policy in the region is done top-down. It'd be very interesting to see what they see, what you see with them in terms of constraints, what the momentum is, if the public sector is playing maybe the role it needs to play in this space, and if not, maybe why, and how can the OECS help? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Felipe. And first of all, I have to send special greetings to all the colleagues on this call, because all of you, not just in your personal capacity, but importantly in your institutional capacity, have played a tremendous role in helping to advance entrepreneurship in the OECS. And I think you were deliberately selected for this panel because you are all very valued collaborators with the OECS Commission. In fact, this issue of ecosystems is precisely where I wanted to pick up from what Sylvia had said. Because, first of all, if we stand away from the topic itself, and from the perspective of an OECS, which is supposed to play a seminal role at the sub-regional level in driving the growth and development of entrepreneurship and small business, there is a bit of a contradiction, a fundamental contradiction, because we're talking about, in many of the islands, small business support organizations that are designed to build and grow small, medium, micro, medium, small businesses, and to have them expand and fulfill their potential. But the reality is, in most of the Caribbean, in fact, many small island developing countries, the public sector itself is in dire need of major reform. And I think that is an elephant in the room that in many cases is not being sufficiently addressed. I'm sure you all would have read the book Why Nations Fail, and realize that a basic reason that countries experience such difficulty in their development trajectory is because of the fact that the institutional capacity is often weak, fragile, or too bureaucratic. And references have been made by colleagues in Deodat in some of these presentations, spoke to some of the bureaucratic impediments. It is no accident that Sylvia pointed to the fact that the MSMEs seem to have, from the research done by Compete Caribbean, have a greater propensity to innovation. So the long and short of it is that we really do have the focus on the MSMEs is critically important for us in the OECS. The challenge, though, is that we have a lot of groundwork to do to sort out a number of critical things that are, in my view, are conditions precedent to the real takeoff for the potential of these entities. Because in the first instance, our small, medium, and micro, medium, and small enterprises represent, I think, a greater entrepreneurial spirit than the traditional private sector. The traditional private sector in most of the OECS are really import resale businesses. There's some manufacturing which is struggling under different conditions, but it is the small sector, the small businesses that really show that propensity to innovate, that adventurism, the willingness to take risks, to try to do things differently, to discover opportunities where there are problems. And so that is why the ecosystemic approach is so critical. When we look at the challenges we face at that OECS level, there are a range of problems, some of which have been identified, but quickly at the policy and regulatory environment, a lot of work needs to be done at that level in order to create an enabling environment for business development. For example, even in terms of the SMEs, do we have a coherent policy across the region that where the regional policy articulates neatly with the national policies on SME development? I noted that Latin America and the Caribbean, there's an SME policy index that was developed looking at policies for competitive SMEs. And there are a number of things that this index calls for, and I think we need to adopt this index and interrogate it and put some of the measures in place, such as ensuring the integrated approach to SME policy, paying attention to good policy making practices throughout the policy cycle, from design, adoption, implementation, right through to monitoring, evaluation, etc. Strengthen the delivery mechanisms for more direct engagement and targeted segments of the SME population. Then pair them out with support for continued improvement, the business support, development support, the financing, the technology and innovation, as we've said before, market access and export promotion. A lot of hand-holding needs to happen there. But at the regional level, remember, we as the OECS are a subset of CARICOM, and there are a number of entities that are engaged in this process. What needs to happen, and I'm putting this out as an open invitation to all of you here who are already very closely collaborating with us, to work with us for us to define a better rationalization and division of labor and competence in the work that we collectively do, so that each of us has a clear understanding, and to work with the national business development, business service organizations, so that we can work out that division of labor. How do we start? Who is responsible for starting with micro businesses? What are the processes? Have a roadmap that determines from that maps out the room to large, the respective roles of the different agencies in that process, and how do we make that graduation happen? And I think if we do that, that's going to really help to create that ecosystem we're talking about, that will make a huge difference for the speed of growth and the scaling up of good business innovation ideas in the OECS. Thank you.
Thank you, Didicus. I think, you made several very good points. One of them I want to pick up on, though. It's when you mentioned the public sector is in need of reform, and being part of the solution. Of course, this is something that needs to be addressed. But there's also things coming out of the public sector that are very innovative in a way. And maybe it's time to hear for a bit from Carmen on the Eastern Caribbean partial guarantee scheme. Bridge that, the access to finance that CBI also. How is this
Good afternoon, and thank you so much to everyone for having afforded me the opportunity to be with distinguished colleagues on this panel. Yes, ECPCGC, which is the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation, is one area in which there is some innovation that took place. It was an initiative of the World Bank and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and it's an agency set up to alleviate the issues faced by MSMEs who do not have the collateral required for getting the funding that they need. I know that Mr. Miraj and also Sylvia would have mentioned some of the constraints in the growth trajectory of the MSMEs, and access to finance is really a big one. So what we do is we provide the lenders with the missing collateral for clients' loans up to an amount of 80% of the loan amount. We do not provide funding but we hold the funds on behalf of the client. So it's a tripartite relationship with the agency, the borrower, and the lender. It's a collaborative relationship, and it is funded by $2 million that would have been added to the fund by each participating country. And the 6 participating countries are Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We hope at some stage that Anguilla and Montserrat would join us, but at the moment, these are the 6 countries that we service. We do have certain conditions for MSME eligibility, being that the businesses must be registered, must have an annual income of less than 200,000 EC dollars, and they must be able to service the loan via a positive cash flow. They should also be in operation for more than 2 years. With one of our products, which is called the Startup Guarantee, they should be operating for at least 3 months. So let me take a moment and tell you guys a little bit about the 3 products that we have. We have the classic product, which has a loan limit of 750,000 EC dollars, the working capital with a limit of $200,000, and the startup with a limit of $100,000. So the limits are different because the products are tailored to different niche markets. In the classic guarantee, the big one, we aim for the larger, medium-sized enterprises. With the working capital, we aim for people who've gone through some hardship with COVID and are trying to get out of a hole, either to purchase new inventory or to pay outstanding bills and so on. And with the startup, we are catering to the ones who have an idea, have started to do business, and are ready to grow. So we are looking at businesses that are over 3 years. Now, the process is that they would approach the financial institutions who would have their own parameters for lending. And once they have satisfied those conditions of the participating lenders, an application to a deficit. Once we get the application, we would look at the cash flow of the business, the growth trajectory, and the impact of the loan. We sort of collate a lot of statistics, and in the loans we've done so far, we've seen some job creation, we've seen some business growth, and so on. We have, in fact, dealt with quite a number of sectors across the spectrum. We've had tour guides, we've had fishing vessels, we've done some farms, agro-processing, wholesale and retail, computer services, entertainment, solar installation, etc. And that's not all. These are just the ones that I pulled out. We deal with a multiplicity of lenders on all the islands. Most of the commercial banks have been admitted to the program. We also have 2 development banks, one in Grenada, one in St. Lucia, and we are about to sign a few credit unions. Our main objective is to find our clients wherever they do business. We realize that the development banks and the credit unions are the depository of a lot of the funds of the people that we are seeking to do business with. So we are going to admit quite a few credit unions by the ending of this second quarter. We do have some impediments to access to finance. So, while we have been innovated and we have this program, which is really going to work well for the MSMEs, we have found, after dealing with about almost 50 or so applications, that there is a lack of understanding of the lending cycle among the MSMEs, and some of them are not quite ready for the world of finance. And this is manifested by a lack of records, use of business funds or personal expenses, and the commingling of personal and business affairs. We are trying to get around that hurdle with some more training, some more awareness building. And we have, in fact, hired a PR firm, which will do some awareness and education among our beneficiaries in the months to come. And that is going to be rolled out very soon. But we do think it is critical that they are aware of what are their responsibilities with regard to accessing finance, what are the lender's responsibilities, and what are ECPCGC's responsibilities. We do have some challenges on the banking side as well. There were some issues we encountered with MSME assessment, and there's an emphasis on asset-based lending rather than on cash flow lending. And we are doing whatever we can to train them. We have partnered with the German Savings Bank, which is headquartered in St. Lucia, to roll out some training programs and some new tools that they can use to do the cash flow lending, because cash flow lending is where we know our beneficiaries reside. So all is well with the program. We are just trying to get some more beneficiaries on the ground, and we are teaming up with various institutions in this regard. We do think that by February 2025, which is when the World Bank is going to leave the program, that we would have achieved the objective of at least 250 beneficiaries. We hope to exceed that, and with the new PR campaign that we are rolling out, that we should see that happening. Also, we are designing 2 new products as we speak, which would see some more bankers and some more credit unions getting into where we need to get. So those are 2 under wraps for the moment, but there are 2 new ones that are going to be coming out by ending of June, and we'd be happy to share with you what our experiences along the way. So I would leave it at that, and over to you.
Thank you, Carmen. Very useful information. Maybe let's go quickly to Laura from GGGI. And Laura, I think the idea is maybe to hear from you a bit, since your institute specializes in helping countries transition towards greener economic models. But what does that really mean for an MSME in the OECS? And maybe a follow-up question is also, we keep talking about green transition, of course, from the point of view of competitiveness, to make the firms more competitive. But isn't it also a big opportunity for the service industry as well to develop new green transition services for firms in the OECS?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Philip. And it's an honor to be here on this panel with all of my fellow panelists. First off, I just wanted to take a brief moment to actually introduce GGGI, or the Global Green Growth Institute, because we are the new kid on the block and not many are actually familiar with us. So I just wanted to establish that we are a treaty-based international and intergovernmental organization with headquarters based in Seoul, Korea. And we have a membership of over 45 countries. And the OECS Commission is actually our first regional organization. By virtue of its membership to GGI, the OECS member countries are also privy to the benefits of being a member of GGI. In terms of our vision, mission, and position, we see ourselves as a trusted advisor and development partner, where we are often embedded in the governments of our member countries. And we serve to facilitate this transition to the low carbon green economy. So that includes providing policy advice, technical support in developing green growth plans, regulations, mobilizing, a key one is mobilizing green investment, but also developing local capacities and knowledge sharing. And lastly, actually helping to implement green growth policies and projects, With regard to MSMEs, I think many of my colleagues have touched upon just the importance of MSMEs globally. And I cannot reiterate how much MSMEs are truly critical on a number of fronts. We know that businesses generally are at the forefront of actually changing consumer behavior much more rapidly than our public sector counterparts. We also know that MSMEs in particular are at the forefront of helping us achieve a lot of our sustainable development goals through the fact that they're often the ones who provide employment directly to underserved communities, to vulnerable populations like women and youth, and increase the income of those households that actually has direct impacts on health and education in terms of the investments that are made. So just on those fronts alone, and in that context, it made sense for GGI to conceptualize a program, the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurship Initiative, that would ultimately support social inclusiveness by supporting MSMEs in the OECS, as well as environmental sustainability. So the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurship Initiative really looks at trying to target a number of the challenges that have been raised by my colleagues here today. So capacity building by providing training to our early stage startup businesses through our incubator program, providing not only training specifically using the social lean canvas methodology, and therefore introducing modules around financial planning, knowing that that is a sore area that you've all touched on, as well as impact modeling, because many of our businesses don't realize the environmental and social impacts that they're actually having. And being able to leverage those in terms of, again, the opportunities that exist, as there is a substantial demand for low carbon, zero development technologies and services within this climate crisis context. So we provide the capacity building, we provide mentorship, networking opportunities, and ultimately grants specifically for the incubator program of US $10,000. And I'm happy to announce that we've actually awarded 20 grants so far, looking to award another 10. So that's 200,000 US in grant funding to support those early stage businesses once they've gone through that training and developed the skill sets that we know are critical for their success. We also have our accelerator program, which is focused on supporting our growth stage businesses through investor matching. So hosting an investor roundtable, which we are planning to do in September in collaboration with the Caribbean Climate Smart Accelerator, and also, and critically, providing repayable loans or interest-free loans of up to US $50,000. We actually currently have a call open now to these growth stage businesses to apply for these loans. And they are essentially in two ranges. So again, trying to be responsive to the context. Within the growth stage category, we still see quite a bit of variation in maturation of businesses. And so we have two loan ranges from 10,000 to 29,000 as the first range, and 30,000 to 50,000 as the second range, with eligibility criteria that are tailored to each in an effort to provide a product that lends itself, basically meets the businesses where they are at. We have a 6-year repayable period. And again, these are interest-free, so no collateral is required. And businesses can use these loans to leverage additional financing from other lending institutions. Because again, we recognize the challenges that they face in terms of going to traditional financial institutions, where the requirements, because they are seen as basically high risk, the requirements are often too significant for them to be eligible to be able to take advantage of the lending opportunities, the traditional lending opportunities. So this was our way of looking to work in collaboration with traditional lending institutions, but also filling that gap that we've recognized exists for these businesses. And then finally, we do have an ecosystem development component where we've been working with business support organizations on the ground in the 6 participating member countries. So that would be Antigua, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And not only have they been helping in terms of on the ground implementation and increasing visibility around the program and helping to recruit businesses who may be eligible for our programs, but also they will get to benefit from capacity building. One of the key challenges we've actually faced is recognizing that the concept of a green business is fairly new to the region. And so there has needed to be quite a bit of work put in towards educating the region about green businesses, because a lot of our MSMEs are actually operating as green businesses and don't even realize it, and therefore aren't able to, take advantage of these opportunities. So by working directly with the business support organizations, we're able to help build their capacity, but also increase awareness and the opportunities that exist for the Eastern Caribbean Green Entrepreneurship Program.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. Before maybe moving on, because I see that time is also a bit of the essence here. We're in our last 10 to 12 minutes. I'm going to jump and ask a couple of questions before I let you all have maybe 1-2 minutes of closing remarks. But Didicus, this one is more for you, I think. We're hearing from all the panelists, initiatives, actions, public sector, private sector. Are we all working together here? Do you feel there's a coordination? Do you feel we're pushing all at the same time? Is there anything lacking? How would you see this? Because ultimately it does seem that a lot of things are going on at the same time. Are we doing things right?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a time lag. Yes, I think that's a really appropriate question, because while I was hearing my colleagues, I mean, I'm familiar with what all the partners are doing, but listening to this from the perspective of the panel and our purpose here today, I'm thinking ways in which we can work closer together and be more effective in the space. And the fact that some of us on the call on this panel have called for taking an ecosystemic approach, I think is very, very important. One of the things that struck me when Carmen was speaking, she spoke eloquently to all what they are doing by way of providing the guarantees. It's a very nurturing financial environment that they are creating, and I'm happy that they reached out to the credit unions, because with all of the flight of banks from the region, increasingly our credit unions are becoming our most self-reliant way of ensuring banking services and financing. I have been very concerned about the emergence of all these fast cash schemes across the region, where money is being given with sometimes no background checks. It's becoming a financial trap for entrepreneurs and small business people, and even ordinary working people who find themselves strapped with debt and so on. It's creating a huge debt trap. Now, I recall in the discussions with the Afrexim Bank, because I'm sure colleagues know we have this huge outreach to Africa now. The Afrexim Bank, in discussing the question of financial support and grant support to the region, said that they don't support the notion of grants, because they believe that you can easily get trapped in a cycle of dependence on grants to survive. Now, I don't totally subscribe to that, but I believe we do need to create that fine balance between lending to facilitate sustainable growth rather than a grant dependence. And I want to put out a public call to the colleagues who are, as I keep saying, are already closely collaborating with the OECS. We work very closely together. Let us move to a new level of to that challenge, lift that challenge to a new level by, first of all, together undertaking a census, not a survey, a census of MSMEs in the OECS. And the OECS is an ideal petri dish for this. Do this census so that at the point in time that we do it, we are able to capture literally all of the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises existing in the space. And then to do so in collaboration with the national the business support agencies in all of the member states of the OECS, so that we can analyze this together and out of using that data begin to create the ecosystem that we are talking about. Just imagine if we have a platform that enables, first of all, the census results are put into that platform, and then subsequently, we are able to maintain that platform. People who have business ideas can come on board, indicate some of their business ideas. They are steered appropriately through their national service organizations to begin to incubate and develop themselves. But in working more closely together in that collaborative way, we need to ensure that all bases are covered. So it's not just the provision of grant financing, but also helping people with financial education so they understand the instruments, financial instruments that are available to them, especially the green instruments, looking at their branding, their IP rights, their marketing, their all aspects of growing business, so that we are really providing that nurturing environment to push them. Our role in the OECS, in keeping with the revised Treaty of Basel, is a harmonization role. We need to ensure that the business environment is securely harmonized if we are serious about the single economic space, so that the ease of doing business in the OECS, especially for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, is as easy as doing business in your national space. If I open a business in Castries and I want to set up a branch in Soufrière, the same ease with which I can do that with no impediments to movement of capital, movements of goods, movement of staff, is what should happen in the OECS single economic space. So I think if we want anything to come out of this encounter, our colleagues on the panel, first to post this event, to have that discussion, and let's agree on a course of action. Thanks.
Thank you, Didicus. I'll then pass it on to the colleagues, of course, to respond, and maybe we can structure the closing remarks as well. If one by one, in a short minute and a half each, you can, besides responding, of course, to Didicus's call, you can also maybe highlight the one thing in terms of, or two things in terms of short-term action, short-term wins, low-hanging fruit that could be done with the instruments that we already have in the next maybe 6 months to 1 year, to make sure that this ecosystem, these challenges that we've discussed, can realistically be tackled in one way or another. So if we can maybe go to Deodat, you've been waiting for a while. Let's go to you first, and then we'll pass it straight to Sylvia.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Felipe. I mean, just echo the point that Didicus made on the importance of hand-holding, just like the methodology that we have at Caribbean Export, because we support our micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, and they are how you become green to compete. And that is really important as a methodology. We'll get results, but it takes time. Secondly, Felipe, the point that you emphasize, which I didn't mention in my own presentation, given the time limits, has to do with services. Services from the context of innovation, technology, and digitalization, services in terms of leveraging technology in agriculture, and services in green economy transition, where Caribbean people, well-trained and skilled people, can provide high-priced, technical services. I think that's a big thing. Also, when we think about BPOs, when we think also about things like management consultancy, for example. So services is like the next frontier, to my mind, of Caribbean business. One takeaway from me as well is there's a lot of really good work taking place already. I'm happy that Sylvia and Caribbean Export, I mean, we're working closely. We actually have a joint project with Compete Caribbean. We have a project with the Caribbean Development Bank. So we are working across partners, Felipe, right? But I think we need to do much more. And I like the idea, the call that Didicus made, maybe on this particular sector, let's sit down and put our heads together, A, on the census, and B, on mapping out 2 or 3 priorities on how we can work more together, not in every single area, but maybe in 2 or 3. And another important point, the BSOs, strengthening the capacities of BSOs, working with them day in, day out, to build the individual capacities and to help them connect to each other, to my mind, is really an important agenda going forward. And at the end of the day, it's about lives and livelihoods and jobs and creating opportunity for our people. So it's important that we work where it matters, to my mind, on the ground and in the lives of people. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Deodat. Sylvia, over to you.
I almost wanted to say whatever Deodat and Didako said, together, and my colleagues, because I agree completely. I think what I would add, beyond, I would really want to emphasize again both Didakus and Deodat's stress on the ecosystem. And I think Didakus portrayed it not only about what the national governments and the regional organizations are doing, but also, what the donors are doing. And I think from the point of view of the individual firms, sometimes it's very confusing to think about where does one program start, where does it end, and where do you kind of graduate to another program or maybe to a national scheme. And I think that's where we as donors and people who offer programs could work more synchronously together. But I also think that there has to be a lot more investment from the countries themselves in scaling up a lot of the good initiatives that are done and that have real impact, but they're done very piecemeal, so the impact is always circumscribed to a certain, to a small group of firms. And really, if you want that to have a very big impact on the growth of an economy, you really have to think of also how do you scale up support in instruments. One thing that was not mentioned and that I find that is very important is on the issue of access to finance, not only whether you get the financing or not, but how long does it take for you to get finance? Because that's a question that's usually absent from surveys and so on. And time is money. And when you think about maybe even an international investor that says, okay, I'm going to put my money in the Eastern Caribbean vis-a-vis, somewhere else, that time is a very, very important factor. And I think it speaks to Didaku's allusion to, an overhaul as well of a lot of kind of policies, regulations, but even, how we run institutions and programs better. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'm getting messages from the organization that we need to step it up. So please, can we go maybe to Carmen for a short wrap up? Thanks.
Okay, so I just want to piggyback off one point that Sylvia made about the length of time to get finance. And that has been one of the issues that we've been faced with, both from the lender's side, and it sort of ties into the lack of documentation that the MSMEs themselves have for the banks to be able to assess the loans. What we've done is we've hired some consultants to work with the MSMEs to sort of work with that problem. It's a work in progress still. We have no results to report at this point in time, but we are very much aware of that delay, time costing, time being money, etc., etc. So I'd leave it there for now, and I can upgrade you all in a different platform.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Looking forward to that. Laura, final words from your side?
Thank you. I would just like to add that I think critical to all of this is ensuring that we have a very clear pipeline for support financing of our MSMEs, because what they require at different stages along their entrepreneurial journey, their business development journey, looks different. And green businesses in particular, we are very well aware that they actually have greater needs in terms of financial support when it comes to the research and development stage of their businesses, because they are often the ones doing very innovative things that require significant investments. So just being aware of that means that we can better tailor the support, financing, capacity development, etc., to better serve our MSMEs, and collaborating with the multitude of organizations in this space that are providing services and products. I think greater coordination so that we know what's available, and we already know that we're speaking to each other and we are able to identify businesses that may be taking advantage of different programs or services. but just greater coordination will certainly help us be able to really support our MSMEs in scaling and really, being at the forefront of supporting our economies in this green transition. So I look forward to collaborating even beyond this panel on that.
Well, thank you all. I think it's hard to argue against any of you on the points you made. If anything, this was a very short session. We left out so many things on the table, I think, that are, of course, relevant in terms of insurance solutions or trade facilitation, innovative financing schemes, or digital finance, attracting investment. There's so much to talk about that we can still go on for 2 more panels at least, I think. But 1 hour, it's what we get. I think it was excellent. The added value of the points here were excellent. I really hope listeners took notes. We certainly have to take note ourselves. And taking up on Didicus and the rest of the panelists' proposal, let's coordinate more. Let's maybe get more in touch. We already are. Many of you are friends, personal friends as well. So I think there's no excuse for not talking more. I really want to thank the OECS for this expo and for this opportunity to have this panel. And thank you all for participating and your time. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and goodbye.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Felipe, for moderating this discussion, and a special thanks to our esteemed panel. I would say with the wealth of information disseminated from this discussion, it's time to push through and unlock these new opportunities for SMEs within the OECS. We welcome your evaluation of the preceding session. Just scan the QR code that would have been shown right here. Just scan the code using your phone camera, and you can participate in the evaluation session. We say thanks to our partners, international partners, European Union funded 11th EDF Regional Integration through Growth Harmonization and Technology, RIGHT. EU funded ACP TradeCom 2 program, consolidating the OECS Economic Union through Sustainable Trade Capacity Building, STCB. Interreg Kawaii, TICA, International Trade Center, ITC, CCI Martinique, our many regional business support organizations, several companies and institutions that have supported this expo. Still to come, the virtual fashion and music showcase. We visit a few more booths when we return.
Le Caribbean Music Camp a été organisé dans le cadre du programme Interreg TICA, qui est un programme de coopération régionale mené par la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie de la Martinique, l'OECO de Sainte-Lucie et Caribbean Export de la Barbade, avec le soutien de la CTM. L'idée pour nous, c'était de pouvoir rassembler en un seul lieu un certain nombre de professionnels de la musique bénéficiaires du programme TICA, donc des Martiniquais, avec des bénéficiaires TICA de la Caraïbe, qu'ils puissent échanger des bonnes pratiques de composition et créer ensemble des chansons qui illustrent le métissage et la richesse de la musique caribéenne.
La rencontre avec les îles comme Saint-Kitts, Saint-Vincent, Sainte-Lucie et même Londres, et surtout les jeunes Martiniquais, des DJ, une semaine de production de folie, c'était top. C'était top.
It was really good to see the professional songwriters from the UK and the US partner with the Martinicans and just hit it off with great songs.
Ça a été une mission accomplie avec succès, même si chacun a bien sûr sa façon de faire, sa façon de créer, sa façon de penser la musique, mais le langage est universel.
On a passé vraiment de très bons moments de convivialité, d'échanges artistiques de haut niveau avec des artistes vraiment très talentueux. Et si j'ai quelque chose à dire, c'est à refaire, mais très rapidement.
Reading it on a book is one thing, you know, but seeing it with your own eyes and experiencing it that way that he presented it, it's different. It made me feel like I was actually in that time period.
And when you come to these camps, you never know what kind of songs you're going to get. But I have to say, I'm massively impressed. And I thought I was going to come here with my best Simon Cowell head on and say, no, that's rubbish, that's no good. But I swear we have heard some world-class songs here. And I'm very, very proud to be able to shop those songs around the world.
Hello, I'm Jean-Marie Thomas, fashion designer at Agente Inc. At Agente, we design and manufacture a wide range of resort wear, including that perfect gown for your destination wedding. Whether you are a boutique buyer or a future bride, meet us at our next Expo so I can tell you more. See you at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo.
Hey there! Yes, you! Are you interested in classy, unique, fashionable, sustainable styles? Pune Forest Bows offers you wooden bow ties that makes a statement without saying a word. See you at the Oecs Virtual Trade Expo.
Across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the...
Our journey continues as we find out more about our export offerings. Let's check out some of our exhibitors. Let's head to Guadeloupe. ZBox. ZBox is a global accelerator gathering a network of entrepreneurs, industry leaders, and ecosystem experts, paving new paths towards sustainability. ZBox provides a unique set of programs, resources, and opportunities, enabling its community to develop the sustainable solutions of tomorrow, starting with transportation, logistics, energy, agri-tech, health tech, waste treatment, and more. ZBox was initiated in 2018 by Rodolphe Saide, Chairman and CEO of the CMA CGM Group, a global player in sea, land, air, and logistics solutions. ZBox from Guadeloupe, checking out the company profile. Feel free to leave a virtual card, schedule a meeting as we proceed to a short promotional video by ZBox from La Guada. D'accord, merci. Thank you, Z-Box, for your showcase. Let's take a flight to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Sightseeing with CAS. Launched during the peak of the pandemic in 2020, Sightseeing with CAS is an ecotourism business that offers unique adventures in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We offer tours to everyone who are physically capable, ranging from ages 1 to 75. Children must be accompanied by an adult. Our experiences are designated for adventure lovers and persons who want to see beneath the surface of the water but don't want to get wet or may not be able to swim. We are the only company in St. Vincent and the Grenadines offering clear kayak services and tours which can be specially curated to our clients' interests. Sightseeing with CAS, all the information on there, the socials, email. You may leave a virtual card, schedule a meeting, and even contact a representative. Let's check this short from Sightseeing with CAS.
I've been watching you for some time. Can't stop staring at those ocean eyes. Burning cities and napalm skies. 15 flares inside those ocean eyes. Your ocean eyes on fire. You really know how to make me cry when you give me those ocean eyes. I'm scared. Never falling for quite this high, falling into your ocean eyes. Those ocean eyes.
Sightseeing with CAS. Thank you very much. I am enticed to visit St. Vincent and the Grenadines for my very first time. I have visited St. Lucia quite a number of times. Let's head there. Caco St. Lucie. Caco St. Lucie is a small bean to bar chocolate company located in Belvedere, Canary, St. Lucia. We produce micro batches of gourmet chocolates with world-class standards and quality. We offer a variety of chocolate bars, coated products, truffles, and bourbons, and we also offer chocolate making experiences. Handmade chocolates with little processing, no preservatives, no additives. We strive to stay true to the flavor profile found in cocoa beans. Founded in 2015, Caco St. Lucie is passionate about creating a truly indigenous artisan chocolate experience. We work with St. Lucia's top-rated organic cocoa, world-renowned for complex flavor profiles and maximum levels of health-giving antioxidants and minerals. Growing and supporting livelihoods in rural communities is at the core of Caco St. Lucie. A small but impactful company is what we strive to be. Caco St. Lucie. All the information in there. Cassidy is our administrative assistant and our representative. You can contact Cassidy at any time. Just to remind you that our exhibitors will be available. The exhibition remains open all day tomorrow till 5:30 p.m. Thank you very much, Kako St. Lucie from the island of St. Lucia. Only craving a bite of some chocolate from a Kako St. Lucie. Thank you very much for being part of this expo. Let's head up to the island of Montserrat. Sugar Mills Catering. We are a micro business, cater for every food need, any occasion, whether it be 2 persons or 500 persons. We also make our own cosmetics from all natural buttons, waxes, and oils. We create locally made jewelry from polymer clay, jute twine, wire, resin epoxy beads, and pearls. Some lovely pieces here. This is the company profile for Sugar Mills Catering. All the contact information on there, so feel free to contact the folks of Sugar Mills Catering on the island of Montserrat. Let's hear from Sugar Mills Catering. This is Marsha here, our company representative. You can have a private chat with Marsha, schedule a meeting, or simply leave a virtual card. I'm sure she will get right back to you. Catering to your every food need. Let's hear a little bit from Sugar Mills Catering. Okay, thank you.
Marsha Mills is the owner of Sugar Mills Catering Services and also M's Creative Designs, which provides all its clients jewelry and accessory needs. To find out more about these pursuits, let's welcome Marsha to Good Morning SKN Expression. Good morning, Marsha, and welcome to Good Morning SKN. I love it. Fashion and food, F&F. So how did you get into catering and fashion?
Well, for years, my family members, my mom and my aunts, they always cooked for everybody. At Christmas, my mother would give Christmas gifts, fruit cakes as Christmas gifts. Yes, so I decided to take it a notch further when it started in April of '97. I was getting married that year, and I wanted to find a way to make some extra money.
Okay.
So I actually got divine intervention. Yeah, I prayed about it, and my answer was from God, you have a talent, you know, to bake. Your mom could bake. Use what's in your hands. And that started it off. I ventured into Mother's Day. Mother's Day 97, which was an overwhelming success.
That's good.
And then it took off from there. In 2004, when I left the civil service, I gave the company a name which was formerly DMM's Catering Services. And in 2021, we named it to now Sugar Mills Catering. Yeah, we have done so many things, and at different stages of the business, growth, back and forth, COVID.
Yeah, that year.
Yes. And with the jewelry now, I've always had a love for jewelry, for creative, anything creative.
Okay.
So in 2018, a friend of mine, I saw her pieces. I discovered her pieces made out of resin epoxy, and it sparked my interest. So I went onto YouTube and I did some research, and I ventured out and started doing it myself.
Okay.
But I took it a step further, not only just doing that, but I also did, jute twine jewelry, polymer clay jewelry, wire jewelry, along with the resin epoxy, and leather.
Okay.
Yeah, and leather.
Thank you so very much, Sugar Mills Designs. Some creative work here as we move on to tell you about another exhibitor. Back to the island of St. Lucia, Natmed Limited. Natmed Limited is a St. Lucian manufacturer of all-natural health and beauty products and was established in 1997. The products are formulated by doctors of naturopathic medicine and are marketed under two brand names. Caribbean Blue Naturals include all-natural insect repellent products, natural sunscreen, sun care, skin care, spa, soap, and herbal products. Natmed Herbals include all natural herbal extracts, remedies, and products for common health complaints. With over 25 successful years on the market, the products are available in supermarkets, pharmacies, hotels, spas, and boutique shops. We can provide retail, bulk, and specialty private label items. At Natmed Limited, we are a social conscious company, and we create products that support the health and well-being of our customers and the community. We formulate using unique and effective natural ingredients through fair trade, ethical and sustainable practices, minimizing our carbon footprint while maximizing amazing results and experiences. Feel free to take some time off to check out the video by Natmed from St. Lucia. Check out the company profile with all the contact information in there. Schedule a meeting, leave a virtual card, and simply get some more information. We thank our exhibitors for being part of the OECS Virtual Expo 2023. The Virtual Fashion and Music Showcase coming up.
Somebody say local. Woy, yo, yo, yo. Woy, yo, 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 yo. Woy, yo, yo, yo. Woy, yo, 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 yo. Woy, yo, yo, yo. Woy, yo, 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 yo. Woy, yo, yo, yo. Check, 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 check. Priorities twisted, the resources wasted. But I refuse to be another artist crying that government never assisted. My energies shifted, my people so gifted, but we can't seem to be nobody if our own people don't support we. Lord, local musicians taking blows. Local artists have to beg to be on local shows. Local business on their toes. Local business start to close. And who feels it knows it. When locals taking credit and it's little profit, you have no other choice but to close it. Close it.
Belenois is a fashion brand for women. We focus on resort wear, formal gowns, elegant wear for women. I have been a fashion designer formally for around 7 years, but I have been sewing for most of my life, I would say 20 years. But the business Belenois, the brand, was established really in 2012 into 2015. The name I chose for this collection is Caribbean Paradise. The inspiration for the collection is Dominica, really highlighting everything that Dominica has to offer. Belenois pieces are strong. They're out of the box, unorthodox pieces. There's always something in each piece that serves as a focal point that's sort of different from what you would simply pick up from off Iraq. The Belenois woman loves a little bit of luxury. She loves high-end pieces. She loves unique pieces. She loves going to the beach. I mean, she's from the tropics, so she loves going to the beach, the river. So that's why the brand focuses on resort wear. We focus on casual wear. We focus on elegant wear for women. What's next for Belenois? We have a lot of plans in the pipeline for Belenois. Some of them are geared towards what our platform is, because we're not just a brand that produces clothing. We want to also be a humanitarian brand to some extent. But when it comes to the brand, hopefully by next year, we hope that we can be part of the New York Fashion Week. The plan as well is to engage, a celebrity and be part of the Met Gala. So these are two of the big plans that we look forward to, and we hope that it comes through as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I was created by a God. So I guess that makes me a God. God on earth, gold and tea. Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel lost sometimes. The pain and the stress combine. Yeah, I feel confined. Feel time's gone and it can't rewind. No. Can't express myself, show me feel I gotta be alright. Show me a man will provide, yes, everything's gotta be done right. There is no me when I do, yes, I do it for we, yeah. That's when I feel down, I can't turn to nobody. Just gotta be strong for me and my family, yeah. Going things wrong, everybody's looking to me. But some days I feel stressed, I feel weak. I'm a work hard, I feel incomplete. I feel blessed in the streets. I come from far, so I can't retreat. But I need rest, mind needs sleep. The heart won't fight, but the body can't do it. To be at my best, I feel reach peak. The strength of success, but nobody don't see it. Universe never give me more than me can bear. Just shower me with love and blessings so me can share. Risking it all, cause me not fear. And Jah give me the call, so me did prepare. There is no me when I do, yes, I do it for we, yeah. That's when I feel down, I can't turn to nobody. Just gotta be strong for me and my family, yeah. Going things wrong, everybody's looking to me. But some days I feel stressed, I feel weak. God, I feel incomplete. I feel blessed in the streets. I come from far, so I can't retreat. But I need rest, mind needs sleep. The heart won't fight, but the body can't do it. To be at my best, I feel rich peak. The strength of success, but nobody don't see it. There is no me when I do, yes, I do it for we. Yeah. That's when I feel down, I can't turn to nobody. Just gotta be strong for me and my family. Yeah. Going things wrong, everybody's looking to me. But some days I feel
My name is Rose Lascaris.
Yeah, and my name is Victor Lascaris of Rafferty Inc.
We specialize in intimate apparels, that is the Rafferty Intimates, where we have bustier, we have the long line, we have the tees, we have bras, panties, and then we have the swimwear section, and we do carnival also.
The inspiration came when I lost my job. So I had to find something to do, so I go into designing intimates apparel and swim.
This collection was done for the main purpose of Jade Mountain because we're shooting here today and we wanted to represent the scenery. So the multicolored piece, it exhibits the trees, the sea, the whole scenery. The red one, it had to represent the rose because everything is done with the rose in mind, which is me, the rose. So my husband also, he always made sure he represented the rose.
The bronze, the inspiration came because I know Carnival was coming, and it just came to mind again. Carnival is coming, time to put something together. So I take pen and paper. When the inspiration came, I just start putting it together, and that was it. It was like a mistakable design, and it came out so fantastic, you know, nice. The whole emphasis about Rafferty Inc. really is to create employment. That's one of the main reasons why we say, boy, we're going into a product, we're developing a product that can create employment. Oh, our signature look, we have two of them. We have one which is the zigzag. We use zigzag instead of cover stitch because majority of the swimsuit around is made with cover stitch machine. Ours is zigzag. Yes, and we have the back. Our swimsuit is always like a moon shape. You could clearly see all our swimsuit, the back have a moon shape at the bottom of the panty line. It is a moon shape. So that is our looks, signature look.
Where you wanna be. It's where you wanna be. Steady see, yeah. Pito's there, the Pito's there. Let me drink a Pito bear, a Pito bear. Where you from? Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Girl, you sweet, mama sita. You even cuter than your own mother. Girl, where you from? Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Say we have the remedy. Say making you we met. Party puppet. We have banana, full of stamina. Say busa yo pick. In the tropical seas, Caribbean breeze. Take a drink from a coconut tree.
stand tall, just like the diamond fall. 7 times British, 7 times French. That is the difference. Island small, but we represent. We represent, yeah. Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Girl, you sweet, mama sita. You even cuter than your own mother. Girl, where you from? Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, champions. Slam me with 4s and 6s. Land with the prettiest women. And Fridays is the best day of the weekend. Have to set the things straight. We have prize, we need no memory yet. And we need to celebrate. That St. Lucia's doing great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Girl is sweet, mama sita. You even cuter than your own mother. Girl, where you from? Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Girl is sweet, mama sita. You even cuter than your own mother. Yeah, where you from? Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia.
As a proud Trinidadian Vincentian, I come from two worlds that are quite diverse. Having spent so many years living in St. Vincent and just loving the natural beauty, the people, everything is an inspiration. We have so much unspoken history that needs to get out there. So I've been unearthing a lot of things, a lot of information that I hope to use in future collections. And I just think St. Vincent, as a multi-island nation, has so much to offer. The Kemia Glasgow brand is all about classic Caribbean for modern living. We work primarily with natural and eco-friendly fabrics, and we try to incorporate sustainability in every stage of our production. There are times when I'm very colorful, but most people know me for whites and black. But it's all about taking very classic elements and making them very streamlined to fit the modern woman. The current collection is called Passion Caraïbe. So in the collection, you would see a lot of rounded shapes. We use ruching to create the demarcations that you would find in a shell. So it's all full circle in terms of our sustainability thrust. And it's just a very subtle message reminding people that the sea is such an important part for all of us in Caribbean life. One of the things that we're working on is our Women Empowerment Program. We've invested a lot of time in terms of education, but I think I want to go a little bit further in terms of utilizing fashion and the things surrounding fashion in terms of developing and empowering women and giving women economic sustainability via the fashion industry. You can find the Kemia Glasgow brand on kemiaglasgow.com, on all major social media at Kemia Glasgow Inc. And I just would like to encourage you all to check us out today and remember to buy Caribbean.
And on my waistline, oh my body to body. Alive, alive, and I feel my soul deep beneath your fingertips. Hair stand up when you grace me with your lips. I don't bend to baseline, take hold of my breathing. Send shivers down my spine in the moment, not leaving. This feel like a bit of fun, and I get one dance will change our lives. Fall into the trap, just call it a rap. Sunrise, we say goodbye, bye. Touch just a little bit. Come on and touch just a little bit. Ay, push it further. Touch just a little bit. Oh no, push it, touch just a little bit. Ay, me, I want capture, baby, and I want rapture. Yeah, me, call me a doctor. Ay, me, one like you. Who knew all we needed was a little fix? Take aim at my wicked, wanna knock it for six. Drowning in ecstasy, going all in, lose ourselves in the fantasy we created. This feel like a bit of wine, and I get one dance, I'll change our lives. Fall into the trap, just call it a rap. Sunrise, we say goodbye, bye. Touch just a little bit. Come on and touch just a little bit. No, 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 push it further. Touch just a little bit. No, no, push it, oh, push it, touch just a little bit. Deep, deep, deep. Dive into my ocean, ride my wave, baby. Deep, deep, deeper. Dive into my ocean, right? Come on and touch just a little bit. Oh, push it up. Oh, touch just a little bit. Oh, push it further, baby. Touch just a little bit. Oh, push it, touch just a little bit. Oh, push it, push it, push it, push it, push me, baby, push. I ain't got no limit, oh, push it, push it, push it, baby, push it, baby, push it, push it. I ain't got no limits, baby. Oh, 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 oh.
Check, 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 check. Priorities twisted, the resources wasted. But I refuse to be another artist crying that government never assisted. My energies shifted, my people so gifted. But we can't seem to be nobody if our own people don't support we.
Bonjour, je suis donc Mounia Orosman. J'ai été l'égérie d'Yves Saint-Laurent durant de nombreuses années. Je suis martiniquaise et bien sûr, j'ai accepté aujourd'hui d'être l'égérie de cette nouvelle collection, cette belle collection. Là, vous avez les Caraïbes ensemble et faisant un travail génial, vraiment extraordinaire. Être ensemble dans la Caraïbe, c'est une chose exceptionnelle et ce sont des stylistes hors pair. La Chambre de commerce et d'industrie de la Martinique est le chef de file du programme TICA.
Lauriane Pernoc, designer de bijoux et d'accessoires, chemin faisant également de vêtements. La Chambre de commerce m'a contactée pour faire partie d'un programme sur l'export au niveau de la Caraïbe. Je me suis laissée porter par cette aventure depuis 2 ans maintenant. Grâce à cette aventure, j'ai pu enfin penser à l'export, comment le faire, comment le préparer, structurer les choses et surtout penser un produit exportable. Ce programme a été une excellente opportunité dans la mesure où j'ai une façon de créer qui est assez spéciale. Je ne pouvais à cette époque sortir que des pièces uniques. On a choisi d'appeler cette collection Passion Caraïbe parce qu'il était évident que l'élément qui nous réunissait, c'était la mer. Il fallait forcément que ça ressorte aussi bien dans l'appellation qu'à travers nos créations.
Sing me your melody, I feel your energy, baby, I love your vibe. Sweetness, you know your loving is my weakness. You got me all up in my feelings, and all I wanna say is, whoa, I wanna link up, link up, link up. Do you wanna link up, link up, link up? So finish your drink, so. Girl, you know we have to link up. Two time me, I gonna make them rock up.
To make it wild, but I know that I'm the one. Be the shelter through the storm. So I pull up to the door, 'cause I couldn't wait no more. 'Cause this feeling's got me yearning, and it's burning from the core. I don't wanna play no game, baby, say you feel the same. Something magical, it's brewing, and it's echoing your name.
So you have to slow down. Need you in my life, but mommy, slow down. Didn't come around for joke and pose now, but you got me speeding, baby, slow down, down, down.
I don't wanna slow down, boy, you got me feeling like the ocean. Got me in so deep, I need your potion. Give your love to me, don't wanna slow down, down, down.
Alright, baby, pull up. Enough with all the talk. It's time to live it up. I'll make we rev it up. A girl shall fill your cup. You know, say we no joke. I need a ride or die, and not a girl for ride the bus. So settle and seize and make me show you what me mean. 'Cause everything, and girl, your heart it have it clean. So make we take a walk and then we get to know each
Bonjour, je me présente, Evelyne René-Coa et Valerie. Je suis styliste modéliste depuis maintenant plus de 30 ans. Voilà, j'ai commencé mon activité en 1986 où j'ai commencé le sur-mesure. J'ai voulu intégrer le programme TICA parce que j'ai vraiment voulu commencer une démarche export par le biais de la Chambre de commerce. Donc ça date de 2007 où j'ai créé une ligne de prêt-à-porter qui s'appelle Cavals. Le programme en lui-même est extraordinaire. C'est un échange très fructueux entre des gens qui ont de la même activité. Nous avons une collègue qui s'appelle Kimia qui est à Saint-Vincent et qui participe au programme également. Et nous avons naturellement des similitudes au niveau culturel. Donc nous avons échangé, partagé, progressé jusqu'à finaliser une collection qui s'appelle les Passions Caraïbes.
Hi, I'm Kimia Glasgow, the founder and creative director of the Kimia Glasgow brand from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm also a proud participant of the Tika project. The Kimia Glasgow brand is a clothing and lifestyle brand, producing sustainable resort and ready-to-wear clothing, accessories, home goods, and fragrance inspired by Caribbean history, culture, and nature. For this collection, Passion Caraïbe, the Caribbean Passion, we celebrate the many aspects of Caribbean marine life, including shells. In this collection, I use the ridges and curves of the shell as my inspiration. It has been a tremendous honor to be a collaborator on this project with amazing designers like Lauriane Pernot and Eveline Valby. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
C'était magnifique. That was our Tika Fashion Spotlight. Before that, our virtual fashion and music showcase. It's quite clear that there is a buzz around this, a new wave of fashion and music industries throughout the OECS. We featured Bella Noir from Dominica, Rafferty Inc. from St. Lucia, and Kimia from St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the fashion side. And we saw music features by Colton T from Dominica, Justos from St. Lucia, and Shiloh from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. At this time, we bring you a special music feature with Showing Dupes.
You pray for my downfall, but still I'ma stand tall. I already walked on water before. What more could you ask for? Got no time, no space in my mind for a non-believer. They say I've lost my touch, I talk too much, I'm an underachiever. Hate how you wanna hate, I don't really care what the bad mind say. I'ma keep walking and all of that talking is gonna fade away. You counted me out, you never thought that I would make it. You didn't believe in me, but I know God did. I know God did.
Yeah. I would like to apologize to my younger self. Give me see my place, our dreams on another shelf. Don't think for a minute I abandoned us. Don't think your sacrifices were never enough. And I know I promised you, but we ain't wealthy yet. I know I ain't playing like no clarinet. With dreams to blow it up, Pee Wee Russell. If you could see me now, you'd be ashamed of my hustle. Yeah, and I cry over it too, nightly over it too. You were so naive, I've no idea what we got into. What you got me into, trying not to disappoint, huh? Young Mecca, what's the point? I should've let you walk alone on this lonely road. Wanted to be a meteor, just wanna own a home. Now I'm left by myself to pick up pieces alone. I'm afraid the pieces is gone. What's up?
And to all them haters out there, man,
you've done a hell of a thing on this earth, so you should not be the one to talk. You should be quiet, be quiet, be quiet.
You counted me out, you never thought that I would make it. You didn't believe in me, but I know God
Hi, my name is Kay Louise, the business administrator of White Music Label. I'd like to encourage anyone who's looking to get into the music business properly, to correct the errors and misinformation of the past, or to have your administrative work done properly, to visit our booth at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo. Looking forward to see you there.
Are you interested in high quality animation and film content to promote your brand or organization? Look no further than Malfini Film and Animation Studio Inc. Our team of experts specialize in providing customized solutions for your animation and film production needs. With a proven track record, we are the perfect partner to help bring your vision to life. So, why not come and visit our booth at the OECS Trade Exhibition? We'd love to discuss how we can help you create content that is both educational and entertaining. See you at the OECS Virtual Trade Expo.
Hi, I'm Zainab Hamfield, co-founder of EcoCarib Green Technology. EcoCarib Green Technology is an energy service provider. We specialize in solar energy, energy audits, energy management systems, and electric vehicle charging for homes and businesses. If you would like to know more about how you can save on your electricity today, do visit our virtual booth at the OECS Trade Expo on May 15th to 17th.
Well, this may be my final booth visit during this live session. However, you're free to check out as many as you wish, if not all of the booths at this expo. Exhibitor number 1, Tel Vie Natural, Dominica. Small business established in 2020, providing the purest virgin coconut oil, coconut products, castor oil, moringa oil, clove oil, soaps, boost butters, dried herbs, and much more. With our products being so versatile, our coconut oils can be used for cooking. It promotes hair growth, nails, and enhanced skin glow. Our plant-based products are vegan-friendly and safe for all ages. Tel Vie Natural, from the natural, a pathway to a healthier lifestyle. List of products on there. All the information you would need to know to contact the representative, Tatiana. This time we take a short from our exhibitor, La Vie Naturelle.
So recently I had a series of questions related to coconut oil. Some people are still, I don't know, a little nervous about consuming coconut oil, thinking it's poisonous based on some false information recently. So I wanted to just create a summary of exactly what coconut oil does. There's really three main things that it will do for you. And no, it's not bad for the heart. No, it's not a poison. It's been used by many cultures for hundreds of years without problem. There are a few cultures that literally consume 60% of their diet coconut-based, and they're really, really healthy. So coconut oil will boost the HDL, which is the so-called good cholesterol. I'm going to put a link down below, so if you're concerned about it messing with your heart, you can look at the study. It's quite impressive. All right, so coconut is a seed. It is the largest seed on planet Earth. It actually takes 3 years to break down in the soil before it can actually grow. All right, I want to cover the three significant benefits of using coconut oil. The first one, supporting your brain, okay? A significant amount of coconut oil is MCT, which means medium chain triglycerides. This is a type of fat that turns into ketones, okay? And your brain cells love ketones. Ketones actually protect the nerve and brain cells against stress. And it's been shown to help boost cognitive function and really beneficial in people with dementia and even Alzheimer's. There are three main fatty acids in coconut oil. The first one is caprylic, then capryl, and then lauric acid. So these acids are antibacterial, antifungal, anti-candida and yeast, and on top of that, antiviral, specifically lauric acid. Lauric acid is kind of a precursor to something called monolaurin, and I've done a video just on this alone as a supplement. Monolaurin has the capacity to dismantle and destroy the lipid layer or the fat layer around certain viruses. So this function really helps your immune system. Now, lauric acid is in breast milk, and unless you're an infant, you're not going to be able to get access to that. So we're going to stick with the coconut oil. All right, the third big benefit is giving you more energy. Why? Because MCT oil does not require digestive enzymes. It gets absorbed directly into the body. So the fuel that coconut gives you is, number one, fatty acids and ketones, okay? And fatty acids and ketones are a much more efficient fuel than glucose. In fact, per quantity, it will give you more ATP, and that's the energy currency that the body uses. So carbs does not give you the quantity of energy as ketones and fatty acids. All right, so I hope this summary kind of put things in perspective. These are the three benefits. It's not dangerous. It's not.
Thank you very much. Still on the island of Dominica. Thank you, La Vie Naturelle. Still on the island of Dominica, we head across to 767 Development Limited. 767 Development was established in 2020 in the nature island of Dominica with the goal of bringing a renewed focus of problem solving to the software development landscape in the Caribbean. We strive to provide efficient and complete solutions within human and business-friendly timelines at fair costs. We specialize in the development of modern, scalable web applications and web services and extraction, transformation, and loading ETL of data from various formats and platforms. Owner and founder Arthur Pemberton brings with him over 15 years of professional experience architecturing and building software solutions, servicing the entire software stack from the browser to the server. With him is a growing team of talented and well-trained Caribbean developers eager to produce. As we can see, Arthur here, the owner and the architect of 767. The private chat, schedule a meeting, leave virtual card, all the important information for establishing contact right here. Let's converge, connect, and collaborate now for this video short.
Are you looking for modern web application development, data engineering, or WordPress services? Then welcome to 767.dev. We specialize in developing robust web applications that meet your unique business needs, bringing your ideas to life with user-friendly, scalable, and secure web applications. We also craft powerful data solutions, from automated web scraping to designing and implementing data pipelines. We've worked on it all. We have years of expertise creating WordPress websites that reflect your brand. Our developers are well versed in customizing themes, producing bespoke plugins, and troubleshooting performance issues. So whether you need web application development, data engineering, or WordPress development, trust the professionals at 767.dev. Contact us today to discuss your project. 767.dev, your trusted partner for software development in the Caribbean and beyond.
Your trusted partner for software development in the Caribbean and beyond, 767.dev from Dominica. Let's head on down to AAA Janitorial Services Limited, Grenada. AAA Janitorial Services Limited is an internationally certified full-service janitorial consultancy company. Established in 2012, AAA has aimed to provide a professional service within the commercial cleaning industry in Grenada. We believe that by utilizing the proper supplies, tools, equipment, education, training, and certification, we create professionals within our industry that are empowered to deliver quality and affordable services to our clients. With these as our core tenants, AAA Janitorial Services Limited is a member of the ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, with over 9,300 members, and carries several certifications from the Cleaning Management Institute, CMI, a division of the ISSA. AAA Janitorial Services Limited, profile information on there. Thank you so very much. Let's have this short by AAA Janitorial. Operations Manager on standby to assist you. Thank you very much, AAA Janitorial Services, for participating. And next we head to Montserrat. SAGIP, located in the French West Indies, has 4 plants in Martinique and Guadeloupe, dedicated to the manufacturing of high-end and custom-made doors, windows, and roller shutters. In 2020, SAGIP launched its own subsidiary in St. Lucia with a showroom in Rodney Bay, Crozile. Some beautiful work here displayed, as we can see. Lovely view in the background. Check out all the information on the company profile. And let's get going with this next short from the company.
Le compact de l'atelier Sagip est une révolution en matière de volets roulants. Il a été imaginé aux États-Unis pour faire face aux ouragans et aux tornades, et il tient ses promesses. Il suffit juste de regarder ses coulisses bien plus épaisses qu'un volet roulant classique. Il abrite des vis anti-arrachement qui empêcheront aux lames de sortir des coulisses en cas de très mauvais temps ou même de tentative d'effraction. Il a été testé en Floride sous le contrôle du FBC, Florida Building Code, à 3,6 m et il passe les tests des 330 km/h de vent. Le compact se démarque également par un coffre beaucoup plus petit. Ce volet roulant peut être totalement encastrable. Nous le fabriquons en exclusivité à l'atelier Sagip, aussi en gris anthracite. C'est une couleur qui apportera une touche moderne à vos façades.
Merci beaucoup, Sagip. And now, St. Lucia, Just for Fun Carnival. At Just for Fun, we pride ourselves on providing the ultimate carnival experience in St. Lucia or St. Lucia Carnival, one of the most popular upcoming carnivals in the world. From our humble beginnings in 2000, Just for Fun's mission has been to deliver the exemplary masquerader experience every year by matching the greatest experience with the greatest service. In our introductory year, we established a new standard of industry service by becoming the first super all-inclusive party band. Since then, we have grown from strength to strength each year by consistently improving our already unparalleled service to always meet but typically exceed our increasing demands and expectations. Wonderful productions and events produced and presented by Just for Fun St. Lucia. Looks fantastic. I suspect I will be visiting for Carnival. Now for a short video. Well, just for fun, I suspect I will be booking my ticket tomorrow for St. Lucia's Carnival coming up. Exhibitor number 6, Malfini Film and Animation Inc. Malfini Film and Animation Inc. is an innovative and enterprising animation and film production studio dedicated to creating high-quality animation content, film, and graphics for the purpose of creating awareness and social change through entertainment, education, communication, and storytelling. Malfini Film and Animation Inc. All the information in there, so contact Malfini. YouTube links in there, Facebook links, the website, email, the address, everything in there. So let's get going, Malfini Inc., as we give you a little sneak peek from Malfini.
Malfini is the Creole name given to the island's sole indigenous raptor, the chicken hawk. The name also translates to the phrase, evil or harm is finished. The company, Malfini Film and Animation Inc., is the brainchild of Milton E. Branford Jr., a St. Lucian creative and entrepreneur whose endeavors have spanned from theater productions, design and theatrical makeup, special effects, pyrotechnics, and film and animation.
The need and the desire to
increase the capacity of the artists that are available to do animation, kind of forced us to look at the situation, since no one else was doing that. No one else was training anybody in animation. And where we wanted to go, we knew that we needed to have not just 1, 2, or 3 animators in studio. We needed to have a cadre of young persons equipped with the skills and the knowledge to be able to deliver the services that we want to export.
Malfini Film and Animation Inc. started out as Malfini Theatre Company, a theatrical and illustrative arts, production, and training house, focusing on production of plays for radio, stage, street theatre, and film. The company facilitated the training and management of dramatic writers for comedy, production management, and the design and production of stage sets. Although the company has transitioned into film and animation as well as video production, it has maintained its core values.
So we developed an accelerated training program, and we were supported by Toon Boom. They initially gave us all the information that we needed to develop our curriculum.
With animation gaining popularity, the company has widened its focus, tackling the pertinent issues of climate change, regional integration, and disaster management. The studio works to make the client's vision a reality. Malfini uses a combination of Creole and English to convey the client's messages and believes in the power of edutainment to making content palatable. Malfini continues to innovate and introduce new departments in order to expand its range of services. This also provides alternative sources of income to young professionals. Malfini Studios has recognized the need for collaboration towards the development of the art and film industry in St. Lucia and the Caribbean region. As such, the company conceptualized the CAFT project. The cluster initiative enables studios to seek funding collectively for securing specific training consultancies, work exchanges, mentorship programs, in-studio production, and masterclasses. The workload will be disseminated across 3 studios in order to enhance their capacity, production quality, and delivery standards. This will advance the marketability and viability of the cluster, particularly within the global marketplace. Through Malfini's participation in the Caribbean Animation and Film Cluster Initiative CAFKI, we hope to resolve the limitations that impede the development of our industry and create a thriving network of art and film professionals across the Caribbean region.
Great work coming from the production studios of Malfini. I have to admit, I'm very impressed with what I've seen and heard from the exhibitors so far, and expect major collaborations as a result of this showcase. At this time, we take a walk through of the platform. Let us remind you to visit the booths. We will be open up till 5:30. Also tomorrow up till 5:30, all day up till 5:30 p.m. So visit the exhibitors' booths and continue to be impressed with what you see and hear. We'll be back to close off day 2 right after this.
Video demonstration showcasing the features and functions of the OECS Trade Expo web application. I will be presenting the process of how exhibitors and partners can navigate the website, while also explaining the features that they may encounter. As we can see on the screen, we are now in the OECS landing page, where all users can register an account or log in. Let's start by logging in with our account. After logging in, we are greeted by the OECS lobby interface, which has a 360-degree video experience.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase.
purpose of this layout is to provide an immersive experience for users, as if they are present in the actual OECS event themselves, even if it's in a virtual world, where they can interact with the panoramic view by dragging across the screen to see their surroundings. There is also a full screen option on the bottom right, where users can fully immerse themselves within the 360-degree video. Users can also toggle the lobby music on and off on the top left whenever they want to. As we look across the lobby, we can see multiple rooms where users can go into if they click on them. Each room has different contents, like in a real-world event. Let's enter the Partners Hall. The Partners Hall contains virtual booths, which are custom designed for the partners of OECS. These booths simulate a physical exhibition experience in which partners can showcase their products and services virtually. Also displayed here are the partnerships all over the world, which are involved and have supported this event. If a user wants to know more about a particular partner, they can click on their virtual booth to view a number of attributes. These attributes, such as the company profile, the company video, the company representative profile, the company posters, and the company brochures, each highlight the partner's background, in which users can click on them to view further details. These details will be helpful in better understanding each partner's backgrounds in a user-friendly way. Users can also download their company posters, download their company brochures, and they can also communicate with them through a private chat. Let's enter the auditorium. The auditorium is a feature where live program sessions are held. The user is presented with a theater mode live stream along with the virtual audience in the background. The user can pause, play, adjust the volume of the video, and maximize the video. Posters on the left and right can be seen, and an announcements crawler text at the bottom, which displays upcoming announcements for the event. The auditorium also provides information to users on the program agenda and the speakers' profiles and presentations. At the top of the live program are two buttons, which are the program flow and the speaker's profile. The program flow contains the agenda or the program agenda, which will include an outline of the events along with their corresponding details. Users can download a copy of this program agenda if they want to. The speaker's profile displays all of the speakers who will participate throughout the OECS event. Users can view each profile to see more details about each speaker, which includes their background, company, and designation. Plus, they can also download the speaker's presentation. Let's move on to the center stage. The center stage brings us to a video presentation along with another virtual audience. The center stage feature gives selected MSMEs an opportunity to demonstrate their products and services with recorded 5-minute videos. These videos will be available for the audience to access at their own pace. This feature will help MSMEs showcase their offerings and promote their businesses to a wider audience. The user can select the videos they want to play through categorized batches, and they can also pause, play, adjust the volume,
quality engineering, project management,
and maximize the video. On the left and right are another set of posters, and an announcement scroller at the bottom can be seen containing upcoming announcements. Users can also select the presenter's name at the bottom of the video to view their particular booth. They can also like the video by clicking the heart icon. Let's head to the exhibit hall. The exhibit hall is similar to that of the Partners Hall, in which it provides a physical exhibition experience for users. The booths that are within this room, however, are custom-designed booths made by exhibitors for personalization purposes, and to showcase their products and services as well. There are two categories for exhibitor booths. The first are the booths belonging to the Interreg TICA program, and the other category of booths belong to the OECS Trade Expo, also called as our exhibitors. Through clicking a category, the user will be shown all of the booths belonging to that particular category. The user can also search for particular booths through search filters in a specific word, selecting a location or country, changing the booth category, or selecting an industry. Users can apply these changes by selecting the Apply Filter button, and they can reset those changes by clicking the Reset Filter button. Just like in Partners Hall, users can select a particular booth and view its corresponding attributes. Here we can see the 5 attributes that are seen in each booth. But there are 2 features that are only unique for exhibitor booths that are exclusive for participants and buyers. This can be seen on the company representative profile. The schedule meeting option and the leave virtual card option. These features enable participants to interact with exhibitors, schedule business meetings, and share necessary contact information through private in-platform messaging. The schedule meeting option lets participants and buyers to reserve a meeting with a particular exhibitor at a specified date where they are available. As we can see, the days highlighted in green are the dates that the exhibitor can be booked. Just pick a start date and an available time schedule. And then type in your concern. Then click Submit. And the meeting has now been scheduled. Next, the Leave Virtual Card option leaves a virtual card to an exhibitor, which can only be done once per day. This will leave the contact information of that user to that particular exhibitor for future interactions or collaborations. Let's move on to the gallery room. The gallery room is a feature that gives selected artists from different regions around the world a chance to showcase their creativity through an immersive digital platform. This will enable participants to appreciate the art and culture of the region and provide regional artists with a platform to showcase their talents to a wider audience. By clicking on an artist's portrait, the user can browse through their artworks showing its corresponding details along with the artist's company and contact information. Users can click on each artwork to view more about its details. Let's go to the networking lounge. The networking lounge is a social gathering room reserved for participants, buyers, exhibitors, and partners alike who are looking to converge, connect, and collaborate with one another through online chatting. As we can see, there are 4 options in which users can interact. The first is the public chat, where different users can broadcast their messages to all people in the event. The second is the private chat, where users can communicate one-on-one with each other. Private chats also include the file attachment option for sending documents to one another. The third is the exhibitor chat, where users can communicate with exhibitors that they are interested in. They can also search for particular exhibitors in the search bar. And finally, the participants profile, where all registered participants are displayed for users to browse and talk to. They can also search for specific participants, they can also view a particular participant's details. Let's showcase where users will go to if they want to know more about the event. It's called the Information Desk. The Information Desk has 7 pages, which serve as a guide for users to be familiar with the event and even address some of their concerns. The first is about the event, which explains what to expect in the OECS Trade Expo event, along with its purpose. Next is the platform video, which presents a promotional video dedicated to the OECS event. In the customer support page, users can submit their concerns to the organizers should they have any issues or technical challenges encountered, and will submit a response within 24 hours. The Event Frequently Asked Questions page consists of multiple frequently asked questions by users, along with their corresponding answers, which will help others to understand more about the event. The Program Agenda page that was shown in the auditorium is also shown here, serving as a quick access for users to see and download the outline of all the events that will occur in the OECS event. About the organizer will showcase the background and history of the OECS event in detail. And finally, the speakers page, as what was discussed in the auditorium, displays all the speakers who will participate throughout the OECS event along with their corresponding details. If participants or buyers would want to change or update their account information, they can click on the My Profile button at the bottom right. Displayed here are all of the information inputted by the user during their registration. Users can make changes to their account information accordingly, as long as they are not leaving out any mandatory fields. For participants and buyers, there is a unique feature when checking their profiles, which is called the Virtual Suitcase. In the Virtual Suitcase, buyers and participants will find 6 options in order to check their statistics from interacting with multiple exhibitors and partners. The Virtual Stamp displays all booths visited by that particular user. Speaker's presentation contains the user's brochure or document to be presented to an audience. Brochures contain all of the files viewed by the user from other users, in which they can also download them. Speakers and presenters profile will redirect to all profiles of the speakers in the OECS event. Session recordings include videos that were created by the users for other users to watch in the event. And scheduled meetings contain the meetings that were booked with a specific exhibitor, showing details such as their company name, company representative, email, and when they have scheduled a meeting. If the user wants to log off, they can click the Sign Out button here at the top right, which will redirect them back to the landing page, signing them out of their account. And that concludes my video demonstration for all of the features and functions for participants and buyers in the OECS Trade Expo web application.
Building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity.
So, we've had 2 days of roundtable discussions, fireside chats, entertainment, spotlights, and promotional videos, buyers' engagement, ongoing initiatives, and upcoming projects by by our partners and an expansive showcase of products and services, art and fashion from the OECS member states, all executed using the virtual platform, The Wave. I'm joined at this time by the OECS Competitive Business Unit Head, Mr. Karim Gis. Karim, welcome.
Indeed, Miguel, thank you. Wonderful 2 days, I would say so myself. Exciting panel discussions, exciting fireside chats on very important topics. The first day kicked off with the cannabis conversation on whether or not the OECS member states were ready for a conversation around medical cannabis, and Dr. Marshall Emmanuel, with some of these other panelists, spoke to the research and the innovation and the technology that has been put into the development of cannabis across the region. They gave the experience of the case of St. Vincent and Jamaica. And then throughout the last 2 days, we also heard from the creative group who spoke about doing business the right way, bringing social media, digital innovation, and understanding brand. We also had a team discuss the development of youth and entrepreneurship and what were some of the challenges that they faced in developing their brand, in finding access to financing, a critical challenge affecting most, if not all, of our MSMEs across the region. So, Miguel, quite excited and quite informative, the conversations that we have had over the last 2 days. This is not to say, Miguel, that the show is over. Obviously, we are excited about the next day, where we encourage all our participants to continue to go through the exhibitors booth. Remember, we're encouraging our exhibitors themselves to promote their booths so that they can encourage persons to register. It's never too late. www.oecstradeexpo.com and take an opportunity to actually get a look at the exciting and very innovative products that are coming out from our OECS region. And Miguel, of course, we spoke about brand and marketing, and again, this is a unique opportunity where there's well over 150 exhibitors get a chance to push their brand, push their products, push their services throughout the global space in a very comfortable virtual platform.
Yes, Karim, like I said earlier, I am so impressed with what I've seen, by the exhibitors. And that platform, presents such a huge opportunity for the exhibitors, to expose their products and services on such a wide scale.
Yeah, Miguel, quite a bit of work went into the development of the platform and the entire program. To be honest, I want to just, remind all our partners, all our participants, that, a lot of work went into this, and we want to kind of thank our partners in the 11th EDF, European Union, the ACP, TICA, CCIM, Interreg, and all the other business support organizations coming out from the Eastern Caribbean region within the OECS space, including the exhibitors themselves, who have basically given up time to prepare for the exposition. As you know, Miguel, during their days, and they're kind of spending time in developing their businesses and going to market. And we obviously have given them an opportunity to push their brand, but they had to take time to do that. And that in itself shows a sense of discipline to build their brand and to build their business. And we want to, again, keep encouraging them to put their best foot forward and invest time into their businesses. So again, whilst we call out the challenge of access to financing, I think we need to also take responsibilities as business owners ourselves to make sure that we put together, the right proposals and the right opportunities for potential investors to see what type of products and services they'll be minded to take advantage of. So, for example, you spoke about the coffee product that came out of St. Lucia, and the reality is we wanted to just make sure that persons are encouraged across the space. If you're thinking about a new product and a new service, you must put in the effort to get out the right product. So, Miguel, as I said, a great 2 days. We're excited about tomorrow, just so that you get the opportunity. We open our doors at 9 o'clock online, and we run until 5:30.
Yes. Karim, do you have your own projections in terms of what you see coming out of this? With this virtual showcase, no longer do we have to physically travel and be in that space together to connect, to collaborate, to conduct business.
Miguel, I was saying earlier, while we were doing our production, I said, this is really an opportunity at the largest marketplace that we have put together. And I really want to call out the support from our organization, the OECS, the support from the Director General, the support from our Director Jacqueline, and our entire team at the Competitive Business Unit. Over the last year, there has been quite a bit of time and effort being put into this development of the program. I want to call out Andrina, our lead technical specialist, who is actually that team lead, bringing the expo to life, and quite exciting. And it actually proves, Miguel, that we could actually do and have a hybrid of a physical and virtual collaboration, bringing persons from across member states into one room, taking your production here in Dominica and bringing it to Antigua. And I think this is amazing. And we are, as I said, super excited about giving the opportunity to our firms to have the largest platform for marketability. And that's what I'll call it.
Definitely. I'm so excited to have been part of this production, Karim. I learned so much over the past couple of days, and I know our exhibitors and participants learned so much themselves, especially from all the roundtable discussions, the fireside chats from the esteemed panel.
Indeed. And Miguel, these were not persons we went out to look for. These are practicing MSMEs and practicing professionals and experts within the business space, within what we call our business ecosystem. And that is what we want to encourage and build across the OECS space. That is one of the mandates that we have within the competitive business unit, is to really encourage and create the enabling environment and create the enabling ecosystem so that our MSMEs can thrive in a space that is giving them the ability to be global leaders, and not just to operate within their Caribbean island or their region, but to excel globally. And as we always say, the brand that you build, is going to excel if it meets the demand from a global perspective. So think global.
All right, think global. With the information, with the opportunities, the exposure, it's time to unlock these new opportunities as we push forward, Karim.
Indeed, Miguel. So I think it's a great time to say goodbye to our viewers. And again, do not forget, we're asking all our exhibitors to please put out your exhibit marketing entire day to show the world your brands. Do not necessarily every platform. And again, we just want to thank our entire partnership base across our OECS region, across the global space, our participants, our exhibitors, our stakeholders, and of course, the OECS Commission on the whole.
Thank you so much, Karim, and congratulations to you guys at the Competitive Business Unit and to all your other partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Much to offer to each other. This is the time, this is the place to connect and to discover. It's our grand showcase. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, we grow hand in hand and we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. We converge, we connect, we collaborate, and shoulder to shoulder we elevate to heights unknown. The brightest future is our own. See you at the building bridges across the land and sea, creating linkages that foster unity, bringing out the very best of the OECS. So much to offer